A very warm welcome to you for this 5th Vertical Farming World Congress. Vertical farming has so much potential, but has faced many challenges on its way. We believe it is now powering up, and hence the theme of our Congress. My name is Richard Hall. I'm the chair of Zenith Global. We're a specialist consultancy in the food and drink sector. We have an exceptional and large contingent of distinguished speakers who will provide valuable insights to us all. We'll aim to probe the issues more deeply in the panel discussions. You'll have lots of opportunity to ask your own questions. You do need to go to slido.com on the screen and in front of you on the programs, slido.com, and enter the code #VFWC2024. That will enable you to ask your own questions. We'll also be seeking your opinion on various key views, so please do connect to Slido. I see some of you are taking the QR code. 2 other points to note at the outset. We'll provide access to the speaker slides after the event online, so you can focus on the presentations without missing data. And you'll also have a chance to talk to sponsors during the break. We really are very grateful to our platinum sponsor, the Welsh Government, our gold sponsors, Phillips & Hogedorn, and silver, CE Line and Skytree. So let's move on to our opening address, which will be given by none other than the man known as the grandfather of vertical farming. He's a microbiologist with a passion for sustainability. He started working on vertical farming in 1999, writing the definitive study of vertical farming in 2010, followed by The New City, How to Build Our Sustainable Urban Future in 2023. With the topic of learning the lessons, realizing the dream, please welcome Professor Dixon Despommier.
First of all, let me just put an exclamation point on that introduction to tell you how thrilled I am to be here. I never expected in my wildest dreams of fantasy to think that an idea that started in a classroom back in 1999 would evolve into something as prescient with regards to food supply as growing food indoors in tall buildings. The word vertical didn't even occur to us when we first started working on this. We were just interested in feeding people who lived in Manhattan. That's New York for those that have never been there before. And the project was quite simple. It was just to see if we could establish greenhouses on the rooftops of Manhattan enough to feed about 2.1 million people. And the students worked very hard on this project. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, they concluded that you could only feed 2% of Manhattan based on their idea of putting food in greenhouses on the rooftops of non-commercial buildings in Manhattan, New York. And that was the beginning of the idea. And we didn't throw it away because the last day of class, of course, I said, your idea is very good and you worked very hard on it, but what would happen if we took your greenhouse and moved it inside the building? And they looked at me as though I was an alien that had just landed from Mars, where they do that all the time, of course, and they said, can you actually do that? And of course, as a good professor, I would never say no to a good idea, and I said, of course we can do that. And so that's where the Pinocchio factor comes in. My nose kept getting longer and longer as I said, of course we can do that, because how the heck would I know? So 10 years later, we knew enough to know that the idea would work. We just didn't know how it would work. And the book doesn't say how to do it, obviously, on vertical farming that I wrote at that point. It merely said, here's why we need to do it. Because the world is changing. And it's changing in ways that we think will affect the ability to raise food outdoors. Climate change is real, and farmers can't move their farms to where the climate is better for a better yield of whatever they're growing. So they're stuck. And that's not so good. So we deal with crop failures for all kinds of reasons. So let me just, I know you're all aware of this, we're just covering ground that we all probably, get to the topic here. Come on, let's get with this. Okay, so fine. So this is how I think this idea evolved. And it started with ideas. It morphed into people picking up these ideas and expressing their own wish as to how they would like it to look. And we got a lot of interesting drawings back, none of which would be practical in terms of establishing a vertical farm, but they were all, as we call them, eye candy. Everyone was attracted to them, and, oh, these look great. I wish I had one in my neighborhood, that sort of thing. So, but by the year 2024, not only did we have them, they were in their neighborhoods. And that's an idea that didn't take very long to evolve from nothing to what you see today. And the success is the picture of that little kid eating fresh vegetables and getting the benefit of a vegetable that was picked maybe 2 hours earlier. So no nutritional loss. Tastes a lot different than a week-old store-bought, shipped across the country vegetable. And that's the advantage. And they say, well, that's not much of it. That's a big advantage. The people who are naysayers don't agree that that's a big deal, but that is a huge deal. Imagine all of the food you eat has been nutritionally degraded by distance and by commercialization. So when this book first came out in 2010, there were no pictures of vertical farms inside because there were no vertical farms. And the earth was pristine with regards to little red dots as to where vertical farms are. But 3 years later, we could find at least 3 dots worth of vertical farming. One was in the United States, one was in Japan, and one was in Korea. And the one in Korea I had the privilege of actually visiting. And it's next to their seed bank. What a great use for a vertical farm to test out the viability of seeds collected from around the country to make sure that they had a record of everything that grows in that country. And indeed, Korea decided to do that, and that's how their vertical farm functions. And that's quite an accomplishment for just hearing about the idea 3 years earlier at the same place. I gave a talk, and then 3 years later, there was the farm was, and I was quite amazed, actually. Farm here started in Bedford, Illinois. It no longer exists. But just 6 years afterwards, that's just 6 years afterwards, the earth now suffers from chicken pox with regards to identifying where vertical farms are located. 6 years, that's all that took, right? From this to this. And that's why I stand in awe of all of you sitting there, many of whom are owners of vertical farms and have struggled with the process of establishing commercial viability. And that's essential if you're going to have a vertical farm tomorrow. It's easy to have one today, but it's not so easy to have one tomorrow and the day after that, et cetera. In other words, sustainability is the biggest problem here. And we had a number of first-generation vertical farms that folded as the result of thinking they knew how to do it, but actually did not have the proper personnel. They didn't have any growers, for instance. They knew how to sell, but they didn't know how to actually produce the food that they wanted to sell. By 2021, we had our first vertical farms in the southern hemisphere. And I have no idea, the question mark over China is how many vertical farms are there in China, and I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that. We have over 120 in Taiwan alone. Japan has hundreds of them. And not all of them have websites, so they're not all easy to identify. And that's how I get my information, from Vertical Farm Daily. I check it every daily. And as a result, I get a listing of new vertical farms. And so in 2023, I decided to revisit my book and to give an update chapter on it called "And Then What Happened?" So from 2020 to 2023, there were so many new vertical farms that I didn't actually know how many there were. And that is why I sit here. I could shed tears of joy, and my students could also, of all of the efforts that you have made in order for that to happen. In 2024, that is this year, there are many new vertical farms south of the equator, but there needs to be many, many more. There needs to be more in Central and South America, for instance, throughout Africa, because that's where the biggest needs are. The crop failures in these two areas due to climate change is huge. And as a result, there needs to be things happening which are not happening now. And I'm sure that over the course of these next 2 days, we'll be covering what those things actually are in order to make that happen. Here's a partial list of the ones found in my country, the United States. And you know, I list the company, and then I list the location, and I list their website. And I'm happy to share that with the organizers, and they can spread that out throughout the registers if you're interested in that information. The Food and Agriculture Organization has seen fit to publish a version of urban agriculture based on recent findings, and you'll notice that in the upper right-hand corner there is a vertical farm, which is great because it's multi-storied and they're growing crops inside. Unfortunately, they're growing in soil. That's okay, that we can change the picture anytime we want. But the fact is that they recognize now that urban agriculture is an absolutely essential ingredient in any urban environment if they are to remain viable, because they know what the real situation is like in the rest of the world, and they keep track of deforestation, and they keep track of crop failures, and they keep track of how many people go to bed hungry every night. The internet is a horrible source and a great source for information. You can find articles about how does vertical farming work, and then other articles is why is vertical farming bad? That's like, how often do you kick your dog when you come home from work every day? You don't want to answer that question because it's not a valid question. So they also ask, what are the biggest problems facing vertical farming? And why is vertical farming not profitable? Well, if it wasn't profitable, there wouldn't be so many vertical farms now, would there be? So these questions are not meant for us to respond to unless, of course, they deal with an area that we've got some knowledge about. Just know that in the United States alone, these universities are now offering courses and concentrations in controlled environment agriculture. And that's an impressive list of universities. These are not small places. I know that at least one person sitting here, Paul Gauthier, teaches via Skype, of course, from his office in Australia to the UC Davis students. But the University of Arizona was sort of a hotbed of this information. Gene Giacomelli was the person in charge of that facility for many years, and this is his last year, unfortunately. He's retiring. So if you want to wish him well, send him an email and say, great job, thank you for all the wonderful times that you've put in to make this an event of celebration, that vertical farming will never go away now. We have some people in the audience also that I recognize as good friends. There's Daniel Podmurzig and his group in Vienna established the Vertical Farm Association, which promotes this idea. And basically he began his career at Graz University trying to disprove the viability of vertical farming using energy as the basis for it. And his third year of PhD research ended up concluding just the opposite, that we can easily provide the energy if we are careful and if we study the problem enough. So nothing is impossible to a willing heart is the little saying that I got once in a fortune cookie, and I never forgot that. We have lots of support now from various professional organizations. Some of them are listed here. I'm sure there are others that I've left out. And we have very large vertical farms going up all throughout the world, mostly in the Emirates. But let me now turn to the issue of why we're all doing this. And you're doing it because you find this is an intriguing way of providing food for people that you can also make a profit doing. Most of you are involved in that particular aspect. But in doing that, you also address this issue. Today, we farm outdoors land which, if you cobble it all together, equals the size of South America. If we continue to do this, we will issue our own death warrant, basically. The human species will disappear from the face of the earth because we can't continue to multiply and damage the environment the way we've done in the name of providing food for everybody. We have to find another way. And you have found another way. The other way is to grow it indoors in tall buildings with higher degrees of multiplicity of return as well compared to outdoor farming. So it has a lot of advantages, as we know. And so if urban agriculture is the answer, then it obviously needed to have a question. So what was that question? And the question was, how can we reverse rapid climate change and at the same time improve everyone's life? You have to do both of those things. You can't do just one thing. You have to do both of those things. And vertical farms do that. They address that issue, and they supply two answers for a single question. Princess Leia would probably love being here also. She can't make it, unfortunately. She's involved in another planetary struggle. But if she were here, she would say in her holographic image, only humans can save humanity. We're great at presenting problems to the world, and then we're great at solving those problems. We react very nicely to the issues that we have caused ourselves. That's what technology is all about. So we need to do that now. And how can we do that? We can do it by leaving the natural world alone. Because if we don't leave the natural world alone, the natural world will leave us alone. And you don't want to be alone in the natural world, because in the natural world, everything is connected. If you're isolated, that's a prescription for extinction. And I don't think that's the way we would like to write our history. So if we ever do learn to leave the rest of the natural world alone, we live in the hope that nature will repair itself while we go our merry way in our urban environment, eating food grown in tall buildings and enjoying the benefits thereof. Thank you all very much.
I'm going to suggest that if you go and sit at that chair, then you'll be more comfortable.
I'm going to give it my best effort.
And then it's interesting that you have a movement problem, and our next speaker also has a challenge with movement too, through a recent accident, of which he may well want to regale us, but Thank you so much. The second from the end. So I'll sit at the end. If you go to the second from the end. Our next speaker has multiple degrees and complementary specializations in farming, sustainability, waste energy, and food production. He founded Evolve International in 2012 and remains its chief executive officer. He'll now talk about applying best practice to cities of the future. Dr. Philip Lee.
Okay. And one. And two.
Okay.
Inshallah.
All right. Do you want the chair behind you?
That would be a good idea. And it's just, you just press it. So, good morning. Okay, I've got that right. It is the morning, not the night. So you'll have to accept my apologies. I'm currently stood here on morphine, diazepam, gabapentin, and about 30 other different tablets. I'm just trying to upscale Dixon. But I felt this meeting was too important to miss. So against my doctor's advice, which maybe I shouldn't say for the insurance purposes, but I injected myself with various blood thinners and got on the plane and came here to meet you guys. As much really because it gives us a chance to catch up. You mentioned Jean and Merle Jensen, who was his inspiration. Merle Jensen is the guy that created the whole Epcot Center. He was one of the people on one of my PhDs. The vision that some people have brought to the making the future possible. Dixon, you really pressed so many buttons that without your inspiration, we wouldn't have taken the efforts and time that we have done ourselves. So, let me tell you a little bit about Evolve. Okay, so we have a number of companies in the UK and in Dubai and in Saudi. So we advise governments and like the government of Ukraine, Neom City, etc., on the development of real waste, energy, water, food solutions across multiple disciplines with multiple different experts. Probably the hardest thing you can imagine because you're dealing with people that even use the Greek alphabet to mean completely different things, let alone speak the same language. But we chose to do so. We have, we think, a pretty unique position in this industry, observing this industry, because we don't design vertical farms, we don't design the technologies, etc. We help raise funding, we help design entire projects because, for example, the biggest way to make vertical farming successful is nothing to do with the vertical farms. It's entirely to do with the energy sources that you are working with. And that is where we have put a huge amount of work and effort. So that last slide was Neom City. We conducted the biggest, the only, I think, competitor review commercially, technically, operationally of the vast majority of the industry. I think we approached about 150 companies, of which 78 engaged with us for Neom, to then pull down and look at every aspect, both at 1,000 and 15,000 square meters as a start point, to which we then fed back the ranking of those companies back to themselves. Neom is an entity, it's a very controversial entity, but we utilized it as a opportunity for the industry to be able to get data about where they sit in compared to their competitors in a very, very, very new industry where, frankly, we all know how many people have gone bust, how many people have got the best thing since sliced bread, and then 10 minutes later they're filing for bankruptcy. So we started this journey actually back in 2012. We put the first vertical farming conference on with the University of Nottingham in 2012, where we tried to invite half the Dutch industry. We are very, very focused on horticulture for one of our companies and the development of sustainable horticulture. But at that point, 2012, the entire Dutch industry, and apologies to any of my friends and colleagues from the sector if you're in the room, vertical farming is an incredibly stupid idea. It's not proper growing. It's not how you're going to grow food. What are you doing? You're all idiots. You don't know anything about horticulture and how to grow food. 2012. Dixon came along to the event 2014 and really opened everybody's eyes at that event. I think vastly more than we had people there from MIT. We had all the big international parties, Singapore, etc. Nobody had ever actually come together to an event before, which was quite profound. So here we are 10 years later, so we made two predictions. Again, we sit outside of the industry. We're looking at entire cityscapes, entire project development where you would integrate what is the right way of food production and also employment and also energy and waste and feed of one, the waste of one system being the feedstock of the next, etc. is the big picture we look at. So we made two predictions. One was, respectfully, that everything you saw back then, and this was at the University of Nottingham, which has an incredibly good architecture school. It's where I did some of my PhDs. And you have a end-of-year book full of vertical farm opportunities. But I didn't actually go into academia until I was 32. I was a professional farmer before then. Another accident that led me to not be able to move, so I went into academia. So we've always been focused on what will commercially really work. And the biggest issue we saw with vertical farms in cities is, where's the food distribution system? So I don't know if I'm double miking here. And so we predicted that vertical farming is going to move out of the cities predominantly into strategic locations, food distribution centres, etc., where you're going to be able to access low-cost energy, you're going to be able to make use of waste heat, you're going to be able to make use of CO2 and water from other systems, etc. And I'm pleased to see that a number of companies, I mean, just put Jones Food Company up here, going straight into Ocado. You know, this is credible vertical farming, making a profit, not grant funded, etc., as a good example. So one of the big things that's happened over the last 10 years, Dixon, is that thought process to move where will the best place to be to grow the food and fit in with the conventional food system. The other, which I've always been extremely passionate about, is vertical farms becoming vertical. If you understand energy budgets and the way that airflows move and all that kind of stuff, and we spend a lot of time working with people like Alfa Laval and whatever on thermodynamics and things. And I'm really pleased to see over the last 10 years that vertical has become a thing. In fact, the biggest invested vertical farm company right now is Plenty, that we try to advise. And they are entirely vertical. So it's good to see that we got something right in our prediction. So that's the last 10 years. In that time frame, 16 companies have raised over 10 million, totaling 4.5 billion. In the last 10 years, 4.5 billion. Companies raising under 10 million hit 2.7 billion. So this industry has had, and I do like reminding the Dutch, because they do like funding, that this crazy idea that isn't about real food production has attracted $7.3 billion in investment in the last 10 years. And with all due respect, and the Dutch are incredibly good at horticulture and those technologies, but this hasn't been developed by the established industries. It's just like Tesla coming into the car industry. It's been developed all over the world, and I think that's probably the most important thing about it. It's not been led by a sector that is merely evolving itself. So what does the next 10 years look like? What's our predictions that hopefully we are correct about? Well, everything is about R&D, research and development. We got £1 for every reference to AI, etc., and the new ultra new technology that's going to come into this type of growing, which, let's face it, one of the core things about vertical farming is a lot of it started from research labs and closed environment chambers, because it was led by academia, that the whole point of a closed environment chamber is to minimize vectors that you're researching. So it is a very, very controlled, but it's also a very, very sterile environment. So everyone thinks that the big investors in R&D are the big technology companies, but by sector cap, they're not. 3 times more goes into the pharma industry. 500 billion, 500 billion, 350 billion, 290 billion. All these companies do is invest in R&D. And that's R&D that makes it into every hospital in the world that can afford it, into every medication in the world. It's an industry that hardly anyone ever talks about because it's sort of a thing to itself, but its impact on our lives is probably greater than any other technology other than the mobile phone and even good old Merck at the bottom there. So we all know the medical advances, just off the scale. If we were to take vertical farming compared it to the medical world for the sort of stuff they use, this industry is it's not even its diapers yet. And yet, despite all that incredible technology and deployment, what are the things that if you went into the best hospitals in the world, and I'm lucky to have been in one of the best ones in Saudi and Dubai and New York, what is the very best materials that will be brought to you? Obsidian and flint scalpels are the best scalpels you can get. Honey impregnated bandages. I can talk from the last 3 months' worth of experience. I have been covered in honey in certain places. Crab shell bandages, horseshoe crab blood, charcoal. I mean, if we all went out and got horrendously drunk and went to a rave, etc., and went to the best hospital in the world right now, the first thing they do is give you charcoal tablets, because charcoal will absorb and adsorb more material than anything else that we can invent. Seaweed dressings, maggots for wounds. I mean, it's a case of which hospitals can afford to have that level of technology. And spiderweb silk for nerve regeneration, which is a very developing sector. So who are the biggest supporters and funders of rainforests? Is it Greenpeace? Is it the charities? No. It's the big pharmaceutical companies, because they know in that forest is answers to questions we don't even know how to ask. So the biggest area of very, very, very serious R&D investment, probably only secondary to the military in the world, which is a very sad fact, are very, very, very serious about what happens in nature. So vertical farming today is very technology driven. It's very much about sterility. I've been inside, not all, but I don't know, over 60 different vertical farms, probably closer to 70 or 80 over the last 10 years. Everything is about sterility. You show me one thing in nature that's sterile. One thing. Dixon, as you said, everything's connected. It's vastly more than that. They've had no choice but to be. So where is it going to go in the next 10 years? So this, hopefully, I know the sound will play, but I knew you'd love this. I did this for you. So I've always wondered, is maybe this where you got your inspiration, Dick? So this is a 1971 film called Silent Running. If you haven't seen it, it is absolutely beautiful. And the music behind it. And, okay, I don't expect the industry to end up at a point where you are exuding the 1970s hippie principles. And maybe not eagles flying around and your rabbits, etc. But, and I love this mixture of sort of the idea of low-tech and high-tech. So this, predicting robotics in 1971. So, sorry, we did this for you. But this, in some ways, isn't a joke, because when somebody looked at a blank sheet of paper of what you're going to do when you go into space, well, because they didn't start off in research laboratories as PhDs, etc., the first thing they thought, well, it's obvious. The first thing you're going to do is make sure you've got various different forms of life included in this, because, well, that's how life works. That's how the whole Gaia theory of James Lovelock, if you don't know, I've got to play in the background, James Lovelock, who is very famous for this whole sort of hippie principle Gaia theory, he was a NASA engineer. Yes, I'll drive on. NASA engineer driven on the basis of how do you look at a planet and figure out whether there's ever been life on it. And the more we looked at the Earth, looking at how things fit together, the more we couldn't find any distinctive points. So you end up with this thing that everything is connected to everything else. Well, the future, lovely AI-generated future, is very much, we believe, going to be based much, much more on biomimicry integration into all food production. I can happily announce that as of yesterday, we just landed a huge government grant for agriculture. This is with the biggest growers, the biggest retailers, etc. in the UK, into the first proper investigation of bringing bacteria, fungi, archaea, charcoal, biostimulants, etc., into a discrete, clear biomimicry approach to growing, discrete from organic and little bits like regen farming, but truly starting with nature and working backwards. So I will go through quickly. These notes will be available to you. And at the end of the day, vertical farming, when we were first there, Dixon, 2014, there's no way to make money out of vertical farming. It was lots of great ideas, and if it didn't have government funding, it wasn't going anywhere. I would still say we're in amber. There's some projects, etc. This is about, as an industry globally, being a major part of food production in a way that normal food production is all about the profitability of something. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. In 2034, I believe in 10 years' time, this industry, because you hold the key to the most optimally controlled biome. If it looks much, much more into bacteria, fungi, etc., you are not trying to create the perfect sterile environment. The more you think that way, the worse you're going to get down a hole, because somebody will come along and realize, hey, everything is connected to everything else. And so, just to give you a point of reference and maybe a bit of humility, from a point of view of nature, 700 million years of evolution. That's the equivalent to the last 20 years. I think it's fair to say we can put on a cap of how long vertical farming has been a thing. That is literally from a point of view of R&D on billions of levels all happening at the same time. The difference between flying from London to Frankfurt to the thickness of my finger. That's how much we have done compared to nature. But we don't look at nature. And so, yeah, that's my lecture. Thank you very much. I'm still stood up.
Will you be more comfortable going there? Thank you, Philip. And yes, concentrating 700 million years into 20 in terms of change, that is quite something. Next, we have the viewpoint of private equity, a man with 3 degrees from Australia. He's been on over 60 boards of directors as an investor. He's taken part in over 200 transactions with a capital value of more than £5 billion. He's managing director of sustainable infrastructure division at Gresham House, and he'll address what it will take for vertical farming to fulfill its potential. Peter Bachmann. Peter.
I've never quite valued my mobility as much as this morning, so you remind me that we take some things a lot for granted. But I wanted to actually start this talk actually saying, we're in a room of converts. Who do you think, like in this room, who thinks they know the potential of vertical farming? Put your hand up. Come on, you must know the potential of vertical farming. How many of you think we've actually achieved it? That's 0. Good. Okay, so I'm speaking to the right crowd. Personally, I think we've got a mile to go, but I'm a massive believer, and having been invested in this sector since 2018 and having already seen a boom and a bust, says to me that hopefully we're in the right direction to make some good direction going forward. But look, I'm really looking forward to hopefully giving you a signpost of what we need to do to get us to that elusive golden end. So before I start off, Gresham House, you may not know who we are. We're a $12 billion asset manager. I run the Sustainable Infrastructure Division, and actually since we raised this or created this slide, we've now got about £1 billion of assets under management. I've got 8 funds, 3 of which are flagship funds, 5 are co-invest vehicles. 1 fund is actually dedicated solely to investing into nature. So, we're really in this space. And vertical farming, I just saw Tristan Fisher turning up. we actually invested into Fisher Farms in 2018. We've built 2 farms, in total about 300,000 square feet of growing area. And the second farm actually is about 250,000 square feet. So we think one of, if not the largest, fully automated vertical farm. So we're deep in this sector, we really get it, and we really love it. And just generally in terms of Gresham, we're big in forestry. We've created the biggest battery energy storage fund in Europe. And so very much we think all around sustainability and energy transition and ultimately the transition to a more sustainable future. So what I want to try to do today is really just cover off on the why. I think actually the guys have sort of given you a bit of a good example as to why, but there's a lot more other reasons why I think we need to consider why we need to do this. I want to talk about the factors that we're actually fighting against a competitor that's down on their knees. Like I think field-grown crops are really going to struggle, and I'll give you some reasons why. But I also want to talk about the potential. Like I think vertical farming could really be massive, and ultimately what I think we want to get vertical farming to be is really the future of food. So let's talk about some of the reasons why traditional farming is not working. I mean, I can give you a million stats, but 80%, 87% of all land used is for agricultural in the US. And nearly 50% of the US is used for agriculture. That's bonkers. 50% of the whole of the US is used for agriculture. Let that settle. That's crazy. 18,000 litres for 1 kilo of beef. That's absurd. And then 2.1 billion fish. We can't go on like this. And the final stat, 95% of all the oats that we grow on this planet are for feedstock. And you actually add up all of the cows on the planet, and you look at their calorie consumption, it's worth about 8.7 billion people's worth of calories. That's crazy. 8.7 billion people worth of calories just from cows. That's crazy. And when you look at the emissions of the cows as well, they're about the second largest emitter if they're considered a planet, 7 gigatons of CO2 per year from cows. So traditional farming is broken, and we really need to start to think about what next. And when you look at this, ultimately, we're borrowing from the future. The way that we're growing everything today, we're borrowing from our kids and our kids' kids, and that's not right. And I think we need to fundamentally reconsider what we're doing. This is a slide I love because actually, you've probably spent the last few years down in this bottom left-hand corner, but actually, when you think about it, we've got some much bigger problems. Nature is a really big part of what we do. Nature is, 55 to $125 trillion of annual value in terms of what the planet needs, and we're trashing it. And this actually then also has big impacts on things like food affordability. Like if you looked at the UK last year, there was 36,000 people that were clinically malnourished. 36,000 people in a first world country because food has become too expensive. Now that's a big problem that I think we need to really be looking at and we've got to tackle. But then what's the payoff? There's got to be worth something. And so there's some good research out there now that says if we move to a fully plant-based diet, this is the sort of value that we can create. $31 trillion of value per year by 2050 if we shift fully to a plant-based diet. A lot of that's related to health benefits, and there's also some pretty good environmental benefits too. But, to me, that's the payoff that we're playing for. We get vertical farming right. This is the scale of the opportunity that we're playing for. And I always say that, for me, the biggest, most valuable businesses are solving the biggest problems. And there isn't a bigger problem than this. So let's talk about our competitor, field-grown crops. They're pretty much hurting on every direction. You look at fertilizer, it's only going up in price. It's just a huge problem. Labor, same direction. Water, only going up, and actually it's becoming really scarce. And then crop production, big problem. And actually, I think if you look at climate variability, that's the biggest problem now for field-grown crops. We're all wanting to grow indoors for a reason. But if you go and speak to the retailers, the supermarkets now, generally a supermarket will only entertain an annual uplift once a year. The last couple of years, farmers have had to go back to the supermarkets 3-4 times a year. It's absolutely unheard of. We know people that have never had that more than once in their 30-year careers in the supermarket sector. So the field-grown crop sector is really struggling. And I think that's a really good backdrop to say, you know, we've got a good opportunity to go and overtake them. And when we think about vertical farming for us, you know, I think about everything that's working in our favor, everything that's important to us is working in our favor. So like renewable energy is a really, really big part of how we think about vertical farming working. And if you look at the price curve, like that's from 2015, power price, or yeah, the cost of renewables down 69%. If you actually go back a bit further, it's probably like 90% price reduction in renewable energy. That's a massive, massive driver for us. But actually, I think, you know, from the start of vertical farming to now, to me, the biggest impact has actually been LED lights. Like LED lights have gone down incredibly fast in price, and their efficiency and their variability and their control has been a big factor. Like if you looked at our first farm, I think we spent about £2.5 million on lights, and that's 32,000 square feet. We built a farm 2.5 years later, 3 years later, 7.5 times bigger, and the lights were about half the price. So, you know, in effect, the lights and energy is coming down massively, and that's a really big part of how we think that ultimately vertical farming can really overtake and ultimately become that future of food. And look, Dr. Wu is going to probably talk about this afterwards, but for me, after LED lights and energy price, I think the next big game changer for us is automation, AI-driven automation. Look, you guys probably know a lot about these areas, but you know, we think about a lot of this in terms of what we can do now to really iterate faster what we're doing manually. Like there's so much that you can do, even just down to like substrate selection. You know, we're trying to get to a place where we've got no substrate now, and actually the ability to get to a place where you can iterate and choose different seed density, all of these things can happen much faster with vertical farming and with AI integration. And so we're really hopeful around this. I think that's, as an industry, we need to iterate and work on this super fast to actually get this industry to catch up and really take over in terms of the cost base. And look, you know, in this part of the sector, you know, there's a lot of different areas to integrate. Like I think, for example, crop monitoring is another area that I think could be really, really powerful, because as we move into, well, a relatively sterile environment, you're not trying to go in there very often, and so you need actual capture. And I am quite interested in this organic approach as well, so I'd like to chat to you about that afterwards. But look, vertical farming does solve some of those problems at the start. You know, I think we use about 95% less water. Our second farm sits on 4 acres. It grows what it takes 1,000 acres to grow in the field. So it's solving the water problem. It's solving the land problem. It uses no chemicals and pesticides. Has a massive benefit in terms of food miles. Like if you're looking at UK long-haul imported products, it's actually about 1,900 times savings on carbon. So really, really big benefit. So I know that we can tackle these big problems from an environmental perspective, but then also our shelf life. You know, we've had rocket that lasts 140 days. And so that has a really big impact on food waste. Food waste impacts retailer margins. Retailer margins means they want to buy more product from us. And then also less food waste means probably less packaging. Less packaging means less microplastics, and microplastics are causing massive sterility problems in males going forward. So big benefits of vertical farming. So I think this proves that we can solve and hopefully address the big problems as to what we're ultimately, and the why, what we're trying to do. But the thing that I talk about now the most, and it's sort of a parallel from the energy sector, is its levelized cost of salad. Like to me, I think we're just at the tipping point where we are comparable to field-grown crops in terms of value. And I think that's really where, if you look forward, we can probably get to about a 50% reduction, or about half the price of field-grown crops, and not too far away. And that's really when we're going to start to see the big pickup. And you know, when we've done this modeling, we've assumed £2,000 per square meter for the fully automated vertical farm, and I think that can come down massively as well. So, you know, I think that we've got a really good path to play with AI automation, with the advances that we're seeing today, that we can ultimately get to a place that cost is not going to be an issue. This is a slide that I put up to actually say, because a lot of people ask me, how do you get around the chicken and egg of how do you get contracts without actually perhaps having the product? And a a lot of people say, well, you need to have fully contracted offtake if you want it to make it an infrastructure project. I'd probably take a slightly different approach. We're not fundamentally trying to create a new category of product here. What we're trying to create is actually a product that we've been selling for hundreds of years, and we've got a really, really deep price knowledge base to say, if we sell a rocket or Basil or whatever, we know what people are paying, and we know a long-term history of that. Provided that our break-even price is below that, I think then we can go and build this product at scale and not have to worry about it. You know, we're not trying to create a new category here. So like if you were to look at plant-based proteins, which I know is the future, that is still a little bit different, and it probably requires a little bit more caution in terms of uncontracted versus contracted. But when we're producing staple crops, like I think we've actually got a really powerful mechanism that says we can crack on with this sector without necessarily having it fully contracted. The other thing that I think about a lot is ultimately the scale of the sector. Like as an investor, we don't really want to get into a sector unless we can really see huge potential to deploy large amounts of capital. And like Fisher Farms, we've been looking at, well, what's the scale of the UK market? And just in terms of bagged salad, that's 1.1 billion, not too bad. But when you extrapolate that globally, that's 36 billion pounds potential value just from displacing leafy greens. But then when you go and look at actually if you displace leafy greens and soft fruits, 116 billion pound capital deployment opportunity in the UK, and that's with 70 million people. So you can start to see that you scale this up on a global perspective. This is a huge, huge market for us, and that's super attractive for us, and that's, you know, for us a really big driver for why we want to do more of this. And I think the scale there really speaks to what's possible. A lot of you probably know about the potential upsides in this sector. To me, this is the slide that will, if we can crack this, this is what will ultimately create an industry that's a $1 trillion industry. You know, this is really where the money is, and as the guys have talked about, the pharma guys are really where the research money is coming from, and this is what will ultimately make a huge industry. And finally, the last couple of slides. So this slide is just trying to speak to, well, how do you value a business in this sector? And so the top part of it is actually saying, look, for the last few years, what we've seen is a gradual margin of exit multiple increase. So it used to be around 13.7. We think now 16.3 is a pretty good potential exit multiple if you get a business that's high growth and performing. And we think that really speaks to the potential in the sector. And ultimately, if we can show a business that's really growing, really high potential and good earnings, I think the multiple could be even higher in this sector whilst it's still nascent. So big potential, and the scale of the market I think is growing 6x over the next few years. So I want this to be hopeful to you all that there is, I think, a really big game to be playing for in terms of valuation as well. And so look, finally, what I think it will take to really fulfill its potential. We talk about at Fisher Farms, we've got to make production boring. You know, there's so much chat amongst this industry that there's a problem with, I don't know, too much water, substrate not working, insects, you name it, but we've got to get production boring. I think we're almost there. We've still got to get this product to be the consumer product of choice. I think we're almost there. We've got to get more product on the shelves. We've got to convince consumers as to why this is better than organic, and that's on us. But I think we need to sell the virtues of what we're doing better. I did talk about at the start about not potentially needing long-term contracts. That's true for now, but I think if we want to really, really scale the sector, we need to have long-term fixed price, fixed volume contracts. And actually, if you speak to the supermarkets, they want that more than anyone, because they've now started to realize, well, they can fix their price on power. What next can they fix? So I do think that that's possible, and a lot of the supermarkets that we're talking to want long-term contracts now. And those long-term contracts will ultimately lead to low-cost finance. You know, we can start to get project finance in at the cost that renewables get it at. This market will blow up as well. So I think that's really attainable. And for me, renewables are, in some respects, probably the limiting factor. Certainly in the UK, we find access to new renewables quite hard. And so for a lot of what we're thinking about now is where do you go and find, how do you co-locate to things that have renewables at pace? And then, like I talked about levelized cost of salad. We need the cost of this to come down at the pace of Moore's Law or faster. We can start to iterate that down. We're at the top of the cost curve for salads, I think we're just going to come rapidly down, and that's really what's going to drive a lot of value for the sector. And then ultimately, this is the big payoff. Like the reason we're in Fisher Farms and the why that we're in vertical farming is that we think ultimately this can grow soy, wheat, rice, and pea. That is what's going to change the world. You know, leafy greens aren't going to do it, but soy, wheat, rice, and pea will. Soy and pea will be alternative proteins, and obviously the rest will help with carbohydrates. So that really is what's going to make the difference. Long term, we've just got to get the cost of capital down to investment grade. Then you'll really blow this up. You can create bonds off the back of vertical farming, and then you'll be able to scale this massively. And then finally, vertical farming won't be able to grow everything, but it can grow pretty much most things that we need. And I think if we can put vertical farming at the center of a whole new food system where we're complementary to other things that we probably can't ever do in a vertical farm, like avocado growing, but everything else should be done in some sort of controlled environment. And I think that's when really we can create that or capture that $31 trillion value potential for vertical farming. Thank you.
Do you want to sit there or do you want to sit back down? Either way, you're very welcome. Thank you very much, Peter. Lots of fascinating numbers there. 140-day rocket, though. That is really impressive. I wonder about that. That's an achievement. Now we turn to a molecular biologist with a specialization in urban agriculture. He's now Professor of Sustainable Agriculture at Nottingham Trent University, and his current research focuses on precision data, LED lighting, and scalability. This morning he'll tell us more about smart vertical farming harnessing artificial intelligence. Professor Chengui Liu. Chengui.
Sorry, I'll switch off now. Thank you very much, organizer. I'm Richard. It's great pleasure to working here with all we call father of the vertical farm, Dixon here. Really pleased can see him again. What I'm talking about today is I'm from a research background, so I'm really interested in working with the vertical farming. So how many people know about AI now, how AI apply into the vertical farming. So last few years, I explored it. I found it fascinating. I can show you some results about what kind of research I have done in last few years. If you are from UK, you maybe know this picture here. You can see this is happened last year and the year before. In UK supermarket, we lack of food. So this has happened several times. So you can see BBC News also highlighted in the front page as well. So what happened? What's going on with our food supply? And what's problem? So it's really people worry about it. So the main reasons about this is one is the weather, the climate change. So you know maybe UK, 70% of vegetables and fruits imported from European countries, especially from Spain. So that year there happened the weather. It's very cold weather in the beginning, and then they couldn't get like tomato and other fruits, vegetables. So it's kind of how we can cope it with the kind of climate change. So this is the one reason. Another reason is really high costing for the greenhouse. You see the Ukraine war. The energy costing is huge now for the UK. Big burden for people living in the current now with the costing high with the energy. So this is another reason. Lots of the greenhouse shut down in the UK. So really pity because the energy. Another reason is Brexit. You know Brexit. I don't like Brexit. So when we left the EU, lots of issues now are behind. The one big one, just example, we lost labors. It's about only 1 year, 330,000 labor workers, we lost it. So in agriculture, you can imagine if this kind of labor working in the UK, but now left. So causing big problem. So just like I think Dixon and Phil and Peter mentioned about vertical farming already. So I put Dixon here. He's we call father or grandfather of vertical farming. I met him in 2012 in Nottingham. And this is the first time I met him when he gave a speech about vertical farming in Nottingham University. I was inspired. I say, this is the area we need working on. So his idea how move our agriculture from the field into glass house and into indoor farm, and in the future, vertical farming in the city with the tile system. This is a brilliant idea. You see that he mentioned several times already now. So how we can get our nature recovery? So climate change is a bigger problem. Global warming causing lots of issues. How we can cope with it? So we leave our agriculture land to be like recover. We got lots of problems with the soil quality and the contaminations, and also nature biodiversity. There's lots of issues now in the world. So how we can do? We leave agriculture land to be recovered by nature. So this is what we needed to do. So through, I think we talk about the global farming, the supermarket size. I got data, luckily, from data, the Vertical Farming Association. So this is the predicted. You see the 2018, we have a $3 billion US dollars market. So by 2022, increased to $6 billion dollars. This is the increased it, but predicted like 2030, so it would be 25 billion. This is the market. So this is an increase about 20% in next few years. This is a massive. How this area? So if we look at the area, Asia countries would be largest. You can see Asia country increase about 22% will be. And then next one is North America and the European as well. And the Middle East and African is growing quick as well. So it's about 18% increase. But I think vertical farming is promising, but there talk about challenges as well, how we can cope with several challenges. So one of these is high energy use and costing. So this energy was said about 250 kilowatt per square meter per year with costing. This is quite big for like commercializations. So how we can cope with it. And also another one is a high capital cost. I know China, Dixon said that we don't know how many vertical farms in China. I originally from China. There are lots of vertical farms in China, but China developed so quick because government put the money in for capital cost. So give the money, build a vertical farm, and then companies run it without any capital cost. So this is the way to go. And the other technology issues is lack of system optimizations, how to give high optimized crop productions, optimize the energy use. So this is the lack of the whole system working. And also lack of automations. There are lots of vertical farming, just quite simple, manage it. It's not automation like robotic. Haven't seen any kind of robotics start from seeds to harvest it, whole system yet. But we can talk about this. In terms of research, our solution, I put several solutions. So you can use with the heat and with the CO2. We have in UK, we have lots of power stations. So lots of heat is wasted and the CO2 wasted. Can we use it? So this is the one. Also renewable energy, solar panel, like Middle East, sunny African countries, they can use nature, the sunny and this energy. And also the wind turbine also can be used. And also another technology, digital twin technology, AI, IoT technology can apply into vertical farming. So this is one of the solutions. Philip mentioned about architecture, how beauty, this is the vertical farm, is more efficiently. So the energy saving, so this is the kind of in the future we need to consider about. LED lighting used the last 10, 12 years. I work in LED light, fascinating how to get recipes through the energy saving and also help plant performance. And then we can use in genotyping, phenotyping technologies apply into this. This is to give big benefit for vertical farming. And the gene editing, so how get new varieties which are suitable growing indoor farming. So this is also another topic we needed to. So in our research, I focus on the smart, green, and the growth. So in terms of smart, how to get this fully automations, how using AI and IoT technologies and the robotics for the future as well. And then second one, I mentioned about breeding these new varieties for our indoor vertical farming system. In terms of green, how we can improve soil, give the soil to nature, healthy, and I know lots of same issue with the soil problems. So we leave our soil for improved repair it. And then we can use in hydroponic, aeroponic system to get like a nutritional high value food. We're doing now using nanoparticles, how to enhancement of vitamin B12, vitamin D is successful now. And also using renewable energy. John's Food Company, they're using solar panel and supply electricity to running system. This is the costing is much lower. So in terms of growth, we really want to get impact for the UK and the global food policy, economic growth, and also local community. So my research focused on several things using new technologies. I'm plant scientist, molecular plant scientist. I don't have AI background, but my postdocs, they're working hard, apply AI technology into this. So basically we have sensors, temperature, humidity, CO2, lighting, nutrient sensors. In the real time, we can, to monitor it. And then also we have a phenotyping machine to monitor plant performance. Then using AI machine learning to predict lighting recipes. So this is how AI works. So we call smart system to monitor it and the communications with the monitor parameters. And then we can use in the power computer intelligence and using like decision making and then take actions. So this is just an example how to get a big data, AI algorithms for predictions and training the algorithms and then predict it. So there are lots of the inputs and then can find outputs. So this is IoT technologies. So we talk about sensors, I just mentioned it, how to connect it to the data into the cloud system and how to do data processing and then using our app to manage it. So this is our smart shipping container farm system. So we can collect the data from the energy, maybe solar panel, how much energy costing, it's using real time, and then lots of sensors monitor nutrients, lighting, and then doing data collection, transmission to cloud, and then doing data storage, and then analyze it. So this is our IoT through the Innovate UK grant. We made the sensors, 20 sensors into the one box, then monitor our environment, growing environment, and also nutrients lighting in real time. So got lots of data. So this is another really good facility for phenotyping, the monitor plants in real time. So when we treat light or nutrients, how plants respond to it in the real time. So this is crucial for get like recipes, get a real-time data for AI prediction. So this is just an example of huge data we found it. So you don't worry about this. So we got every day, if we wanted, everyday data, how plants changing related to the 18 parameters. So this is the framework model we're using fuzzy inference system. So this is a really good system to monitor agriculture data. So usually we're using the normal traditional model is using choose and false logic, but this is one using fuzzy logic. They can predict that this is a really like a precise data and then give your kind of prediction correctly. So just one example, AI recipes compared with normal recipes. For example, if we have AI recipe, lighting recipes on the left hand and the letters, and compare with the normal recipe we can use in R, maybe red and blue color with 4:1, you can see that it can increase yield 35% and save energy 25%. Also, we're working on the tomato as well. So tomato nutrients recipes, we have a monitor to look at nutrients, and then you can see how the changes nutrients during growth the stage. So you can see the increased tomato, the yield is 38% with the nutrients recipes and AI, the lighting recipes. You can see big difference. Also saves our fertilizer 55%. I talked to the Fisher farm as well, how the nutrients recipes can be used there. So this is the last few years, I got quite large grants from government. I'm working with the vertical farm and the growing underground, also the clean grow project with the sensors. UK, China joined the program, and also the lighting for the sensors as well. So this is recently another grant. I got it with the smart for shipping container for the terms of time now. So I just quickly go through. So this is another interesting. Peter talked about how using vertical farming get a functional plants compounds. So this I got one project working with an American company called Amway. So we can look at it how vertical farming can produce specific compounds. So just I think the time now. Thank you very much.
I'm going to come and place myself over here, if I may. I think if I give you one of those, thank you very much. I mean, I'm getting the impression from these presentations that vertical farming is really at the very earliest stages of discovering incredible efficiency and cost reduction solutions and improvements. For the panel discussion, we're also joined by another scientist who is from Japan. Her interest in vertical farming dates back to 2008, and she recently co-edited a book on advances in plant factories. She's the president of the Japanese Plant Factory Association, and I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Eri Hayashi. So Eri, come and join us up at the podium, that would be kind. It'd be lovely to have your perspective on what you've heard and what you feel about the future of the industry. I think we have to switch these on. Yep, that you're on.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Eri Hayashi from Japan Plant Factory Association. So I was very delighted to meet Dixon again and to hear all the status from Europe. And I'm from Japan, and well, because Japan, the commercialization of the industry, we call it plant factory, also vertical farm, since 1980s. So we've been experienced a lot of difficulties. And then at some point, I think we have seen a lot of too many of the difficulties. So I think we are a little too realistic. And then I was very happy to see the futures, and then I'm a believer of the plant factory technology. So I'm very happy to discuss with all the distinguished guests about what we need to do to achieve the goal, I think.
Okay, I'm going to ask for poll number 1 to come up. Let's see whether we're past the difficulties. So we have some polling, and this will give you a chance to see whether we've got you all on Slido. So poll number 1 is vertical farming past its startup burst bubble phase? Yes or no? Dixon, I'm going to ask you to, I've only got one of these. You may have mobile phones on you, but if you'd like to just press yes or no, but if you've got your mobile phones, you can also vote. And it'd be interesting just to see. But Eri, is there something that you think that you totally agree with, or that you have a difference with what the others were saying? Or are you very much in line with what you heard this morning?
Well, yes and no, because there are many plant factories already running more than 10, 20 years. And there's some company are profitable. and they might be not too fancy in terms of marketing, but they're actually been surviving and then selling the produce to the market.
So what's the secret to that profitability? Is it focus? Is it customer service? Is it just not being, you said not too fancy? Is it low technology? What's working best?
Well, because the successful company never get the subsidy from the government, so they have been independent. I think it's a combination of all the technical factor and then also management. So I think, to be honest, I think you can grow lettuce if even a simple system. It's just matter of the scalability, and if it's a commercial production, you have to guarantee the quality or quantity and the stableness. So I think it's all about the combination.
Okay,
it's
so
not easy.
is it simplicity versus technology or simplicity with technology?
Well, I think it's both. It's just a matter of combination. And then I think it's good to see the university researcher doing more research from the different background now, and it's more training or educational opportunity now than the past 10, 20 years. And then there are basic stuff.
Okay, thank you. Do send up your questions, by the way, as well. Let's have a result of the poll so far. How very interesting. So half of you think that we're not past the worst, and a good number of you think that we are, and some of you aren't sure. Wow, you said no, Dixon.
I did. It's not past. It'll never be past.
Try that. Yeah, I think you have to switch it on, so push that forward, yeah?
No, I think like any new industry, it's never old as long as improvements are being made along the way. So I wouldn't look at it as a bubble. I would look at it as a continuum of employing more and more optimizing technologies to get rid of all the waste and to only include the things that are essential. This has only been an industry for less than 20, if you want to call it 20 years, but certainly in the last 10 years, it's been under intense scrutiny from all of the technological aspects that you can think of. And you have to give that a chance. Think of all the not vertical farms, think of all the cell phones that came out on the market when cell phones first started to exhibit popularity. Think of all the flat screen television companies. Think of all the different kinds of cars, the different technology is technology is technology. As you find out what's essential by eliminating what's not essential, and that's just a trial and error process that AI could help, of course, but I think human beings are good. AI is also, we have how many billions of neurons connected in each one of our brains. If you look at the internet as a large example of a connected brain, that's how this idea actually spread rapidly. We've got perhaps several billion people thinking about how to improve everything, including vertical farming. And so a bubble probably is not a good way of looking at it.
I just felt it was a financial bubble. I'm going to move on to market value because Peter and Chengui both said, I think Peter, you said the market value was 6 billion, and Chengui, you said it was around 5. I must say, from the research that I've done, I cannot get to a market value above $1.5 billion in actual vertical farm produce sales in 2023, 2024. So in terms of market size, is that because you think it's a very big market in China or somewhere else? So where is the value in vertical farming at the moment? Is it in the US, is it in China, Japan, or is actually Europe much stronger than we think?
In terms of the value, I think this is the protection is kind of protection that based on the kind of directly for the benefit market, also indirectly as well. For example, LED lighting, It's a big market.
So you've included non-produce
Yeah,
revenue.
not directly. It's
And the
including.
produce value of even in retail sales, is that as high as $2 billion yet?
I don't think so, but this is the protection, like software used it. This not
Okay.
building this is the covered. As I understand, this is a.
So could the actual produce be less than $1 billion?
I don't know yet. I don't
Okay.
know exactly
What do you think, Peter?
numbers maybe.
Should be on. Oh, there, yeah.
Look, I don't think the value of the produce is over $1 billion.
Okay.
I think the 6.7 I think that we had on screen was to take into account the capital value, all of the connected industries to get this into
Okay,
work.
okay.
I think we
So can we
heard.
get poll number 2 up? Because I'd be interested in your views on this. Because I thought, oh my goodness, I'm so far out on this. And so this is the value of produce revenue in 2023. So I just want to get your views on what you think, because I think this is one of the problems. We've got immense potential, but we're actually much smaller than I think some of the perceptions within the industry are.
I agree with that, but I think that everyone recognises the potential in the industry. I hope I gave some stats on the potential of where it could go. It's going to take a while to get mass adoption of this, and even in the UK, I think there's only probably 3 or 4 scale vertical farmers, to give you an example. So I think that the industry's got a long, long way to go. I think, speaking to the bubble point, I think we've had a bubble. Like, I think if you looked at 2021, 2022, the pace at which money was raised at crazy valuations on business models that were predicated on selling product at 3 to 4 times what the market value was, that doesn't work. Like, I think the thing that we're seeing with every retailer that we speak to, unless you can produce at or below the price of field-grown crops, they like the sustainability benefit, but no one's prepared to pay for it. So I think the market has moved to a model now where you've got to be competitive with field-grown crops from day one, and that's then hopefully going to be the new dawn for where the market can scale up.
Let's see what your view is. This is a really difficult question, and so okay. I think that is much more realistic. So 70% of you think it's less than $1 billion, and I think that probably is more likely to be the case. And I think that's. I've looked at all the numbers. The next poll is number 3. It's about growth, and I think we can probably be all more agreeable about that. But Philip, do you just want to comment on value bubble and where we are?
Yeah, we're I don't get to talk too much, but we're doing a quite detailed, in-depth study into this and the projections with the Saudi government and where this market is really going. One of the biggest issues is that this is a very technology and research-driven sector that in some ways has absolutely nothing to do with the real world of food production in a methodology, even the valuations that you're giving. This isn't how food is calculated in the fields, and of course horticulture, which if there's likely to be any sector that expands significantly, it's going to be horticulture, not the changes in agriculture and the adoption of vertical farming.
Put the mic a bit closer.
Yeah, sure. One of the key things in all our work over the last 10 years and particularly recently is part of the reason we did the work that we did with NEOM in the assessment of all the technologies, and part of those that engaged with us, we were really trying to push is that you can't have a horse race without a load of horses, and so we're still, I think, in that infancy of we've got the right technology, or we've got the right technology, etc., etc. You need 5.
So I was puzzled. Everyone seemed to be creating their own best new bespoke system.
And we were asked this question a while ago as far as using the mobile phone analogy, and I think we all came to the agreement that we're sort of at the BlackBerry point, in as much as we've suddenly realized using it just for telephones to then be able to write as well, we've done. The smartphone is like something that has just sort of tuned into the human psyche and it is unlikely, other than to implant the same technology into the side of your head or something, or into your eyeballs or something, it's unlikely that that technology will evolve further in as much as there's anything more to add to it. And so you could say the mobile phone industry has hit its maturity, of which it will only iterate from here. And vertical farming, and I'm not going to bang on about this side of things from as you put it, organic, but even, and with all due respect, but it's not organic.
Microphone.
Sorry, we've recently, and we worked with Chenghui on this, identified a compound that can make plants think that 45 degrees is 25 degrees, and drought stress remediation off the scale. That costs about 2 cents a meter square to apply to agriculture. And that comes from natural compounds. So a big problem has been that agriculture has been way behind the curve of really making any changes, because it has been a slave to the petrochemical industry for so long. The scale of how you value vertical farming is either taking into account all the technology, etc., but that's not how you value a market in wheat or oats production. It's about turnover. And so I think the final point to make on this, and I apologize, I'm running on a lot of stimulants right now, so if I'm wittering, I apologize, but is that we need to reach a level of interaction between the parties that are out there in establishing industry, and things like the association needs to really grow more strongly, so that
we've all been in silos, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've all been in, yeah.
The planet is a very big place, and there is very, very many opportunities for very different types of vertical.
Yeah, we've done it for the big picture, but we've acted as if it was our own very small picture.
As if pak choi and
yeah.
is a thing.
Okay.
You walk through a supermarket, and where's the pak choi in the rocket? Do we consider this to be food in any real sense? And yet we silo into this.
Okay.
So yeah.
Let's look at growth and your growth prospects. What do you think, result of the poll, your growth there? So 10 to 20% is the preferred. Actually, quite a few below 10%. Quite a few above 20%. 1 or 2 under 5%. 1 or 2 over 40%. Eri, you put 40% plus. You're a real optimist, and you're in a relatively mature market. So, and my personal view is I think 25 to 30 is entirely achievable. That coincides with your 26. I think Chenghui, you said a figure of similar. So you're a real optimist.
I know that I'm too little optimistic, but just hope to be the higher. It has to be.
Exactly, it has to be, in my view.
It has to be, because there's so much potential to achieve that. And because it's just a starting point for the industry. We cannot call this industry as an industry because it's too small yet. And of course, there are many companies selling the produce as a fresh produce, but we can use this technology not for the fresh produce. It's a matter of how you use a plant. So of course, it's lots of research going on for the pharmaceutical. Some are already commercialized, for example, in Japan using strawberry. And they're plant-based produce, and there are a lot expected to grow. And then we have a harsh environmental difficulties now that at a citizen level, we are facing the climate change. And so one of the potential future way of the growing the food, I think it has to be that way. So we have to collaborate more because people are doing the same thing separately.
I've got some questions from the audience. I'm going to put poll number 6 up, and that's the last of this session. So for horticulture crops, vertical farming is good, but for field crops, agrivoltaics, vertical farming for maize, wheat, rye, possible. So what do you say to that?
Well,
Microphone?
are you asking me?
Yeah. Comment on that, yeah?
I'll give you my executive summary.
Yeah, go on.
I just finished another book called The New City, in which I explain, in terms of biomimicry, how cities can imitate nature And one of the big features is sequestering carbon. And you can build using a special wood called cross-laminated timber. And that's equivalent to a tree. And trees don't burn to the ground when they catch on fire. Their branches do, but the tree itself stays up. So this new building material, which is not so new, emanated from Graz University in Vienna. Cross-laminated timber is the way to build cities, and Stockholm is about to do that. In my book, I include vertical farms in virtually every building. I think that's the future of vertical farming, to be included into the production of every single building, regardless of what the function of that building is. And so that a city will manufacture food to feed the entire city. It'll be completely off the agricultural grid. And that's the goal of living apart from nature and with nature as our friend rather than as our arch enemy that we try to protect ourselves against using public health as the excuse. That's completely different from the questions you've been asking. So
that's really interesting.
So I want to say one more thing, though,
yeah,
because
please.
That big jump I showed you between, I guess it was 2014 and 2023, the big 6 years is all I was talking about. And the world was covered with red dots in between. And I think the one issue that was at stake was energy consumed by lighting, which was inadequate. And now we have adequate lighting, which is low energy, adjustable LEDs, and beyond. And I think the world has responded very nicely to that issue, and you can expect more developments along those lines in all the technological aspects that prohibit this industry from gaining its proper place in the world, and that is an integral part of virtually every urban environment.
I've got to ask some other audience questions. Thank you very much. R&D, what does the panel find to be the lowest hanging fruits to focus on to reduce OPEX in vertical farms? What should be focused on first? Anyone like to comment on that? Biostimulants.
Biostimulants, biostimulants, and more biostimulants.
Okay, anyone else? All right, next question. Is vertical farming developing in... Go on then, Peter.
I was just going to say energy. You know, there's the daylight light integer. You can play around a lot with actually just giving the plants the power when it's cheap. Like that is a really, really big thing and a big tool that we can hit the power price with.
Okay. For horticulture crops, if all mentioned tech applied to greenhouse production, is vertical farming still owning its value worldwide? For horticulture crops, I think it means everyone mentioned technology applied. I'm not quite sure I understand that myself. Next one. Is vertical farming developing in two directions, Japan versus UK, EU, US? Do we follow research and development in Japan enough, listen to their experiences? Do we follow Japan's experiences enough? I mean, you've had longer experience of it. And are we paying attention to what's going on in Japan? Do you pay attention to what's going on in Japan? Go on, Peter. Grab a mic.
Not enough.
No, okay.
I'd say I think that we've not done enough to get close to the industry. So,
Chengu, do you follow Japanese developments?
They could say something we can learn from Japan. I know that China, the collaboration with Japanese company, make the vertical farm available now, commercial now. But the UK situation may be different.
Yeah.
Different country, quite different.
But I'd just like to interject. I mean, you know, we looked at 157 vertical farming companies we started out as our start point, and we found it extremely difficult, despite the opportunity, to penetrate into either the Chinese
to talk to Japan. So okay.
So, some of them we'd met at your last conference who were very keen, but when it came to, there does seem to be a real block between European, US, and China.
Interesting.
Know-how and experience.
But you're very open, aren't you, Eri, to conversations, discussion, support? Yeah.
I think that's one of our responsibilities. That number one, it's not easy to find all the information by Google and then English. But also, many of the Japanese companies are too humble to introduce in terms of marketing. So they have been focusing on the Kaizen, which is like improving the little things every day, like a Toyota style. So this is not the fancy marketing style. So I think but now it's a good thing as Professor Lu just introduced about using the AI technology. I think it's a good timing that because all the farming, it's the era for the distributed farming industry, so that all the company could share the data, hopefully, if it's a standardization could improve. And then we get because phenotyping technology, like it's more like in understanding what is going on. So I hope it's gonna be better in the future, no matter where you are.
Got another question here, thank you. For disease and pathogen detection, are you aware of any future technologies or solutions? Back to biostimulants?
Yeah, so it's like opening an entire can of worms. So first of all, so much of the research and so much of the focusing, the great stuff that Jean-Louis does with the phenotyping and really understanding what on earth the plant is to even be able to measure it, is that the plants are treated like it's a passive part of an electronic system. And I appreciate that everyone tries to take it further than that, but our knowledge base of what is that plant, and that's why the research and then the AI being based off of that is so important. So in answer to your question, which is a long one, when it comes to pathogens, when it comes to disease vectors, etc., you have to start with what goes on in nature inside that system of interaction between fungi, bacteria, archaea, etc., that stops and has already dealt with those issues, as opposed to what mechanical intervention or extra clean intervention. It'll never work. It'll just never work.
Chengu, you're doing this research?
Yeah, we did some work about the contaminations. So when we have a showcase, show people to like our shipping container glass house, usually easily to get a contamination aphids coming in and the disease coming. So this is not a good, really like commercial one. It's like a John's Food company. They did a really strictly clean system. They tried to not that people visit there. So this is the commercial. So it's kind of management. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to interject again, because again, this is where this industry is not connected enough to such as horticulture. Go back 20 years. Right now, we use biological controls in pretty much all of horticulture across the planet. And most places are using biological controls without any pesticide use in most of Western Europe, in most of the crops. I can tell you in the center that developed that, because I was doing the work alongside them, the thing that cracked it was introducing the pests in the first place in order to feed the predatory bugs that you put in, et cetera, et cetera. So it wasn't until they stopped looking at the biological controls as a mechanical type process just biologically, but how does the natural system work, that the predication of the biologicals that you're putting in, at that point, pesticide-free, and we helped develop the first pesticide-free branded produce in the world, and the entire industry said that's impossible. And really a big part of what solved it was somebody just had the brainwave, one of the growers in a 10-hectare growing operation, to put the pests in the first place, to then feed, and all of a sudden,
so you
just took over, and without intervention, it was just doing it for itself, and now that's the entire global horticultural approach.
So we're running out of time now. So you said, put nature in, not be sterile. Are you in favor of total control, or do you agree that we don't have to be totally sterile?
My experience is from the perspective of microbiology, because I am a bona fide microbiologist. I've worked all my life in microbiology. I'm a parasitologist by training, and the best way to study a disease is to watch it spread throughout a population. And that's exactly what should have been done for a lot of these plant diseases as well. But of course, most of the microbiologists of the world are concerned about people, not plants. And so they receive the short shrift of all the funding and of all the intensive research, except for outdoor farming. So the farm that I'm most familiar with is Aero Farms, which is just down the road from me. And I visited them from the start when they were a paintball facility abandoned in the heart of the ironbound district of Newark, which is probably the lowest possible property value you could have on a particular piece of property in a very large city of Newark. And they converted that into a very successful business. And they did it by imitating the way in which you isolate patients in a hospital. They are isolated in an intensive care unit. And in order to get into the intensive care unit, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. And in order to visit Aero Farms, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. You have to put booties on. You have to put a protective clothing on. You have to cover your hair. You have to walk through a sterilizing solution before you put the booties on, just to make sure. And then all of the rooms are positively
Is that the future? I mean, do we have to be totally sterile?
Yeah. Now, if you look at the intensive care unit of a hospital, imitate that in terms of your plants and pretend that they're patients in your intensive care unit, and you'll be fine.
I'm just going to take the poll result and then one more question. So let's just see there. So regional hubs, any comments on that? Regional hubs, retail is up there, but the others are not. So clusters seems to be the view. Is that your view, Peter?
Makes sense.
So you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think the retailer is quite an important play for this. Retailers,
yes,
supermarkets. Okay. Yeah, I know the Morrisons, our supermarket, contacted us. We joined the project working with the container farms, how to put like 150 shipping containers in the distribution center and the car park. They can produce produce for the supermarkets, so avoid to import from Spain 1,000 miles. So this will be reality, yeah.
Peter, just one very quick last question to you. How do we get investment back?
Well, I think the first point of my last slide was to get production boring. You know, we've got to be able to prove day in, day out that we can get produce, sell it.
Get the cost down, get the market margins for retailers up.
I think just more basically, you know, the stat earlier was we're under $1 billion of revenue, I think, for the industry. You know, the industry needs to be of multiple billions, and then you'll be able to convince a lot more people like me to come in and fund the sector. And then I think if you can start to get consistent contracts, consistent output, none of these, okay, we're on for a bit and then we're off. Like, I think that's the thing that the sector's really scared a lot of investors around, is that they've started it and then they've stopped quite aggressively or abruptly. I think just consistent, boring output that supermarkets buy, consumers buy, that will get our industry going.
Last words, Eri. Anything that we haven't covered that you want to get across, or a message to the industry, or a representative of a major country? Is there something that we need to focus on or do in a particular way that will benefit the industry overall?
Well, I think it's just a matter of how we utilize this fascinating technology. So it's not just for the company to make profit, but like it could be any tool, like using the digital twin. It could be like a nice science-based amusement tool, and makes people happier. They improve the quality of life. And I like to touch base that, you know, this sector's research has been done since 1950 in many countries. And then NASA has done a lot of great studies. It's in 1980, which we're gonna hear the presentation tomorrow. But I think it's just, you know, reading the academic paper is sometimes hard for the people. So I think it would be nice to have some kind of nice platform to understand the existing research has been done, and then company can utilize that.
Do your homework.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Chengui.
Yeah, I think it's quite important how to transfer technologies into commercial. So we, in the UK, I know the lack of the bridge. So university, we did lots of research. We got the technologies, how we can transfer into the commercial. The university, they focus on papers, they focus on funding. It's not a very interesting commercial, but how we can build center, like a bridge between university and
it's all there, just make it commercial.
How to make a commercial. This is very important. Yeah.
Peter?
I think like massive focus on unit economics. Like I think that we've just got to have the levelized cost of salad. We've got to be at the top of the curve. We've got to be at race to the bottom.
Really manage costs, Philip.
Yeah, I would agree with Peter. The most important thing is for this to become normal, even if it is starting with crops like rocket, etc., to become normalized and scaled. There's a lot of what's next, and it's like in commercial horticulture again. When do you step into the LEDs? When do you make that capital commitment? Because within the next 2 years, it's going to be a different thing.
Yep.
It's now reached a point that LEDs are becoming pretty normal to put into large-scale technology. So we need to sort of get to a point which I believe Fisher Farms and a few others have reached, where it's good enough to be able to compete on like-for-like basis, not premium basis.
So make vertical farming normal,
yeah,
and affordable.
The most important thing,
competitive pricing.
We've been dealing with the real world of food production on very, very large scale. The supermarket loves
Mainstream.
Mainstream. That you can do it greener, you can do it that. But they will not pay you 1/4 of 1 pence more for the produce compared to what the market can supply them.
Okay.
Because they cannot, because the competitor down the road isn't.
Cost competitiveness. Dixon.
Well, thank you for the the spot for the last word, because I have a great quote for you to remember. It's by an ecologist whose brother was an even more famous ecologist, Eugene Odum. This is from Howard Odum, his brother, who was very much in touch with the mathematics of nature and how nature actually works. And so his quote is as follows: "Nature has all the answers. What's your question?" And your question should be, how could we better imitate nature in efficiency in terms of raising our plants indoors? And if you can answer that question, you'll solve it all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dixon. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Jingui. Thank you, Eri, for lots and lots of fascinating insights. And we now have a break. We break for half an hour. Please be back at 11:15. Slight timing changes. 11:15, please be back. Thank you. Good, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
No, well conducted. A small audience, but I'm sure very, very influential in the field.
I hope so, I hope so.
No, it's not how many, it's who.
It's quality, yes.
Not how many.
Well, I've had some very big events and I've had some very small events, and I've often thought, if just the speakers spoke to each other,
Test. Whoa. Test 1. 1, 1. 1, 1.
Is it working? Works.
Wait, let me check it. Okay, say something again.
Works.
Hello. Hörst du, wie schön das jetzt klingt? Can you hear me? Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Okay, warte mal. Hello, hello, hello. Ja, check one. Check one, test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Es kommt aber nicht aus dem Notebook, wo die Musik herkommt, oder? Ihr Ausgang. Warte, nicht, dass ich hier... Okay, das ist schlecht. Okay. Can you say something if you hear me? I hear you now too, because we had to turn off the laptop with the music, because the same channel. Can you say something again? Okay, again. Okay, one more time, please. This sounds good to me. Okay, where are you from? Where are you from? Where do you come from? Where are you born? Can you hear me? Hello.
I can say something. See?
Okay, if you'd like to take your seats, that would be kind. Thanks very much. We're going to start this session. Is there a microphone issue? Is it mine or?
It's moved a bit.
Oh, it's moved, okay. Thank you. We're going to start this session with the sponsor presentation. And the topic is on-site nutrient laboratory for real-time efficiency. How important is that? It's going to be given by the Chief Executive Officer of CE Line from Netherlands, Simon Meyer. Simon.
Thank you. Very excited to hear all the stories this morning already. It really is a thrill to see how we're thinking here about the future in vertical farming. And what I hear is we need data, we need to optimize, we need to make it boring. Okay, let's make it boring and I will provide some data for you. Why data is so important? You have to steer what you're doing. It's a plant, it grows, how to do that. So we developed a plug-and-play lab to put in your vertical farm. So we're powering up the insight you can have on your growth, in the dosing of your nutrients, in your irrigation water, what's coming back in your drain water, what you want to reuse in the next dosing round. And we wanted to make it plug and play. No human interface, no mistakes, no delays. So we take samples in line from your water system and we clean the system daily. We calibrate it daily. Actually, it's the same job as a lab does, but we do it fully, mechanically, and totally independent. We work according to ISO standards, so the levels of output we deliver are also lab quality. Then you have a lot of data, and what then? A lot of growers are not accustomed to have so much nutrient data, so we also give them some advices on how to optimize it. We introduced this a year ago, after 10 years of testing, and we did get some awards on innovation, but now let's utilize it for the industry. This is how it looks like. It's a box, meter high, weight 80 kilo. So you have to imagine there's a lab guy we did put in there. And we analyze all the nutrition elements you want to know. We have some filtering installation on the side, and just to get the sampling filtered to make sure there's no clogging up of the system. The data is presented in the dashboard we have or connected to your climate computer. This is just the outside. What's inside? The technology we use is capillary electrophoresis. It's actually a glass tube, very small diameter, where we insert the sample of water. We put 20,000 volts on it, and then ions travel because they have a certain size and characteristics, so we can measure it because they pass by in a certain order. And actually in 1 hour, you have all your data available. How does this look like? On the top you see some electronics, the steering of the machine, a unit that produces the 20,000 volts, and in the middle we have sample preparation. If we work with a high EC value, we will dilute to make sure we can measure. And in the box there is reagents. These are to separate the elements, to make them visible for us in our analysis, to clean, and also to calibrate and to dilute. We supply monthly the liquids, and that's the only manual work to do. Once a month, replace this box. This is the flow chart how we implement it in a greenhouse or a vertical farm. The first point of measurement is the water that goes in your greenhouse after your dosing. So you have a precise control of what your dosing was. Was there any mistake? You see it immediately. The second point is the drain water, dirty drain as we call it. And this is very important. If you compare the number 1 and number 2, you know what's the uptake of your plant. And of course the substrate has an effect, certain time delay. But if you know that, you have exact data on uptake. If you have water treatment, ozone, UV, or you combine several greenhouses and recipes of water, we have a third measurement point to make sure that if you use that water, you know what's the content of it. You see there is one loop, but if you have, for instance, leafy greens, and more recipes and more compartments in your greenhouse, a vertical farm, we just connect 3, 4 loops to the same unit. So you just have a sequence of doing the measurements from different areas. There's also an option for an extended loop, as we call it. And that's an aquaponics. This is a flowchart of a customer we have in Norway. Their salmon breeding is measured also. We measure the nutrients in the water after filtering. And the company knows exactly what to add to get to the spectrum they want in a vertical farm. So we have 2 closed loops that actually come together. So these are 7 points to measure and to represent. This is nice. This is how it looks and how it's installed, but it's far more relevant to see, hey, what kind of data do I get? This is an example of strawberry farm, vertical farm, US, in March. And this is the data you see. In a week time, 1 time a day, twice a day, you see the development. You do not have 1 point and 1 point, no. What's happening, you can see a trend. Why is that so important to have this kind of real-time data? Look at what values you find on nitrate and carbonate on the day of doing that measurement. And compare what is the data you get from the lab that day. So, 27, we know the values. So, based on the lab data, you say, hey, nitrate is high, let's reduce it. Yeah? That's the data you have. So what happens after that is you get an undershoot on your nitrate, and the result of that is the carbonate is going up. By the way, this is data you don't say in your lab report. This is what we see happening in reality. So what can we deliver if we use more frequently? Pattern recognition. AI gets very handy in this case. We see a pattern developing in carbonate and nitrate, and we ask ourselves, of course, the question, where is this coming from? Let's take a look at the number 1 source, the irrigation side. The guys there had the idea they had a very stable way of doing irrigation. When we looked a little bit more close, it wasn't. What we did find out is that there was a critical level of dosing the nitrate, just by comparing the data. Okay, let's use that information. After 4 weeks, problem solved. Strange pattern and stress in your crop was gone, simply because we were able to stabilize the nitrate on that knowledge and keep monitoring it. did see some maps earlier today. Funny enough, they match. Our customer base is on the same locations, of course, for vertical farming and front runners. But it's also research companies, Wageningen, Delphi, and others. And it's very interesting to see how that's growing. Japan is one of our sectors where we have a lot of demand. And there's a lot of projects planned already. If we install, we did always work in combination with people that do the water installations, that do climate computers, because of course making an integrated solution is the most relevant. So, what's in the end what you get? 3 to 5% higher yield, simply because of less plant stress. If you own 800 acres of tomato, that makes sense. You have better planning and control. You have a planning, you have a contract. You want to steer with your nutrients, then you have to have accurate nutrients data to be able to do so. You de-risk failures mechanically and human in dosing, you rule out. You have a closed system, so you really can recycle your water. With all this data and some help from technology, automatic dosing, and by that autonomous growing, becomes really possible. So let's make it boring and hands-free, fly-by-wire, as I say. And of course, you have some immediate savings on lab, on the guys taking the samples, and probably you will reduce your fertilizer also. So these are the things we can offer. Power up vertical farming. It's available. Thank you.
Just stay for a second. Just want to ask you a couple of quick questions. Do I have to buy one of these, or can I rent one of these?
Both.
Both, okay. And what the capital cost is around for a starter level?
You reduce your costs per sample to half or less.
Okay.
So you can do double the number of samples for the same amount of money.
And can I do it without a lab technician?
Definitely.
Right. I just wanted to get an idea. So
Yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you, Simon. Thank you. Okay, we now have our industry leadership session with 4 leading players, not 5. Unfortunately, Jesper Hensen made contact last night to say that he'd caught COVID and cannot be with us. So I really apologize, and he apologizes for not being with us this time. So I'm going to open with the speaker from Netherlands with a passion for wine as well as for plants. He was global director for city farming at Signify and is now the head of business development at Italy's Planet Farms, where he has a remarkable story to tell, from disaster to accelerated growth. Roel Jensen.
Am I on? Yes, I'm on. Thank you. Yeah, welcome everybody. Thanks for having me, Richard. Thanks for, again, bringing together such a nice crowd. Yeah, some history about myself. I was doing the first vertical farming project in 2008. This was with orchids, trying to use some lights that were used for signage to increase the multiplication rate of Phalaenopsis. At the time, that was still vertical farming. If you would put a room full of tissue culturalists here, it would be rather different in the way people would speak about it, I would assume. But that was the start of vertical farming. I was at the 2014 session in Nottingham as well, where we met with Dixon as well. So good to see you're still as bright-minded as back in the days. And he's very humble, because at that time he walked up to us, which is something Peter mentioned earlier as well, because I was still in lighting business, and he thanked us, I was at the time at Philips, for improving lighting in such a way that it could accelerate vertical farming. And it just shows the kind of humble person he is, I think, because in the end, of course, we have to thank him for his inspiration, and eventually we all need to make sure that we make it work. This year, I'm exceptionally happy to be here, because I was a little bit afraid I was not going to be, because in January 22nd this year, our 1 hectare farm in Cavanago, Italy, close to Milano, was on fire. It's lost, so we don't have a 1 hectare farm in Cavanago anymore. We have an outer shell, But yeah, we basically cried our eyes out. We could see our basil crying. So thank God for AI, of course. But yeah, it's unbelievable. We were called together by our CEOs, and they said, listen, something happened in the room which has technology not managed by us. So think a compressor room where something could, of course, something can happen. It was a short circuit in the compressor room with technology that we purchased, so we didn't develop it ourselves. And what happens? Yeah, our fire detection went off, and then you notify the fire brigade, of course, and they bring adequate equipment onto the site to help you solve the issue. And this was basically what it looked like. An Italian farm typically is an open field farm with one shed. So the support at the beginning we got from the fire brigade was this. And we had a 1 hectare industrial site. Now, all of the details, they're still discussing, negotiating, insurance is still involved. Still not all of the final bits and pieces are covered, but yeah, it took 5 hours before we had adequate support on site from the fire brigade, and then it was too late. After that, it's a highway of emotions, of course, because what's going to happen? And actually, I think 3 hours after the fire brigade said, okay, forget it, we're just going to let it go controlled because it's such a compartmented facility. You have to let it go. Our CEO called us together and said, this is not the end, which in this business, of course, is very challenging. They said, let's restart, and from today is the next chapter of Planet Farms. So what we did is we went from disaster to accelerated growth. And I will just show you some examples of what we did as soon as we heard that, yeah, basically we had to restart. Of course, everything that my colleagues did on the insurance side, on sorting out all the financial challenges that we have, because you can imagine, we lost our facility 22nd of January, and we had to be in the retail again the year after August with our second site. So 2025 August, let's say, was the intended start of our second facility. So we permitted land, and we said, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to accelerate that facility. So the good thing, and vertical farming operators know it, if you have permitted land, that's a very good starting point. Because to get it permitted for something which is new still for governments, for everybody, it's something which is very important. So we said we're going to develop new things. We started, luckily, we grew basil, and we grew a lot of basil, and we grew basil for pesto. And those of you who have tasted our pesto typically don't ever forget about it. And what we also did is we made a lot of basil paste and froze it for R&D purposes, for all of those kind of things. So to develop something, a processed product, we said we will always keep some basil in the freezer. Of course, we had our R&D sites where we were still trialing and growing some plants as well. But we said, what can we do with basil now that we have the time to do new things? So we decided we're going to launch a pesto brand in the US, premium pesto. So what you see over here, Luca 1863, Luca happened to be the name of our CEO. So he was sort of proud when we came up with the name. 1863 is the year modern day pesto is invented. So in Liguria, they invented pesto in 1863. We said we're going to take our basil from the fridge, so still the heritage from Cavenago, and transform that into some of the best shelf-stable pestos, and launch that in US. So we made a basil truffle, basil pumpkin, basil pepperoncino, and basil pomodoro, all with a link stating heritage meets innovation. Innovation comes from our basil, which is perfectly delicate for these kind of products, and the heritage comes from the different products. So we take truffle from the Apennino Hills, we take pumpkin from Emilia-Romagna, same with pomodoro, and we take pepperoncino from Calabria. We blend that together, and we create a clean label shelf-stable pesto. And to show you the story, I will share a video of the brand, and I hope it works. Normally there's a very nice Italian music behind it. See? So product development outside of our real core business, just using what we still had in our hands at the time of the disaster. This is now going to launch Q4 this year in US, so probably by the end of the year you can get it on Amazon as well in the US. We also looked at commercial traction. So when you have time, most people that are in the business know that the biggest gain you get in yields comes from varieties. If you have everything else under control, you do variety screening, you have the right variety to grow within your dedicated set of climate settings, growth recipes, it can be a difference of 30% between one variety or the other. So we started trialing new varieties, and we started blending new mixes. We always sell mixes, baby leaf, teen leaf mixes. And with those mixes, grown in the lab, we started to go to the customers we already knew, and also to new clients. We said, hey, we will be back, and our CEO, ambitious or stupid as he is, said, we will be back on the shelves in August, this year. So not next year, this year. 22nd of January, gone, nothing built. 6 months later, in store. Quite ambitious. He's Italian, and he likes Ferraris and fast-paced environments, so you never know, but they said, okay, if you're back this year, we're happy to discuss a launch because, yeah, you're not going to launch something which is only available the year after. And this is actually not just listing all the retailers in Italy. This is actually everybody that currently, as we speak, has products on the shelves right now. So 22nd of January this year, no facility. We are now the 25th of September, and we are in. Last thing, what you do when you basically lose a facility, yeah, what do you do with the people? There were, even though we fully automated everything from seed to pack, not the final bit, yeah, you still have people inside the facility. There are plant managers, there are some operators, there is a technical team, an engineering team. They were inside the Cavanago facility. We said, okay, we're not going to lay off any of those people. We're going to integrate them into the other teams. So the design team that was building the new facility actually had a few bright minds to come in. And why is this super useful? Because normally, when you're running a facility, there's always something you need to solve. So you don't have time to tell the people that are building the next one what is going wrong. Now, because of the disaster, all of the people that were dealing with the issues which seem very small maybe for a technical team, all of a sudden became very important. So they had some issues with the seeding line, like every time there was something wrong with some seeds. You know, normally a seeding line is a seeding line. Of course, there is difference in it, but they were not really being too picky on the seeding line. Now they were, because they know from the guy that came from Cavanago and was all of a sudden in the design team that they needed to focus on better seed quality, better seeding lines, better harvesting lines, changing the routing slightly. So it was very useful to integrate all of those people. Eventually that resulted in a fully automated warehouse and packaging line. So also at the end of the line where packaging was done, now we did a full automatic line. So boxing, taking the products into the box is now also fully automated. We doubled the growing area with 30% increase in building footprint. So from 1 hectare, the new facility is now 2 hectares, with only 30% more floor space used. More flexible, precise fertigation system, designed in-house because the normal ones were specifically designed for greenhouses and they were way too big to create the flexibility we wanted. Higher performance lighting, obviously I have some background in lighting, so we really worked together with a lot of parties, and in the end, together with Signify, designed a light which is specifically catered to what we need to grow the best crops. More efficient automation, new harvest line tray design, upgrade in the fire protection system, obviously, because otherwise we couldn't get permitting to actually run the facility. And this is Italy. I mean, bureaucracy is probably, there is a very nice Italian word for it, but I've come to experience that in Italy it's, yeah, let's not start. And like I said, we didn't have any layoffs. And I think if you look at it, the theme of today is powering up. What we did after the crisis, our CEOs bringing together the people immediately 3 hours after and saying, hey, we're not gone, we're gonna push it. It's been the toughest year ever, for sure. I mean, to accelerate a facility that is double the size, to get funding, to build that facility, to be able to keep your people on, to be able to convince people to invest money where you don't have a product to show, where you don't have an asset, which is buying, where you're still uncertain about your insurance. To keep going is very difficult at times. But if you have the right mindset, and if you really team up as a group, and if you start to explore options which are maybe not in the standard way of working, we would have never built a shelf-stable pesto, but now all of a sudden, we have a really good location. If we overproduce on basil, we're gonna put it into a shelf-stable pesto because it's not waste, it's a product that lasts for 3 years. So we were forced to be creative on all angles, and it really fueled up and powered up the organization. Everybody's exhausted, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't recommend having a facility burned down, that's not what I'm saying, but it does give you an extra spark to be more creative. And I think creativity and resilience is what we need as an industry as well. So this is the new facility. Like I said, being Italian, also the appearance is important. This is next to a highway. Why is the wave pattern there? It's next to a tree nursery. If you drive by on the highway, you see the trees, and it's sort of like a wave of trees that you see because they're all straight, but you're driving. So we wanted to basically get that same pattern into the facility design. It's now all covered with solar panels, and next to it there's a 5 megawatt solar park being built. And it's, 22nd of January was when there was nothing here. First sowing was 20th of August. First harvest was 9th of September. And now here we are. So this is the packaging. For those of you who are familiar with it, I think you know it. And I think I just want to close off with something that our CEOs were also continuously saying. Bad companies are destroyed by crisis, good companies survive them, great companies are improved by them. By the Intel CEO, Andy Grove. Thanks a lot.
Great. We'll just take one more presentation and then we'll do the panel after that. Sure. So thank you. That was an amazing story, and all credit to you. You have to have a vision, but you also have to deliver. We now move on to the United States, where our speaker developed celebrity burgers into a $100 million business. And then he moved on to become the Chief Executive Officer of Freight Farms. For us, he'll provide insights from vertical farming's most international network. And he is online, I hope. I don't know, is there a thumb up there? You are there, Rick. Congratulations. Thank you. It's great that you can join us. So we look forward to your presentation. Rick Van Zura.
Markets, including both for-profit and not-for-profit. Actually, about 30% of our business is not-for-profit. In this industry, there's a lot of talk about ESG. Our position is we should be proud of our role in ESG as long as we're specific about what that means. For us, of the 17 United Nations SDG goals, we hit about 8 of them: land conservation, water conservation, job creation, food security, et cetera. So we think we, as freight farms and we as an industry, should claim where we have that kind of an impact. What we shouldn't claim is the benefits around carbon, unless we happen to be one of the folks in the industry that's leveraging renewable energy. And then, of course, if you are, the carbon story can look very good because of not having all of the impacts of long transportation chains. So we're continuing to focus on how our farmers can leverage more renewables. We're focused on energy efficiency in our farms, but we're also claiming the ESG impact where we can. And then finally, for us, we're only as successful as our farmers. And for the 70% who are in it for profit, that means they have to make money. We aim for 2 to 3 year payback on investments in our farms. So our R&D is really focused on continuing to drive that financial equation for our farmers. So historically, everything we've sold is from that 8 by 40 foot shipping container, or 2.5 by 12 meter shipping container that you saw in the video, standard form factor of a shipping container. But we really use that to prove out modular technology that we can use in either smaller applications or larger applications. And last year, we went into a short manufacturing run of our newest product, the Garden, which is about half the size, about a third of the productivity of the greenery, target MSRP about 40%. So it checks the boxes for folks who want a less expensive, lower labor, more portable version of our farms. It also comes with the added benefit of a window so you can see what's growing inside, more visually pleasing aesthetics. So we plan on launching that sometime late next year or 2026 as we're gathering feedback this year. As I mentioned, we're about more than just the hardware. Farmhand is our software solution where, in addition to a lot of powerful crop management, task management, alerting capability, this is where all of that network learning comes into play, because it's through all of the data and the collective farmer experience that we optimize recipes that become pre-programmed recipes that you can operate in the farm and let the software manage all of the variables in the farm, as opposed to you trying to figure it out on your own. And then our e-commerce capability is Farmhand Shop. This is where we sell a range of operating supplies, including nutrients that are specifically optimized for the farm. So those all come together to create that, turnkey offering that I'd mentioned before. So I talked about our customer base being diverse. This is an example of kind of how they sit. In the interest of time, I won't go into detail other than to say, historically, it's been largely small business farmers, mom and pop operations that focus on our value proposition of being able to grow 365 days a year consistently, to either grow specialty crops or to address places in extreme climates where they can be commanding a premium as the only consistent provider year-round of a certain crop, or to create specialty characteristics from hard-to-grow crops to get that premium. Or the other has been academic institutions. We're in more than anyone in the world. We're in over 70, where they use us for a range of both academic and feeding student purposes. Where we're moving now is much more to industrial clients as we continue to improve the capability of the farm, like that large industrial on the bottom right in Germany, where again, they take advantage of the fact that we can be hyper-local, hyper-fresh, and hyper-precise to create a point of difference in the market, but to take advantage of improving yields so they can continue to address more and more mass markets like grocery. So this is an example of where we are in the world. I'm going to get to our partners on a SPAC process that we've been going through at Lexington Capital, but one more pin we need to add here is Mexico, where that relationship really helped us unlock our first entry into Latin America. And so we expect that'll result in many more dots as we move south of the border in the Western Hemisphere. So with that as an overview of the company, taking a look at what really is our priority right now, improving those reliable, high-quality yields and where we are in it. So we're in the middle of a pretty substantial research effort where It started in 2023 where we had validated through customers that for lettuce, and we have similar results for other crops, we were able to get 5.3 kilograms a year through production in that 2.5 by 12 meter box through all of the techniques that are indicated here. By the beginning of this year, we had grown that to 6.6 kilograms. Where we are in the journey now is through all of the techniques listed on this page, which is a combination of changing how we deal with space inside of the farm to sort of optimize crop density and exposure to light inside the farm. We've also worked on optimizing water turnover as well as a couple in the range of additives, where we believe by the end of, or by the middle of next year, we'll have grown to 8.8 kilograms without making any fundamental hardware change inside our farms. We think another year past that, there's an opportunity to get that to over 12,000 kilograms a year through hardware changes, a lot of which are focused on light spectra that we've done enough experimenting with that we feel pretty confident about the results we'll be able to see. So as we continue to move on that path of improving yields, that certainly will continue to open up markets for us, and we think is a big opportunity. So moving into the final chapter for us, what blocks and unlocks growth really comes down to the four things. First of all, we're still going down the financing path that we were talking about last year at this time. We had embarked on a combination with Agronam, a SPAC. We recently went off that route. I would say punchline there is just the reason we went down that route was because of the relationship with Lexington and the strategic relationships they have in Mexico and Latin America and their personal commitment to funding the company. All of that's come to pass. We've seen a ton of benefit from that, and they continue to be supportive, so we expect to continue to get the benefit, but without all of the negatives that come with the SPAC route, including having the additional public company costs and some of the barriers that we've faced with raising money given just the performance of SPACs. So we're now 100% focused on private investment, and the story around that continues to be the traction we've gotten in the market, as well as where we're headed in the future with things like that crop yield increasing. Customer financing has also been a barrier, particularly in the US. Before Silicon Valley Bank collapsed and before we had the spike in interest rates to deal with inflation, it was very easy for our farmers to get loans. Those loans are now more expensive and harder to get. So the challenge for us is continuing to demonstrate those customer success stories and the now pretty well-established collateral value of our farms to sort of initiate community lending as a strong source for customer financing. And we do think with the recent interest rate drops that in the US that will certainly help in this regard. Energy for all of us has been an issue, particularly in Europe and the islands. So for that, it's really a case of just continuing to focus on improving energy efficiency, improving the overall economics of the farm so that can overcome some of the increased costs in energy efficiency. And then on the sustainability front, I would say, again, our focus is claim the benefits where you can, but don't, greenwash, don't claim what you can't claim, but continue to work on the things like support of renewable energy, access to renewable energy that can be an unlock there. And then finally, scalability. We periodically still get the question on, well, how economically viable can you be with modular farming given economies of scale work against you with a container form factor? Two approaches to that. One is demonstrating that modularity makes sense in very large-scale projects, and we have one underway outside of Kolkata, India, which recently got to their first harvest, and I would say that was very encouraging in terms of what they were able to do with our technology. And the second is just continuing to demonstrate how productive we can be with our current technology per that couple of charts that I shared on improvements in yields and productivity in the farm. So we continue to look at it simplistically this way, which is agriculture is a $13 trillion US business, obviously one of the largest industries in the world. And in its history, it's come in four generic forms: large-scale outdoor, small-scale outdoor, large-scale indoor, should say, and then indoor distributed. And that's the segment we play in, and we're by far the largest in the world at it. So not saying all four obviously are equivalently sized sectors, but when you have the macro trends that remain behind the industry, when you have a dominant position in one of the four forms, you should be able to convert that into great value if you appropriately focus and understand the use cases where that value is the highest. So we continue to believe that this is going to be a very large business. I say often, earlier in my career, I ran a couple of billion-dollar businesses, and I expect by the time I retire, this will be the largest business I've ever run. And again, it's because the macro drivers are so strong for all of us, including us, and because of our dominant position in that fourth form of agriculture that I mentioned before. So that is it. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Rick. That's great. So, Rick, I hope you can stay with us. Roland,
Sure.
would you like to come up and join me? And then I will introduce two other eminent panelists to join in the discussion. So, Roland, if you come here, that'd be great. So we've got two more panelists to join us. First from the UK is an agritech and clean energy expert working with Citigroup, with Shell, with solar, with biomass, with smart batteries, with poultry and with fish. He's the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Fisher Farms, Tristan Fisher. And we have another founder and Chief Executive Officer, this time from Sweden, where he's driving the best-in-class practice on yields, sustainability, competitiveness, and communications from Lusgårda, Andreas Wilhelmsson. So, and we have Rick on screen, and everyone's shaking hands. We're shaking hands with you, Rick, and they're saying hi. So, can you see us, Rick, or have you just got...
No, I can't.
Okay. Well, we can see you very clearly, and thank you for that presentation. Tristan first, and then Andreas second. Tristan, just give us a word about where you are with your business and your perspective on the market, and then I'll ask the same to Andreas, just to sort of give us the context.
So thanks for that. Just for everybody else's sort of understanding, so I'm Tristan Fisher. I'm the founder of Fisher Farms. We started off life in a shipping container, and then we moved to a bespoke building which has about 3,200 square meters of growing space just north of Birmingham. And we now have a larger facility which is about 25,000 square meters of growing space, which is just west of Norwich. So one of the things which has really struck me is how hard scaling is. And going from the shipping container to our first farm, we learned a whole bunch of things which we were completely unexpected that happened as a result of going from the shipping container to the larger unit. And having done that much larger unit, we sort of thought we'd had everything sorted out by the time we moved to our much bigger 25,000 square meter facility. And yet again, a whole series of things which just simply didn't exist at that smaller scale started to emerge from that as well. So scaling is hard, but once you get it, you have some significant advantages in terms of the productivity that your facilities can actually generate. So that's sort of where we have got to, and we are moving forward with our third farm, which is a sort of a slightly different design philosophy, trying to capture some of the learnings which we've had from all the various different generations of farm we've done before that. But that's going to be a much bigger farm at about 120,000 square meters of growing space.
That's enormous.
That is probably bigger than all the vertical farms in the world combined.
And what's the biggest learning?
So automation is hard. Software at that scale is hard. So we took a lot of the software and hardware learnings that we've done from Farm 1, took them to Farm 2, and our software was just about made it at Farm 1, started to really creak when it came to Farm 2. We did a lot of factory testings on all of our equipment before we put them in, but because the farm is yet again so big, despite the fact you do all the factory testing isn't actually a farm. And so when you put that in a farm, you'll then discover things that the factory test gave you 100% perfect score, but then you put them to a really large farm, the dynamics of what's going on in the farm are actually different to what you're doing in the factory test. So a lot of the issues are just simply about moving lots of things around on a regular basis. Getting the speed of our equipment was an issue. So we had a certain number of speed, which we had to move all our trays around, and it took us months to actually get back to where we were supposed to arrive at. So just sort of things like that. It's basically, scaling is hard, but worthwhile.
It is hard, and lots of lessons. Andreas, how are you doing?
Doing very well. Let's see, is it working? I almost don't need it. Yeah, doing very well. So for the ones who don't know, use Skorda or supernormal greens. We proud ourselves of being anything but normal. If you walk into a grocery store in Sweden, in 1/3 of them you will find our bag lettuce. So we have two types of bag lettuce that we produce in, it's still our first large-scale farm, and located in the middle of Sweden, in between Gothenburg and Stockholm.
Thank you. And just tell us about branding, because you've made a big thing about that. You said you're super normal.
Yeah, we are. And yeah, branding-wise, I think there are several parts to it. I think branding is important, and we can discuss several aspects of that. But I want to emphasize, first of all, that we come from a position where we don't think you can charge for a sustainable lettuce. So if you walk into these grocery stores in Sweden, in some of them, we are the cheapest bag lettuce you can buy on shelf, including imported non-eco brands. And that's a little bit too cheap. I'm okay with being priced the same, but we have that fundamental belief that you can't charge for just being sustainable lettuce. You can charge if you start to add benefits that you don't have on the shelf today, but as long as you grow lettuce or rocket or whatever it is, that's, from our point of view, you need to be price competitive if you want to hit mass volume. So coming from that, I think that beats brand by far, but brand helps to create a relationship with the customer, to help them make that first decision. But if you look at Swedish populace, which I know statistics about, but I think it's similar in all Europe, they used to have their biggest buying decision was that it was Swedish, that it was local. But that flipped a couple of years ago, so price is number one. Price was always number two. And sustainability and everything we want to market on our products, that comes pretty far.
So we used to want what we would like to have, and now we want what we need to have.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is not unique for the kind of produce we do in vertical farming. It's the same for many products that you buy without thinking. I mean, in here we think a lot about about the greens that we are buying. Most consumers don't.
Yeah.
So if you can do something that stands out, that pop in the shelf, then you get a little bit of attention to get a chance to get a new customer.
Okay, so yeah, just push that forward, yeah.
It also helps with speed. I mean, if you look, we're launching in Switzerland under our own brand, not because we're desperate to sell our own brand into retail. It's just that private label in retail takes so much consensus across the organization that it's much easier to start with something new, which we believe is better tasting. On the front of the Swiss pack of Planet Farms, there is no grown in a vertical farm there. It just says that it's yeah, it's good stuff. It's super tasty. Taste is our main differentiator. And of course, Coop is not your average retailer. It's at the higher end. But once you're in on flavor and then you get the scale, you get a relationship, it's easier to tap into the PL category as well and work with them on a cost competitive mass scale product.
I've got two polling questions on crops. So I'd like to get number 4 up to ask you about that. And number 5 follows from 4. And Rick, you won't be able to see this. What will be the main contributor to vertical farming revenue growth to 2030? Leafy greens, microgreens, strawberries, mushrooms, or other? And the second question will be about the other category. So just, oh, you've got your phone, so if you want to just vote on that. I've only got one device, so I can only vote once. Rick, I'm going to ask you, because after we've talked about crops, Rick, I want to ask you about business models, because one of the really interesting things about all 4 of your businesses is you have different business models. But while we're all thinking about that, Roel, can I just ask you about, following on from retailers and branding, you must have let down on the 23rd of January a lot of retailers, and yet by the, whatever it was, the 9th of September, you had all your retailers on board and you were satisfying them. How did you communicate and how did they support you and how did you get that support?
So I think we were very lucky that from day one we focused on flavor. So customers liked our product and actually we saw that everything around our product was also increasing in sales. So we have a very distinct packaging. So people go to the packaging and maybe they feel like, oh, it's a little bit too expensive or it's not enough. Once they haven't tried it, it's expensive. Once they've tried it, it's value for money. That's the difference. So, but once they saw it and once they bought it again. And around it, it grew as well. So the category in itself was non-existent in Italy because there's so much rocket, rucola grown in the fields that when we launched, because we launched at scale, we launched with a 1 hectare farm. That was our first farm, essentially, after some R&D work. We immediately were in all stores. So we basically created a sort of new category, or at least a distinction to the category in Italy. They liked it. They saw that it worked. So they said, hey, we keep communicating with you. It was almost more like, and I hate this word, partnership with the retail, because in the end, they'll always just let go of you if they find something better.
So you'd already established your product, its quality and reliability.
Yeah, exactly. And then we just kept them up to date. And luckily, we had the R&D center where we were exploring new varieties, and we just kept them in the loop of the development of the new range that we were going to launch again later in the year. And if you bring them along, and if they liked your product, if you have a good relationship with them and keep communicating, then they're open to restocking. And now we're at all the retailers we were in, and a lot more as well.
Okay, thank you. Business models. All your business models are different. Rick, you had this distributed model you commented on. We had a poll earlier this morning which said that regional hubs, a majority of people thought that regional hubs were the way we would end up developing this industry. What about your distributed model? What is it that makes, numerically, presumably, you will end up with, and we will end up with, thousands and thousands of container units around. What's the sort of prevailing thought about that? Is it going to be multiples of individual containers stacked on each other and things like that? Or is it really small scale, one-on-one?
Yeah, I would say it definitely depends on the use case. So on the 30% of our business that's not for profit, those are overwhelmingly individual containers, because what they're looking for is something that is can be integrated right in the community, and it's as much of a learning lab or STEM education and augment to other things they might do in farming, like colleges and universities.
And they can afford this, can they? And they can get sales from this.
Well, they can afford it, I would say, if they're not for profit. Some don't care about sales at all. Some want just enough sales to cover operating costs, and that's fairly easy to do at the volumes you need on the not-for-profit side. On the for-profit side, in general, say our customers have focused on, to paraphrase this industrial conglomerate that's using our farms, they want to scale on a highly distributed basis, where their thesis is no off-taker is more than a bike ride away from the farms, because that hyper-local aspect is key to their differentiation.
And
Having
will
said
that sustain a livelihood? Will that sustain, will one container sustain 2 jobs? What's the sort of...
Yep, so one container takes about 25 hours to operate. For a small business farmer, they generally look to get to 3, because they tend to be 2-person teams, whether it's husband and wife.
So 2 people, 3 containers.
Right, and then you get some economies of scale out of that. You can have a good business and you can have a manageable lifestyle. However, to me, a key guiding principle for us is, if we want to get really big, at some point we've got to get to parity on what our farmers being able to sell at least organic pricing into grocery, which obviously for niche markets, et cetera, will make it even more profitable. But to open up that market, because quality, we see, unless you're dealing with niche crops or niche markets, that's the tiebreaker. And one of the transitions we've seen over the last couple of years, which I think everybody's sort of noted, is we've gone from an era where people are really willing to invest in and focus on ESG, where people might be willing to pay more of a premium on crops, to where now folks will use that as a tiebreaker, but they're sort of much more pragmatic about, how much money do I have to spend? How do I need to manage my budget? So for us, our real focus right now is getting those yields to a point where, again, our farmers could at least match organic at grocery, and then all of the other value that comes with our proposition being more of the tiebreaker than having our farmers just focus on premium markets on the for-profit side.
And Tristan, you started with a container.
We started with a container. There's some advantages in containers. I think the growing environment in a container is easier to control than a larger building. The larger the structure, you get differentials between temperature and humidity and airflow. So I think there's definitely some advantages on the container side.
Will you have a modular structure in your new big operation?
Well, our existing building is very modular, so we have 20 growing tunnels already. So it's not one ginormous building. So we try to take that container mindset into the new farm, rather than just having one big space. It also helps in terms of sort of biosecurity and things like that as well. So there are some advantages about that different type of structure. Yeah.
And yet you're going for massive scale. What is in 20 years' time? Will vertical farms be monsters, or will they be? Is there a 5,000 meter squared, 10,000 meter squared optimum? You've gone for something much bigger.
Yeah, I think that there is a whole range of different case uses for vertical farms, and I think they range from what freight farms have done, which are sort of the mom and pop, husband and wife team, 3 shipping containers. That's a very good business model, to bulk production of boring commodity crops, and so everybody.
And
in the vertical,
you've got to have a different customer base,
exactly.
which is perhaps national.
Yeah, so ours are sort of food service bulk is where we're at, and I think it's just when you're much smaller, you can do the small niche areas. As you get larger, you basically have to become increasingly boring and increasingly bulk, because there just isn't the market for everybody having that wonderful niche product. And the aim of sort of Fisher Farms, is we're currently growing our sort of phase 1 crops of the short leafy green things, but the aim is to go to the phase 2 crops as fast as we can, which were our fruiters, sort of strawberries and blueberries and raspberries and mushrooms. But ultimately, we want to get down to the phase 3 crops, which are the rice, the wheat, the peas, and the soybeans. And those crops are really, really low value compared to short leafy greens. And so there's a lot of technology development which needs to go on between now and then. But scale is a really, really key component of that.
We'll do crops in a moment, but business models, Andreas.
Yeah, we sell lettuce. So we only ship greens to mainly retailers, a little bit of hotel restaurants, but 97% plus is grocery stores that absorbs the volume, and then sell it to consumers.
So essentially your structure, your business model follows your market.
Yeah.
Same?
Next to salads, of course, we're not really a salad company. I mean, we have our brand, but the goal is, like Tristan said, just to eventually go to volume, supply something which is better. The other thing we do, which I think is different, is we do a lot of processed. So we're launching a lot of pesto lines in different countries, processed products, where we are basically the ingredient supplier to our own company within the holding, which is a processing company. So we're also a supplier to one of the companies in the group.
I'm going to go back to poll 4 and see what results you've got. So I'll read it out to you. So leafy greens, main contributor to growth to 2030. Leafy greens gets 42%, Rick. Strawberries gets 24%. Other gets 15%, microgreens 13%, mushrooms 7%. So I would have expected leafy greens to get, that's changed a bit, strawberries down to 23, microgreens up to 14, other 14. So leafy greens, in a way that's a bit predictable, but the next poll is poll 5, so we'll go to that. This is other revenue growth contributor to 2030, alt meat, pharma, fruit veg, staples, trees, other. Because you might answer leafy greens again, Andreas, I'm going to give that to you, Tristan, too. Okay, go on, Andreas, you say which other one. You can say whichever one you want. And Tristan, what about other, staples, wheat, grains? You've talked about soy, peas. Just tell us your rationale about that. And we're dealing with higher value at the moment, lower value later. What's the time scale for this?
So our general view is that our phase 2 crops, sort of the fruity crops, really are sort of 3 to 5 years out.
Okay.
And it's really a factor of electricity price and the efficiency of lights.
So as the industry matures, as the costs gets managed, as energy gets more...
So our general view is that we just have to sort of wait, in many cases, for other people to do the hard work on technology. So battery technology is getting much cheaper. That means that storing solar and wind gets cheaper. Solar and wind is getting cheaper. Therefore, you combine all those together, the price that you get behind the meter compared to buying it from the grid gets much cheaper, so your electricity price significantly drops. So low price electricity means that you can start to move into your phase 2 crops. Improvements efficiency of light also help. The other one is automation. And automation for us is, so it has 2 parts to it. One is that it reduces the complexity of the business. So having a business which has hundreds and hundreds of people is much harder to hire for and control than a business which has dozens of people who are doing similar amounts of work. And also, people are generally the main route by which pathogens and bacteria and things like that can get into the farm from sort of a cleanliness perspective as well. And automation just fundamentally drives down the cost. And I think one of the things which is starting to become very interesting is how humanoid robots. There's a lot of companies which are putting money into those. They're all about sort of 18 months old, 20 months old. You know, Tesla's got the Optimus, and Boston Dynamics have their Atlas and things like that. I think that a lot of those robots are going to be functional enough in the next 5 to 10 years for us to actually be able to use a lot of those types of automation equipment in vertical farms as well. So I think we know how we can grow certain products. They're not economic yet. We just have to basically figure out how to
be ready,
how to get the growing recipe right, and then all the other technologies will just turn up. And when it turns up, we'll marry the external technologies with our own recipes and our growing and stuff like that. And that's one of the reasons why I think that vertical farming has such an incredible future. There are just technology momentum that is behind us, and we are just part of a much, much larger system that is going on.
Let's get the results on poll 5 and go to Rick to see what you think is the best beyond leafy greens. So fruit veg gets 38%, farmer gets 30%, alt meat 14%, trees 10%, staples 4%, so that's pretty low, but that may be timescale, Tristan, in that it's beyond 2030, and if it was 2030 to 2040, staples might be one of the bigger ones. Rick, which is it for you? Fruit, veg, farmer, alt meat, trees? In terms of container farms, you're presumably mainly leafy greens at the moment, but which is growing fast?
Yeah, definitely the holy grail beyond leafy greens would be strawberries. That's by far the #1.
And you can do that okay in containers?
Well, I would say, to Tristan's point, we've gone from completely unviable to now at the high end of the market it works, and we have a few farmers that do it, to, as we continue to progress and as the technologies move, we think we can get more and more viable. I would say outside of us, I would say what I'm rooting for, if somehow others could figure it out, is alt meats, because I think that's a great example of where we could see mass adoption of that, but that really requires getting the cost down to at least parity with whatever.
And that whole industry sector is even younger than vertical farming.
Right. So whatever we could do to help promote that sector would be great, but that's something that our farmers is nowhere near our roadmap, for sure.
I've got lots of audience questions, and I want so Andreas, anything? Are you going to be leafy greens forever?
No, not only, but I think it's important to back off a little bit and explain how we view crop selection in general. So of course, the fundamentals is it needs to be profitable. You need to be able to make a profitable factory out of it, else it's difficult to pursue at this moment. If you have that checked, then you want to look at two things. The first thing, of course, is the sustainability angle. And the sustainability angle for us can be converted to remove the crops that are killing the soil inside and leave the crops that are good for the soil outside. And then you have the in-between, which is a greenhouse, which is... and before I take the greenhouse example, if you just stop there, so if you take lettuce, for example, fast-growing, that absorbs the nutrition from the soil a lot. You want to have that in a controllable environment to make the...
So competitive advantage, lettuce really has it.
Yeah. So there you have, lettuce is also from a logistical point of view terrible. So you want to hit where you can make a difference. And there... lettuce, we can sometimes, people outside, not in this rooms, of course, jokes about you only do green lettuce. How much difference does it make? Well, if you look at the numbers, it actually makes a difference because it's a terrible crop if you look at the...
Which other one do you back? Which other crop?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. So the second part is, if you look at vertical farming in general, you can see it like if you outside have no control, then you have the tunnels, you have some old greenhouses, you have the super modern greenhouses, and then you have vertical farming. And what you increase when you move along this line is the amount of control that you can do to be specific. And what you can do specifically when you have high level of control, more than you can do in a even fully automated greenhouse, is that you can stress the plant in a certain way to make it produce compounds. We play around with this with our lettuce by making it produce beta-carotene and C vitamin to extend the shelf life, but you can do this in plant-based compounds for pharma, for cosmetics, for nutraceuticals, and so on. It's the same principle. And our view is that we get the basic cash flow in place on lettuce, and we're gonna also launch products that are more innovative types of lettuce. So we're looking on everything from probiotic lettuce to lettuces where you...
So fortification.
Yeah, fortification, exactly.
Right.
So I think that brings us to pharma and the similar industries in the longer run.
Okay. Roel, quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I think what Andreas said, it's also, you can go to functional foods. We've once spoke about a runner's rocket, where you have like a higher nitrate for runners.
Runner's rocket.
Yeah, so
I love it.
there's a lot of opportunities there. I think on the pharma side, though, it's also an industry that needs a lot of time before they adopt it, and that's the biggest challenge.
Okay, so I've got a few, forgive me for delaying lunch a moment. I don't normally do it, but got some interesting questions here. Which of you have a profitable bottom line business today? If yes, how did you manage to get there? If not, what still needs to happen? Let's just do it in order. Roel, are you profitable? If not, what do you need to do?
We need time.
You need time. Okay. Are you there?
We're not there yet, but we are getting there.
Okay. What do you need to do?
So we need to get to 100% capacity.
Because I mean, you've just opened, haven't you? So
yeah. So we just basically got to fill the building and get the orders in.
I think you've said you're profitable already.
Yeah, the factory, not the companies. We need a second factory to have the whole company.
Okay. And what did you do to get there? Was it?
Well, when you reach full utilization, and mainly that of course is a critical point. But the main focus for us have been to crank up the yields. All unit economics gets better when you crank up the yields. I mean, the cost doesn't move that much.
And Rick, are you profitable? And if not, how did you get there? If you are, how did you get there?
Yeah, so our for-profit farmers are profitable. We as a company are not profitable, and that's really just a function of scale. We need to grow to the point where gross margin covers the developmental costs.
Okay, thank you. In each of your businesses, what keeps you up at night, and how do you mitigate that risk? Do you all sleep easily?
Not the last year.
Do you sleep today?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've done. Yeah, I mean.
When you build, and Tristan mentioned this before, and we are lucky. Let's say that one of our co-founders comes from food factories, so he builds food factories. And if you know how to build a food factory, you make deliberate choices which sometimes block your flexibility but allow you to ease automation. And I mean, we have a 2-hectare farm with 3 operators. That's not very common at this scale. But once you start a factory like this, and we're in the middle of that process, as Tristan mentioned as well, there is a ton of problems every day. Yeah. So anybody can lie awake all day because of all of those issues, but at a certain time you have to embrace them and just take them one at a time.
And fundraising causes sleeplessness too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Hopefully not.
Okay, well that's good if it doesn't. Do you expect vertical farming to come mainstream in large-scale production, or will it remain a niche market? I mean, you certainly are going for the mainstream. You're going for mainstream. Rick, you're a believer in mainstream, and I guess, but you've gone to very niche with your pestos. So
no, but we're going to do private label pesto for some of the biggest retailers in Europe already. So that's mainstream. It's just it's a better quality product. It's clean label, so it's differentiating, and it's not very much premiumly priced. So I think it's not necessarily mainstream. We're just a procurement solution.
Okay. Last question, then we'll break. Will the majority of vertical farming be producing fresh produce or crops for compounds in future? So that's ingredients and compounds. I mean, Andreas, in 15, 20 years, do you think that leafy greens will be established and in the background because other things will have taken over?
knows, I think fresh produce will still be the biggest, and you're still looking them for crops that are not good to grow outside. But I think the whole ingredients market will be a growing one and potentially a higher margin one because it's a less part of the total COGS.
Any other comments on compounds?
Then ingredients we're going into, clearly you'll be able to put products into other, like what you're doing with pesto and manufacturing. I think, once you have something which is very, very good, why not add value to it? A lot of companies have done that. Totally makes sense.
And it's interesting also, the pesto example, because it's gone from ultra-local, ultra-fresh to a 3-year shelf life. Well, not necessarily a 3-year shelf life, but 3-year in the home. A long-life product as an insurance, but also as added value.
As long as so we always focus on making it as clean and tasty as possible. So all of our sauces are clean labels, so no E numbers, no acidification, nothing. And it's the same for the pesto that we make shelf stable. So we don't use any nasties in our ingredient list. It's all the stuff you expect.
Sounds very desirably Italian to me. Rick, last word. Anything you want to add that we haven't covered?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, and I say this at every opportunity I can, rising tide lifts all boats. I would say on the fundraising front, one thing we've heard way too frequently over the last year is just no matter how good your story is, et cetera, there's too little demonstrated success in people putting capital to work in vertical farming and getting a return for us to take a chance on any vertical farming company. So I wish everybody here much success, and I hope as you have it, you're shouting it loud and proud, because as each of us win, everybody's gonna win. And again, as Tristan and everybody's stressed, the macro trends are behind us. Technologies are gonna develop that are gonna help us, but we gotta get there first. So short-term wins, issue press releases, do whatever you can to shout it loud and shout it proud.
And the other thing I think, Rick, you would support is openness and sharing, because we have common interests, and I think you, having been around for quite a while, feel that we've been a bit precious about what we're doing and perhaps not been so open about sustainability and other things, whereas we should be?
Totally agree. I mean, again, I'm pragmatic. All of us have investors who've invested a lot in R&D, hoping to get a return. So per my slides, there's a limit to how much I would share.
Of course.
We couldn't disclose everything we're doing, but yes, I think we certainly can all help share experiences. And even on this panel, I heard a couple of things that I thought were interesting and made me think of stuff in a different way. So whatever we can do to help each other win, I think is great.
Andres, last point?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, I think that the industry is going to unnecessarily cleaning out, and we are not, I think we are not at the end of the bubble, but we are soon going to pass it. And what will remain is a focus on what actually matters, producing good products that's going to hit the shelves.
And I think that's actually reflected in the absences here, though there are people online, in that there are some people who just can't afford to get away from the grindstone because they're pulling their plows. Tristan?
I think we just need to be boring, like Peter was saying earlier. We just need to be a boring industry. Get on with it, and produce a decent product all the way down. I think one of the things which is very, very clear is that the vertical farmed produce is just better than a field grown crop. It's just in all the different ways, and that. I think we're just going to get to a tipping point.
Itself.
I think it's just basically going to get to a tipping point for a lot of the food retailers, supermarkets, food service companies, and to say, look, the quality, the reliability that you're getting out of vertical farm product is just better than a field grown crop. If you're a field grown crop, I'm sorry, it's just you got to try harder, but it's very difficult to try harder when suddenly it's raining, suddenly it's got hail, suddenly it's got snow, suddenly you've got an infestation or whatever it is. So I think vertical farm product is better. It's all about cost. It's all about getting the unit economics to a point where it's just not a discussion anymore. It's like, clearly, you're just a better product. Why wouldn't you buy vertical farm produce?
And Bro?
Yeah, I think to that extent, what we can learn from Japan is already the name. I mean, a plant factory is a much better name to at least what we envision doing. I mean, it's a factory. It's the same every day. If you do everything right, and you never do everything right, but if you do everything right, every day is the same. And then eventually what we need to do, I think, or at least what you've seen already, I think, in the UK is a lot more difficult, especially since Brexit. You've seen what politics can do. You've seen what being on an island can do. Yep. And you also see what that does to growers, because you see Tristan going much faster than the average, I think. It's the same for Grow Up. It's the same for Jones. They are success stories. Whilst they might not be profitable now, they have proven that when there is a crisis in a country, this is a very good solution. So I think we all need to embrace that, and we see what's coming. So I think, there is a bright future for us.
So thank you. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Roel. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Andreas. Really, really interesting panel discussion.
Thanks, everyone.
And we do now break for lunch. Please come back at 1:45. We've got a very full afternoon. Lunch is just outside. It's all very informal. Hope you carry on the conversation. Thank you. Okay, it's always more difficult after lunch, but it'd be nice to have everyone back. I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you very much. So we have 3 sessions this afternoon, the first of which is on energy efficiency. Perhaps it should have been about travel efficiency, because unfortunately our first speaker has missed his plane first thing this morning, and he will speak later on in the afternoon when he gets here. So instead of Let Us Grow, we'll move straight on to the experience of Growy, to draw on in the Netherlands, with the former organic vegetable farmer who went on to found Growy as Chief Executive Officer. He'll tell us about using energy, water and nutrients from city waste. Ard van der Kreker. Ard.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope I can keep everybody awake after the afternoon lunch dip. So, thank you for the invitation. I'm very proud to be here on the podium and to explain a little bit about Growy and what we do. And of course, there are many subjects that I could talk for hours around, but the energy and energy efficiency circular vertical farming is one of the things that really is close to my heart, because I think it's also one of the most important key elements of vertical farming. So I'll tell a little bit about Grow, what we do, and then into the circular part. For Growy, it's all about tasty, healthy, and affordable. And these are 3 words that I think 4 or 5 years ago when I started, we put them on the wall, and since then, really for everybody. We are with more than 100 people these days at Growy, and I hope everybody has them above their bed and think about it every night. And everything we do is really about these 3 things. And I luckily heard these words a lot this morning. I think that tasty is a very important thing. Also, a rule said it's all about tasty. If your product is not tasty, what else then do you do? My background is in organic farming. My background especially a lot with the high-end restaurants. And with all these chefs that still are clients of us, it's all about tasty. That's where it starts. And also for the consumer. If your product is really tasty, people will get back. Healthy is the second part, and healthy for us is also very key, because healthy is really for us the sustainability part. So it's healthy for the people, healthy for the planet, healthy for the people that work in our company, for the whole healthy sustainability part, which is also a very key. We can make everybody knows, I think, in this hall, with vertical farming, you can really make high nutrition products. We can play with nutritional content. We can play with healthy. It can be very sustainable, done in the right way, vertical farming, but it's a really key thing. So that's all under healthy. And then probably the most important is affordable. I don't believe in high-end markets. I do believe in high-end markets because we have 50, 60 Michelin chefs in Holland as a client. So yes, we do believe in, but the goal of Growy is really to make affordable food for all. And affordable means that we need to look at the cost price. Making a cost price efficient vertical farming is the thing that is the key. And that's why we started, when I started 4 years ago with a small farm of 100 square meters, that's really the key. Let's make it affordable. I come from organic farming, outdoor farming, and my biggest frustration always was that because organic farming is 20% more expensive, you can have difficulties in selling, especially in Holland where it's only a few % of the market. So if you make something that's too expensive, you just cannot make impact. And we want to make impact on a food system. We can only do that with an affordable cost price. Then when we started, I saw 3 big issues, and that's, I think, the whole story of Growy in one sheet. How can we tackle the biggest issues? If we want to make vertical farming successful, and in 2019 I started with all these high-end Michelin chefs, and that's very easy, because if you sell your product for 150 euro per kilo, that's not a big issue. You can just do it. So with the right taste, the right quality, we could sell it. But to really make success in vertical farming, you need to tackle the 3 issues of capex, labor, and energy. And these 3 are also in all our tech development issues, and we have a big team in tech development, these 3 issues are always there. And for all 3, I think we tackled them in the last 4 years of development. CapEx, we are down to around €1,000 per square meter. And the €1,000 is really all in, meaning that if we build a 10,000 square meter farm, we need 10 million investment. But that is including the chiller, including seeding, including automation, including packaging lines, including everything from start to stop. So €1,000 per square meter. It took a lot of effort to get there, but we came there. And in Amsterdam, we have now the first farm, 7,500 square meter, which we really built for this amount of money. So it's not just a model anymore or an ID. We have proven we can do it. Second thing is labor cost. I mean, the biggest part are labor and energy. Labor is really a thing. I visited many vertical farms around the world, and it's always scary if you go to Singapore or America and you come in a farm of 5, 6, 7,000 square meter, and you see 30, 40, 50 people running around, or you see 20 people and they work in 2 shifts. To run a farm with 50 people of 5,000 square meter or 10,000 square meter, it's just not viable. If you make the calculation, it's just not making an affordable end product. So labor is really key. So we automated almost everything. We really walk around with a few operators. And not many farms in the world do that. But I think it's really key. And it's key for labor cost, but it's also key for quality. Because if you automate a farm, you can produce every day the same product in the same way. And as much as I appreciate people and the whole company is around people, I hate people because they make mistakes. So in production, you don't want people. So everything is robotized, automated, and data-driven. Well, all the buzzwords we use, of course, the AI, whatever we think, we've done it, and we've proven to really run the farm now with only a few people in the operations. And the third key part, and that's also mentioned a couple of times, is energy cost. And that's where it really is the big difference. As Growy, we bought the Calera assets a year and a half ago in Kuwait and Singapore. So as part from Amsterdam, which is a Growy developed system, we also have Singapore and we have Kuwait running. And if we see the energy cost, and we can really look at it in-house and compare it, it's a massive, massive difference. All the numbers, it's very difficult to get real numbers in the sector, but we are really down to 10 kilowatt hour per kilo of greens coming out. And that we have proven now in Amsterdam. 1/3 of the farm is now up and running, and we are even far below this number. So by having the whole energy, by really developing light spectrum, light intensity, giving the crop every day only what it needs, never give it too much energy, have a very efficient cool system, look at ventilation energy, make sure you have the right climate, and make sure you have the right air handling unit, the right chillers, and the right concept. That has been a long road, but we achieved a lot. And I think by doing this, energy cost is in our latest model around 12 to 13% of our cost price. So we are not that energy intensive, and energy is not a key driver. If energy goes up in price, it's not a deal breaker for us anymore. So energy is really becoming, and I even think we can get more efficient in the future. And the more efficiency will really come from new crops. So we also bought, in the US, we bought all the Vindara assets, seed companies. So we are now doing our own seed breeding together with a company, 25-2 in the US. So we have our own seeds. And if I saw the first results that we've done in the last half year, it's also there a massive potential by getting plants in, salads in with the same yield, but with a lot low evaporation. So we have less moisture, less cooling, and that saves a lot of energy. So also in the plant types, it's not only about yield and taste, but also about energy efficiency of the plants you develop. So those are the 3 things that we really focused on and we tackled. Going back to city farming, urban farming, and energy efficiency, we always believe that, of course, we are producing food for human beings. That means we are in city centers, we are in urban areas. So vertical farming is connected to urban areas because that's where the clients are, that's where you eat. So vertical farming will always be around urban areas. And I believe very much that vertical farming will be in the food hubs around areas. It could be distribution centers. I have some pictures later on. We developed for Lidl, we developed vertical farms in their distribution centers. So we use a couple of percent of their DC, and there we build in the farm integrated in the concept, but also food hubs around. In Amsterdam, our farm is really in a big logistic last mile center, which is close to the city, at the edge of a city, but also there you can combine the advantages of a city. But the thing is, if you do that, you are away from the consumers. You don't want people in your vertical farm, I mean, for hygiene reasons, for whatever. So to get connected to the people, we created what we call our Growy House. It's an urban food center. So we said in the city center, we make small buildings like this, fully circular wooden buildings, and there we show people what vertical farming is. So we build a few cells, put some glass walls in it, and let people taste and experience what it is. Because I think vertical farming should also have the connection with the people. And the connection with the people is, of course, for the offtake, but the connection for the people is also, if you look what we need in a vertical farm, we need energy, but we also need nutrients. Why don't we make a circular concept that we use the nutrients that are spilled in a city, we can use it to grow our plants? Why don't we use the organic food from our clients, supermarkets, restaurants, use the organic food to produce our own energy, and use the water that we get out of that organic food, and use the nutrients, and use the heat. And the heat we have access from our farm, because a vertical farm is like a data center, is a heat producing unit. Can we use the heat to warm the city in cold up? That doesn't work in Saudi or in Singapore, but it does work if you do it in Holland or in Scandinavia, at least for half of a year. So that connection for us is very important. First of all, we created the Growy House, where we said we make the connections with the people, and then we looked at how can we make it circular. I hope everybody can see it. It's a little small probably, I see. But what we made is a diagram of what can happen, how you see a circular farm. And this picture we made 4 years ago, but it still is the same thing. When I went to the first client, supermarkets, I had a history in also running a recycling company before I was an organic farmer, and there we done recycling of organic food. All the organic food today from supermarkets, from restaurants, goes into anaerobic digester. An anaerobic digester produces biogas, you can make electricity, and it uses organic food that comes from restaurants and supermarkets. These restaurants and supermarkets also need salads. So when I went to them, they said, hey, but where do you get your energy? Vertical farming, funny, nice, sounds good, but you use a lot of energy. I said, well, I can make it with your waste. So we made a calculation in Holland for Albert Heijn, which is the biggest distributor. If we use Albert Heijn's organic waste, which they collect on their distribution center, we have double the energy that we need to produce all the salads and herbs for them. So they have more energy on their own site than we need to make all their salads and greens. So by making it circular, so using the organic waste from your clients, make a depackaging line, that's the first step. Packaging you can even recycle and see what you can do with that. The second step is then put it in an anaerobic digester. That anaerobic digester produces a couple of different steams. It produces water, an effluent. That water you can filter to clean water, which is clean enough to use in our vertical farm. That means out of the organic waste from my clients, I can get my own water. And honestly, I think water is for the future more important than energy. So we can make our own water. If I go to the Middle East, for example, I was in Bahrain a year and a half ago. They said, oh, we have this fantastic new waste incinerator. And 50% of their waste is organic waste. I said, well, you're burning water in a desert. That's not really a very efficient system. If you see the amount of water you can get from organic kitchen waste in urban areas, it's massive. And today's the filtration technologies of getting effluent to clean water, clean enough to produce your plants on, is all there. So it's proven technology. So we use the water from the organic waste. Also, we have the nutrients. So it's today not yet, we didn't get there. We work together with NASA and with ESA on different projects with Wageningen to really get there. We believe that in a few years we can really get all the nutrients we need for our vertical farm out of the waste stream. The nutrients are in the waste stream. The only question is how can we get them out exactly and dose them exactly to our plants the day they need it and the moment they need it. But it will get there, no issue. And of course the third is the energy. With the biogas that's produced, you can make your own energy. And that energy is also very efficient The good thing with the gas engine that you have on the side is that our low-grade heat that we have access in our vertical farm of 35 degrees, we can upgrade with the hot water from the engine and then together use it for city heating, because then you need to deliver water of 60 to 80 degrees minimum to make it viable. 35 degrees water is very difficult to upgrade. With the engine, we can upgrade our waste stream of heat to a sellable product. And then bottom line, with the water, with the nutrients, and with the electricity, we can produce in the vertical farm the products so we can really make it circular and deliver it to our clients where we take on the way back the waste stream. So that for me is a really, the target for the future to make vertical farm circular. We have now today, we have a vertical farm that's economically viable. We make money. We have a positive EBITDA. In Amsterdam, with the 1/3 of the farm, we are running positively. And before end of November, we have 7,500 square meter running, and we are running an EBITDA positive farm. Because of the lower capex, because of the lower OPEX, we really make money, even with Dutch prices. But to make it circular, I think this is really the next step, to really make it accepted and to make it also around the world a really important and interesting case. This is a photo in this building. This is the last mile city center in Amsterdam where we have our farm in. So this is the farm in Amsterdam. This whole building is 120,000 square meter. We only use 3,000 square meter of it. The good thing is that on the roof, it's full with solar panels, so double the energy what we need for our farm, we can get all from our own solar panels. But yeah, renewable energy is, I think, a no-brainer for any vertical farm to buy it. But here we have it even on our own roofs. And this is how we can integrate in the distribution center from any retailer. We can integrate the vertical farming only in a small corner. So that's the story of our energy efficiency and also the look ahead in where we want to go in the coming years. Thank you.
No, if you go down, we've got one more presentation, so if you'd like to go back down, you'll probably be more comfortable. Okay? That was really impressive, I must say, fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. We also look at realizing the power of smart lighting control with two kind sponsors, also from the Netherlands. Now, I should say that Philips Horticulture LED Solutions and Hogendoorn Growth Management recently announced their partnership, bringing the market leader in horticulture lighting technology and a worldwide innovator in greenhouse automation solutions together to unlock the full potential of dynamic lighting for vertical farming. Philips Horticulture LED brings its expertise in cutting-edge LED lighting solutions and crop knowledge for vertical farming and combines it with Hogendoorn's prowess in climate automation and intelligent algorithms focused on autonomous growing. So please welcome Global Segment Manager for Vertical Farming at Philips Horticulture LED Solutions, and Jančík, and Area Sales Manager for Hogendoorn Growth Management, Bart Terhune. Bart. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. A good and energized afternoon to everybody. Hello, Bart.
Hello, Anna.
Bart, you recently introduced your latest climate computer, Ivo, along with its intelligent algorithm, especially dedicated to vertical farming. Why did you do that?
Yeah, we recently introduced the Ivo Vertical. So it's not only the Ivo we use for traditional greenhouses. Actually, Hogendoorn is a well-established company, founded in the 60s already. And 10 years ago, we really went into building control. So that was already indoors, but in glasshouses, and now we're in indoor and vertical farms. We see a lot of similarities between greenhouses, because they also went to closed environment without opening the windows. And we're now able to also to control the HVAC and everything in one integrated system, because we think that's the future, to everything to controlled by one platform, not to use multiple platforms, but use one platform. And also a trend that you see in normal traditional greenhouses, I think that's also valid for vertical farms, data-driven growing. We believe that we don't call it AI, we call it IA, all the way around. That you with intelligent algorithms, you really can grow data-driven. You see less and less growers in the world with good grower knowledge. Even in Holland, the amount of growers is going down. So we focus more on data, less than on green fingers. So that is the similarities we see between the vertical world, let's say, and the traditional greenhouses. What do we signify? Or I have to say Philips right now.
Philips indeed.
Philips. What trends do you see?
Pretty much the same, and I think it had been pointed out by previous speakers as well, that the data, the increasing yield fact for sure. And what we also hear a lot from our customers in the last time is what we call then the single class of pane, or let's say the integrated system that you've been speaking about, and especially the willingness, or actually also the need to have the lighting system seamlessly integrated in what infrastructure is already existing, mainly also on the software part. Whereas at the same time, it should be customizable, it should be scalable, it should be easy to maintain, and of course also flexible in terms of market demands. So
perfectly integrated with our system then.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So imagine.
So we made 3 what ifs, so 3 take homes for you after this meeting. If you remember these 3 ifs, what ifs, then I think you basically covered our presentation. To start off with the first one, what if your farm would run on a fully integrated system, enabling you to visualize, monitor, and steer your farm more efficiently? So really one system.
So, or imagine that your crop management system comes actually along with optimal growth setting per growing phase per crop, saved in a kind of recipe library with indicating yield and quality in the end of the cycle.
And the third and last one, what if you could decrease your energy cost by 30%? I think that one you have to explain, Anna, because that's a lot. Combining smart lighting with intelligent algorithms, including different scenarios based on energy risk profiles.
So together, the 2 companies, we actually try to make a kind of demo version and implementing or realizing on what you're just stating. And Bart, could you kick it off and give us a little preview on where we're coming from? And
first of all, we recently introduced our IVO system. What is the IVO system? IVO is a process computer that integrates with all the existing hardware in your facility, whether it's your HVAC or your LED lighting to a Modbus connection, for instance, or your climate conditions, your irrigation, everything will be steered out of this one platform. What we do, we build a network inside your company, so the IVO network, that runs completely on its own. But you can reach this network to a remote cloud connection. So even if you're in a congress, you can just open your mobile smartphone and look at your own site and also control it from your own site. You don't need any software, extra software, anything. Just by URL, you can just log in with 2-way notification, also for safety. And when you log into the system, you enter what we call a profile. A profile, as you see over here, on the top you see home, climate, water, energy, plant, and plant recipes. Recipes will come back later, but this is how a profile looks. And everybody can have his own credentials, so everybody can build his own profile. That also means when somebody makes a change, it will be logged. So whenever you have multiple people working on your climate, whenever somebody makes a change the set points, it will be logged on the person who made the change. So it's quite clear to see multiple people working on your facility. Over here, what we do is make visualizations, because nowadays people are more focused on visualizations than really on data, on looking into graphs and everything. More people like to really visualize what's happening. So over here you see 5 different sectors, 5 zones. So zone 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you clearly see zone 1, the lights are on. And you grow spinach, it stays 2, and you're day 7 out of 12. So quite clearly to see, when you open this, okay, this is my situation right now. And then you, I think.
Exactly, and what we try to do is actually integrating as much as possible our lighting system or our lighting control system, because I think the more smart and the more dynamic lighting becomes, the more important also the controls of it are getting. And what we try to do here together is actually a replica of our, for the ones who know it, GrowWise control system, where you actually can monitor on what's happening with your lighting system in your farm, where you can adjust your light settings, and then where you also can create light schedules, light recipe as you're used to. But I think the beauty of integrating it fully is actually that first of all, you really just have one screen from where on you can monitor and steer everything that's going on in your farm. So you don't actually need to switch screens or anything like that. And I think you also can yeah, it actually helps to visualize and monitor things. Just to give you an example, from our side, there's usually a calculated energy use for a dedicated light recipe that you're putting in. And now you can combine it, for instance, with the real energy data that's coming out of the IVO, and then really see if there are probably variances and act on them. So I think in combining of that, there's already quite a win or quite a gain.
Correct. Let me point out one thing more. Over here you see what the lighting can be. Over here you have 4 channels of Signify lighting, and with a few sliders you can just set your ideal lighting strategy. But the lighting strategy, of course, can be one time of the day, can be like this. And when you change it, you can divide your day in multiple periods. So every time of the day you can have a different strategy. And also you can put influence on it. For instance, when you give water, there can be adjustment to your strategy. Okay, I increase my lighting because I give water to the plant, for instance, just by putting an influence on it. So it's not a static recipe, but it can change due to variation that can happen.
But just to get started, I think we all know we need a couple of set points if we want to grow something for irrigation, for climate, and of course for lighting, not to forget. And that's why we thought, also because our plant specialists are getting quite often the question, especially from you vertical farmers, where to start, how to start, if they are setting up a new farm or if they are switching crops. So we thought there might be a beauty in it to actually combine it and give you a head start with a couple of crop recipes that are already integrated into the IVO.
One thing we did when we developed this vertical IVO was to build a recipe stages, let's say. So you can save settings, for instance, for phase 1, you can save the climate settings, irrigation settings, and energy setting, for instance, and save it in our library. You can do that for every phase. And also put, when you say, okay, the first stage will be 5 days, and then you go to the second stage. So you could put transfer time in it. So you get ready when you move to the system, you run all the phases, you've done a full cycle, and that you can adjust. And that's the good thing about growing indoors, in buildings, in vertical farms. As long as you have a right recipe, you can just add it and change it and save it again. And in the end, you're optimizing your crop, and that will, in the end, will be a more predictable outcome. Because you know already, every time when you improve something, save it, in the end, that will give you a better crop in the end, and also more predictable outcome.
And speaking about outcomes and optimization, there's one topic that I think is pretty recent and that a lot of people are talking about, and where we digged into actually in mostly the last couple of months with energy, which brings us also to our third what if question. What if we could, for instance, decrease energy costs by 30%, also by combining, of course, knowledge that we have and integrating them into intelligent algorithm.
Energy is, of course, I think last 2 3 years, because of the crisis, what happened in the world, energy prices went up, even in greenhouses. It's a huge major cost, and it's also fluctuating by day and night, let's say. So you can get good prices for electricity, even get it out of the net. So the imbalance is also quite interesting to get it out of the net. It's not the same for everywhere in the world, but in some countries you get money when you take it out of the net to stabilize the net. That can be very profitable to do something like that. But then you're turning to be more like an electricity company than a grower or a vertical farm. But how do we deal with it together with Philips? What we did, we made a few sliders. So over here you can set the minimal DLI you want and the maximum DLI you want. So the amount of light you want to be on one day in your crop, on your crop. You set the photo period, so how long the lighting period will be. You set the RTR, so the RTR means ratio temperature radiation. So when you put more light, you accept a higher temperature, or you give a higher temperature, because you produce more sugars in the end. There's more photosynthesis. And then you set the minimum maximum temperature and the energy price. And then you can basically choose a strategy, what you want to do. You can say, I have a conservative profile, an advanced, or a risk profile. A risk means, okay, I accept a higher energy price because I will need more production. Because in the end, when you put more light, you have more production. That's as simple as that. I think everybody will agree on that. But that can then be detrimental to your output in the end, the economical side of your company. So that scenarios are now possible to choose, and that we made together with Philips, those scenarios. So I think now you're up to
And
tell
actually
more
still
about the
working on it
30%.
because I think it's always work in progress to optimize things. But the idea behind is here to make it a little bit more easy for the grower to choose which kind of lighting strategy to go for. Because we actually know that lighting can be a little bit complicated from time to time, especially the more dynamic it's getting and the more channels and the more dimming opportunities or possibilities you have. So we thought there must be more wins to gain if you really can adapt your lighting strategy to energy prices. And what we try to figure out, also from experiments that we have done in the past, but also recent experiments that we've been doing in the last couple of months at our Philips Crowwise Research Center in Eindhoven, is to find out how far can we get to still, of course, make first thing crop survive, but second also to keep yield and quality to a certain amount. And based on that, we actually set up experiments where we were looking into different things on what you can do with lighting. So for instance, we played around with how often you can switch on and off the lights to certain intervals actually, because we know when you're trading electricity prices on imbalance prices, that it can change every 15 minutes. So for instance, we have been just doing experiments on what happens for a lettuce crop if you switch on the light 15 minutes, then switch it out and do the same again and again and again, and see what's actually happening with quality and with yield.
What was the result?
Yes, we have been also looking into things like how far can you go with light intensity, how far can you go with dimming, what is actually the amplitude to still keep the crop healthy and happy. We've been also looking in, let's say, not a DLI on a daily basis, but on a weekly basis. I don't know, is it actually a WLI? But of course, with the idea to keep getting your light sum over the week and keeping in mind that usually energy prices in the weekends are lower than during the weekdays. So we actually did experiments where we said, okay, let's switch on the lights to the full extent in the weekend and see what we can actually reduce the energy or the light intensities during weekdays. So all those kind of experiments we put together in a quite extensive work over the past month. In Eindhoven, where we did those experiments, where we measured also a lot of things like photosynthesis, like yields, like quality, shelf life, all those kind of things. And in the end, all this data helped us to find out how far can we actually go with the risky scenario it would probably take into consideration. And then we put all this information together in a calculation model and mirrored it actually with the actually energy prices in the Netherlands in 2023. And this is how we came up with the 30% of energy saving on lightings. And we are still convinced that this is not the end of the story. We still have some other experience in mind, things that we can test, and where we think that we could go even beyond the 30%.
Know a bit what you think is still possible to do? Where can be the end?
Well, for lettuce, I think we could probably go for 40% on a short term, my personal estimation. I put an asterisk on it. For other crops, I think fruity crops, it might be a little bit more complicated, but we all know leafy greens is the key market so far. And as we have heard before, maybe will also be in the next 5 years for vertical farming. This is actually what we are, at least in that case, are focusing on and trying to get the maximum out of it. And therefore, we also recently installed the IVO at a part of our climate cells in Eindhoven, because we believe that there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of things to gain. So we actually hope that we could give you a glimpse on what we are both aiming for together, and want to invite you to do the same and to join us in making our vertical farming world grow a little bit more than it is today.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Grab a chair, if you go to the next one. Thank you. Art, if you'd like to come back up, that would be lovely. You must have had fun with all the testing of your systems there. Please do send up any questions that you've got, and I will try and get through more of them in this next quick panel. Art, come and join us, that's great. So what do you think best practice is on electricity cost as a percentage of the total? So if Ard got down to 12%, What was it before, Art? What was your energy cost? So if you go pre-Ukraine war and supply chain disruption,
in the beginning, in the old cell, it's over 50. It's 55. So in the first,
so 55.
We call it our first version. It was over 50.
And then you got down to something.
Yeah.
But did the Ukraine war push it right up?
Yeah, well, it's the Ukraine war did push it up, of course, temporary.
Yeah.
But we estimate that with an average price.
You're now down to 12. And what do you see from your customer base, the energy cost as a proportion, or is it totally variable?
It's totally variable, I would say, because it's first of all, it's pretty much depending on which country or region you're located, how big your energy costs are. It is also depending on how good you manage energy. If you have a PPA, it's a totally different story. And also the degree of automation. I think if the degree of automation is high or low, that also decreases or increases the share of energy cost of the total cost. So it's very hard to say.
So that's a big battle for every company, automation or people. You love people and you hate people. But what about the people automation sort of balance in terms that you've obviously modeled lots of systems? What do you feel about that? What's your recommendation?
Do you mean how many people you need on a site, or?
No, just the balance. What would you say is it a regional thing? So do we have to look at our own national supply chain, national market? So Africa, South America, totally different to Europe or Asia, or would you say that there are some messages for everyone, which is use the most efficient system, constantly discipline cost management? I don't know what it is that you would.
It has to do with the market, I think. Also the sales in like in African countries, Kenya, for instance, for a traditional rose grower, for instance, they say when they need more production, they just build another greenhouse to it. So that's all. So it has to do with the country where you are, how you can set up your company in the end to make it profitable. And you see labor is really going to be a big issue, I think. So automation of labor, that's going to be a challenge. If you ask every grower in Holland or across the world, they say the biggest challenge is not energy, that will we cope, but labor is going to be an issue. Because where do we find high-skilled laborers? And if you want to run a site, you need also good labor, good quality engineers, and they're also quite scarce. So traditional, just laborers like picking laborers, but also the engineers is going to be an issue in the future.
Would you echo that?
Yeah, definitely. So engineers, good quality people is getting difficult. And what you also see is if you need 5 people in a farm, it's not 5 standard workers, it should be skilled people. And to get those skilled people around the world is an issue, is a challenge. On the other hand, if you ask me for labor, I think even in countries where labor is very cheap, I still think automation is the key, because you have a stable product. As I said, you can put in consistency of quality and quality of product and production. It's not only about the labor cost, but it's also about the product stability and efficiency.
We've got a question here. Is the Philips system an open protocol so different companies and systems can connect and control the light as mentioned in the presentation?
Yes and no. So can other systems connect to it? Of course, because I think otherwise we might get a difficulty to sell our lighting systems to anybody in the world. So I think that this is a kind of basis that you create your own technology in a way that it can easily be integrated in whatever the system infrastructure of your customer is looking like. But as I mentioned in the presentation, we definitely see the need to get it even more seamlessly integrated as it is today, because we're running on our own control system, which is a beauty, which I think enables a lot of things. But we also see and also hear from our customers, we can still make it better. And that's what we're working on. And this is a demo version, an example of one way to do it.
Yeah, thank you. Art, communications, Michelin chefs. We've got so many things to put across to the consumer. What do you feel is the most effective way of communicating with consumers about the advantages of vertical farming? By not mentioning it, by explaining it, by just letting quality and taste talk?
taste, quality, and price. Don't talk about efficient and where it's grown and how it's grown. It's really about taste, quality, and price for the consumer.
Yeah.
In our packaging, we don't talk, and I think there are more and more people, we don't talk about, oh, we are 95% less water or this or that. I mean, all these technical aspects for the consumer are not key. I mean, all the chefs there, I have chefs, Michelin, 3-star Michelin chefs, that say, I don't care if you grow your microgreens on the moon or down in the earth or wherever, I just want the same quality and the same taste every week.
2 questions here. The Chinese have had a huge impact on the price of solar. Will they have the same impact on the price of LEDs?
Probably you should ask this to Miss von der Leyen, I don't know.
Okay. What's the difference between Philips, Signify, and Fluence?
None, obviously. No, I mean we are one company. I think everybody knows by now, and it's 2 brands who are focusing on slightly different markets, and that's the way how we're acting and how we're playing in the field.
Yeah. One question. You've talked about your improvements. You've talked about 30%, maybe 40%. Is the LED lighting at the limit of its current development, or we can improve our efficiency as an industry, but is LED lighting at an early stage of its improvement, or has it reached the extent of its improvement?
Let me probably try to answer the question a little bit from a different angle, because usually when we talk about vertical farming, the energy component is popping up. And then usually we talk about where to source it, so the renewables are coming on board, and I think the second thing that we're usually talking about is efficacy. And I think efficacy for LED lighting is something that almost every lighting supplier is working on, and where we're doing our best for, and we do of course as well, and there are still room of improvement, but I think what's more important is also, or what's at the same time important, is to look on to which extent do you make use of the potential of your lights. I think we're coming from a generation of very static lights that you switch on and that you switch off. Then we're moving towards dynamic lighting, where you can dim, where you can play with spectra. And I think even there are still things to gain in terms of yield increasement, in terms of steering towards better quality. And now we are already moving into what I would call a connected, intelligent, smart way of lighting. And I think the example that we gave with the energy
how you use it,
efficiency on how you use it, already shows that there is still potential, even with the, let's say, existing technology that is in the market.
And also what you see, that people collect more data. So before, people were more relying on what they thought they see and everything, but now they're collecting data, especially when we move to multi-spectral dynamic lighting. You really can do a lot of trials. I think they're doing that right now in Eindhoven to see what the best light dynamic lighting will be for each crop.
And would you say it's true, ignore data at your peril, and we just are going to be driven by the way we improve our integration of systems, is that right?
Yeah, if you don't integrate your system, you control everything separately, then you can't control it. You can't turn 5 switches at the same time in the correct order. So one integration is the future, it's the key.
Okay. Last word to add, where are you looking for your next improvements? So you've got to where you've got to, which sounds pretty successful, and you've managed energy so that's not the make or break decision. So you've used energy intelligently. As a manager of a business, what's the next sort of thing that's...
Yeah, I always say that when we started in vertical farm, the first prototype, or the farm I took over in 2019, I had 3 buttons. I could switch on the light, could switch on the airco, and I could switch on the water. Now we have a new farm where we have 20 buttons, and every button I can switch from 0 to 10. So that's what we achieved now. But where we need to put these buttons for each type of, we grow 60 types of salads today, and herbs and microgreens every day. Where to put each button for each day of the cycle, for each plant, and to make it efficient, we're just scratching the surface. We're just starting, and I think there's a huge challenge in the future. So in the right genotypes, the right plants to grow, but also how to treat them. I mean, we all know that basil grows better at 30 degrees than at 20. And for mustards, it's easy, but is it 30 or 32 or 28? And in what day? And what day? I mean, if I go to Wageningen, I want a plant profile for baby leaf. Yeah, they know so much nutrition, so much light. But if I ask them, touch soy purple on day 12, how much nutrients does it need? That's something we don't know. So that's learning. Therefore, we need data. You need automation, and so I think that's the challenge for the coming years, to start optimizing the tool that we have created and start using it.
Almost infinite refinement. Look, I keep getting new questions, so I'm going to ask this last one. From plants' perspective, have you seen any benefit of artificial lighting mimicking the natural ebb and flow of natural light, i.e. LEDs mimicking cloud cover? Ooh.
Mimicking cloud covers probably, but what you definitely see is that with dynamic lights that you mimic day length, you mimic the morning, you mimic the evening.
So
these kind of things really make a difference.
Is day and night, is seasonality perfect, or can we improve on nature?
We can improve, definitely. And I think it's not about mimicking nature per se. It's about finding out how to improve nature and make the best out of nature. And I think we always use the example that plants see lights differently than human eyes do, or than people do. And I think that already says it, that not necessarily the full spectrum of the sunlight is needed to grow a perfect plant. And that's I think already where, for instance, dynamic lighting did quite a good step in actually improving.
Dynamic lighting.
Yeah, it was.
That's
that
the
you
future.
can optimize. No, that's
present.
That's the present. That's the present. But where we have seen already that we could make steps, and I think there's still more to gain, as I said before, by figuring out on how far you can go with nature. Because usually we tend to say also that plants have a kind of 24-hour cycle in their genes, like we do as human beings, and for sure they do. We know that from biology. That's the case. But we have also seen that we can play around with it to a certain extent. And I think it's also up to us and the whole industry to find out how far can we push those boundaries.
How interesting and how much to do. Thank you. Thank you, Ard. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Bart. That's very kind of you. Well done. We now have a sponsor presentation on direct air capture for CO2 efficiency with the Business Development Director of Netherlands-based Skytree, Camille Hanna. Camille. I hope they've left a clicker for you. I'm sure it's over here. Yeah, there you are. It's all there. Yep. I think the microphone's okay on there.
Just a little tall for me. Uh-oh. Still too tall, but I guess you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, and I am very excited to be here, especially Skytree being a silver sponsor. It's a pleasure to be able to speak alongside some of these very innovative companies. So today we'll be talking a little bit about direct air capture, specifically in the controlled environment agriculture industry. My name is Camille Hanna, and I am the Business Development Director for Skytree, actually based in the United States. So I flew in this morning. I'm a little jet-lagged, but feeling okay. Let's hope I make it through this. And I am pleased to be able to share a little bit more about what Skytree is all about and really what our technology is doing for the controlled environment agriculture industry. So Skytree is a Dutch company, so we're actually headquartered in Amsterdam, Netherlands. And the technology that we manufacture was actually born out of the European Space Agency. So as humans, we breathe out carbon dioxide. And as you can imagine, up in space in these confined areas, they needed a way to be able to scrub the CO2 out of those rooms. So it took about 10 years for the company to actually develop and look into different capture materials and the right technology to manufacture the maybe world's smallest out-of-the-box modular direct air capture unit, and that's the unit that we call our Cumulus unit. So when we think about carbon dioxide, or CO2, we'll call it CO2, people often think of it in a very negative context, right? So it's often thought of as, you know, the driver of global warming, which is true. But what people don't realize is that it's actually an incredibly important molecule as an input in many industries. For example, beverages. So Coca-Cola, Pepsi, they add CO2 to make drinks carbonated. It's used in hospitals to transport organs, the water treatment industry to reduce the pH of water, and actually the controlled environment agriculture industry to increase the productivity and the yield of crops. I think studies have shown that by adding CO2 to a grow room or a closed environment, you can actually increase the yield of your crops by 20 to 30%. So it's incredibly important in this industry. I'm sure many of you probably actually use it yourselves. But where is the CO2 coming from? So the CO2 that's used in most industries, and specifically in this industry, is usually most often coming from fossil fuel-based sources. So there's really two ways that that looks. One is at a greenhouse, for example, you'll have what's called a CHP system, combined heat and power, where you're actually burning flue gas or natural gas to create heat, and a byproduct of that process is CO2, which sounds great. However, a lot of the year is very warm, right? So you actually don't need the heat during the summer months. So what ends up happening is a lot of these growers burn natural gas just to create CO2, and they end up destroying the heat. The other thing that you can do is actually purchase liquid CO2. And this is called point source capture. So a large ammonia plant or an oil refinery, for example, I'll actually show you what this looks like, will produce CO2 as part of their manufacturing process. And what you can do is capture that CO2. You can take all the toxins out, purify it, liquefy it, and then transport it to a greenhouse. Sounds like a wonderful concept, right? What otherwise would be going into the air is now being used in a greenhouse or for agriculture. However, the emission that ends up, you know, being emitted in the greenhouse is still the same emission that would have gone into the air with this ammonia plant or oil refinery. So really what's happening here is that you're postponing emissions. It's not going away. What's worse is that oftentimes throughout the purification, liquefaction, and then transport of this CO2, you end up adding emissions. So ironically, it's almost better that if the CO2 was actually just going into the air, if it were coming out of an oil refinery or you know, hydrogen plant, something like that. What a lot of these large emitters are doing nowadays is they're actually diverting their CO2 supply to be stored permanently underground in geological rock formations. And the reason they're doing that is because they can actually neutralize their historic emissions and claim emissions reductions by doing so. So this means that there will actually be global CO2 shortages, and we're seeing this already everywhere. I just spoke with a customer last week in Toronto. One of the major gas suppliers there actually is declared force majeure, and they're not delivering CO2 this week. And his comment was, we need an alternative, right? It's happening in New Zealand. It's happening in Australia. There was just a plant that shut down in Virginia. So really, this is all to say that, you know, while we've had these you know, existing CO2 solutions for a long time that have worked for growers, I think it's very clear that we need to start thinking about, you know, new portfolio solutions to help bridge this gap between, you know, potential supply shortages or people not getting the deliveries that they need to run their operations efficiently. So, if only there was a solution for that. Direct air capture actually uses the CO2 that's already in the air. So we breathe CO2 in normally. There's CO2 in this room right now. And what our technology does is it actually pulls the CO2 directly out of the air and concentrates it and puts it into a tank. And that tank can be connected, wherever you need it. So in a greenhouse, it can go into the dosing system, can be directly attached to an HVAC system. It's relatively easy to install. And by having a direct air capture unit on site, you really solve 3 challenges, right? You have supply certainty now, so you don't have to worry about not getting your deliveries or a factory, down the road shutting down. You have stable pricing, so there's no volatility there, again, for the same reasons if, a factory shuts down and the demand goes up. And then ultimately, and I think the most important reason is, it's better for the planet, right? You now have a circular CO2 supply. You're not adding emissions by burning natural gas or fossil fuels to create this CO2. So the way that it works is you have a unit, which is about the size of an American refrigerator, if you can picture that. And basically, you pass air through that unit, and there's a solid sorbent inside. The CO2 sticks to that sorbent, and then you heat that sorbent up once it's fully saturated, and the CO2 gets compressed, and it goes into a buffer tank. And again, that buffer tank can be attached to your dosing system or your HVAC system, like you would attach a liquid CO2 canister. I already mentioned our smallest unit is called Cumulus. It produces 20 kilograms of CO2 per day, and these units are modular. So you can see here on the screen there's 3 units stacked on top of one another, and really the idea is that they can scale to meet any volume, and that we can ultimately grow with our customers as they expand. The installation is relatively straightforward. Like I said, we're trying to make it as plug and play as possible, and the scale is there, so you can add units as necessary. By next summer, we're actually going to be implementing a capacity increase for this unit, so it will be 30 kilograms of CO2 per day within the same footprint of unit, and that is just through our sorbent improvements, so the capture material. We're increasing the efficiency of that, and we'll realize some great increases in capacity. And then all of these units can be monitored remotely to share insights with our customers on how much CO2 is being produced and used, and that way you can kind of you have some flexibility around when you need to use the CO2 and when you want to run the unit. Just a couple of customers up here. We are launched globally, so we have a couple units in I was going to say Spain. We do have a unit in Spain, but a couple in Europe. We have one in Canada. We'll be delivering to the US this November. And we are also going to be launching this, our much larger unit, which is called Stratus, come Q1 of next year. And that unit was actually created with greenhouses in mind. So it does about a ton of CO2 per day, so much larger. And then lastly here, I wanted to just note that we do have a lot of flexibility around purchasing these units. So if you don't want to purchase a unit outright, we understand it's difficult in this industry. You don't have a lot of capital to spend on new technologies like this. So we do have leasing options that are available. And then just recently we announced CO2 as a service, which essentially is a contract, an offtake contract. So you would be able to commit to purchasing a minimum volume of CO2, and we would finance the units. You would just pay for the CO2 on a per kilogram basis. So that's it. I hope to talk to all of you after this after actually, I guess, more of the networking events, but appreciate the time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you get this CO2 out of any atmosphere?
Yeah, of course. Did everyone hear his question? Okay. His question, yeah, can you take it out of any atmosphere? So the sorbent does have a limit. So for example, you can't put it next to like an area that has an incredibly high CO2 concentration and expect to get more out of the unit because of that. There is a limit for this sorbent that we're using, but you do have to pay attention to putting the units at an area where maybe super high altitude, where there's less CO2 levels. But for the most part, where we've launched the units, varying levels of CO2 haven't been an issue.
And payback?
Payback period depends on your cost of electricity, as well as how much CO2 you're using. And we have tools that we can help you actually calculate the payback period on a cost per kilogram basis. So if you're interested in doing that for your location, please let me know. I'm happy to go through that exercise with you. It's usually between 3 and 5 years.
Thank you very much, Camille. Excellent. Thank you very much. Now that leads us on to proving sustainability. First up, we have an agroecologist and former vice chair of the Association for Vertical Farming. He's now business development manager for Advanced Plant Growth Centre at the James Hutton Institute in Scotland. His topic today is speed breeding to promote climate resilience. Ramin Ebrahimnejad.
Thank you so much, Richard and Francesca, for the invite. And it's great to see some old friends and meet new people here. And it's very great to go after people like Dixon and Peter so that the stage has been set for what is the current situation in terms of global food system. And there are a lot of people talking about that the food system is broken, but at least it's fragile. And just a couple of stats and figures that I'm looking at. Of course, I deleted a lot of them because they have been covered. Climate change is already reducing agricultural productivity by up to 30% in different regions, and it's going to go worse. And this is mostly due to extreme weather situations and unpredictable seasons and shifting ecosystems, so not even including biotic stresses like pests and diseases. And based on IPCC predictions, we are seeing by 2050, 25% of current arable land could be rendered unsuitable for agriculture. Soil degradation, already we are seeing 33% of global soils under pressure because of erosion, and that's going to continue. And to worst scenarios by 2050, we might see 90% of earth topsoil under pressure. But of course, we see a lot of hype about the plant-based proteins, and that market is growing rapidly. By 2028, it might reach 23.4 billion. And this leads to my presentation on speed breeding and the impact that vertical farming can have for conventional agriculture as well. Of course, breeding programs are really time-consuming, 10 to 15 years, for example, depending on the crop. But of course, use of CEA and vertical farming can make it 3 times faster. I'm just going to introduce some slides about the James Hutton Institute and where we see us as a contributing factor to the CEA sector. James Hutton Institute is part of the James Hutton Group, and we have a commercial arm, James Hutton Limited, which does most of the breeding programs and licensing of those. We are very strong in soft fruits, barley, and potato. And of course, we have BIOS as our statistics and AI contribution. So that's going to be also added by the data center that we're going to have at the new innovation center. And we have the University of Dundee Plant Sciences on our site in Dundee, and that's going to help us to get PhD students and postdocs more readily available to us. Of course, these 2 innovation centers, APGC, which I'm covering, and I'm the business development manager for, and International Barley Hub, because whiskey and beer industry are huge in Scotland. We have 2 different sites in Scotland, but of course, we are having projects nationally and internationally now. So one in Aberdeen, which is mostly on environmental sciences and analytical services, and one in Dundee, which is a one-stop solution for the whole of agri-food sector. And these new innovation centers are based in Dundee. Just to cover the pillars of activities for APGC, we already have the throughput phenotyping, but it will be commercially available by Q1 next year so that we can characterize crop behavior and go build up the backbone of modern breeding program going forward. We have vertical farming. Of course, we have a lot of different systems using shipping container forms and also highly automated vertical farms. Controlled environment systems so that we can replicate different eventualities of climate change and breed for those, and also just look at the abiotic stresses and kind of help the conventional farming also to either breed or just manage the farm better. And last but not least is the storage. It's mostly designed for potato storage, but it can be looked at for different shelf life and storage, for example, for apples, avocados, and different crops. Just to give you some visual background to these pillars that I mentioned, we have the phenotyping. Of course, this is the mini version of it, powered by PSI, the Czech company. We will have a high throughput phenotyping platform soon. And in addition to that, because of the use of AI and big data, we are part of a consortium for high performance computing, and this is a UK national consortium, so that we can go for genetic diversity, and this is already in use for conventional farming, but we want to modernize the breeding program so that we can also contribute to glasshouse sector and CEA as well. So a lot of use of bioinformatics, and this is the data center in the new building is going to help us to kind of facilitate faster, as I said, kind of making the breeding programs faster, at least by 3 times. We have a lot of partners on site, and we have a lot of collaborations nationally and internationally with different companies. IGS and UK Agri-Tech Center have their own production and R&D center on our site in Dundee, and we have close contacts with different companies like Vertical Future and industry associations like UK Urban Agri-Tech. The projects that we are looking at covers mostly whatever that was mentioned in the morning session. So energy efficiency, different sources of energy, light pulsing, working on cannabis, for example, pre-breeding programs until now, but of course we are going to look at breeding programs, so comprehensive programs. As I said, the storage capabilities are so that we kind of categorize controlled atmosphere as part of controlled environment agriculture. That's why it makes sense to cover it as part of the APGC as well, so that everything is going to be controlled and different humidity level, atmospheric composition, temperature, and fogging facilities, because that sector is also going through a transformation so that less use of agrochemicals is needed. And as previous speakers mentioned, we need more biostimulants and biological control being introduced in these kind of facilities as well. And for the more high-value crops, we need to go on a molecular and cell level and go phenotyping for that, so that we have a lot of collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, nutraceutical companies, so that we can breed better plants for their operations as well. I just want to finish by introducing another recently funded center, which is National Alternative Protein Innovation Center. This is going to be run by James Hutton Institute, University of Leeds, University of Sheffield, and Imperial College London. £50 million of the investment came from the BBSRC, which is a research council in the UK, and we have 23 million additional contribution by the industry partners. So basically, we are going to shape the future of that industry in the UK and hopefully get more international tractions based on that. We already have more than 100 partners from different parts of the world, and this is kind of a call to action. If you're interested in being part of that, just contact me and we can add you to the list. Of course, as you can see, that industry is going to grow 6.8 billion pounds in the UK, and the potential to create 25,000 jobs by just in the next decade. Just some pillars of activities for this center is produce, process, perform, and people. And we are mostly going to be active in the produce side, the biofeedstock part of it, and the plant-based alternative proteins. And kind of going for that unlocking of nature's potential. But of course, you have to also go and look at the processing and the sustainability in that, and also performance of it, the functionality of proteins, and how's the acceptance from the people side of it. Just naming some of the partners in this center, and these are covering mostly from plant side, but of course we are going to look at algae, mushrooms, and cultured meat as well. And these are some of the international partners. So as I said, please do reach out if you want to be part of this innovation center as well. I'm going to finish by this call to action. If you scan the logo, you can name your organization, and then we can contact you and get your feedback about this future crop breeding consortium that we are thinking. It will be general and kind of going for that holistic approach for the agriculture sector, but there's a subsect of it for CEA, and we want to know more about what should be focused on. Of course, we have our own vision for breeding for CEA, and we have done a lot of projects on basil, lettuce, and cannabis, and of course the soft fruit side. We are mostly active in the raspberry and blackberry, but we have done a lot of trials on strawberries as well. Of course, we can go for optimization for indoor growth, but we can also look at breeding for that, not just selection of different varieties. As I said, the phenotyping platform and access to gene banks that we have at the Institute will help us to do that. And of course, we need the AI integration so that we can overlay different parts of these data and get to that precise breeding programs. As I said, we need collaboration of academia, industry, and investments, hopefully, so please do reach out. I'm going to finish here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You certainly have some pretty big initiatives going on, it seems. 2 big projects for sure. Our next speaker has gone carbon negative and will tell us about that. He's the founder and managing director of Umami in Switzerland, Dennis Weinberg. Dennis. Very welcome. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I'm going to start with a short story. A few years ago, I was still at university, and together with one of my best friends, we were chilling one summer evening, and suddenly we were really hungry. And then we thought, okay, what are we going to do? And we went for a nice tomato salad. So we go to the grocery store, buy some nice tomatoes, some basil, some onions. And at home, we sort of started chopping up the tomatoes. We sliced them up, and as we taste one of these slices, we really felt it didn't taste like anything. It was watery. The texture was just a disgrace. And I want to ask you, who of you has had a similar experience the last few years? Please raise your hands. Exactly. And who of you would really like to eat fresh, organic food that was grown around the corner? Exactly. That's why we're all here, right? And that's why we founded Umami, because food is really what makes us and the planet either sick or healthy. So today I'm going to share a bit about our technology. We call it biosphere farming. And yeah, one of the factors is that we use significantly less CO2 than other farms. So I'm not going to bore you too long with this chart. As we all know, that problem of our food industry, it uses way too much water, and it uses way too much of our land surface. What I'm going to quickly talk about is also the CO2 emission that is done by the food system. It's actually 1.5 billion tons emitted by fertilizers, and this is a huge number. In comparison, the whole aviation industry has the same number of CO2. So again, it's 1.5 billion tons emitted by fertilizers only. Now, obviously, we found a solution. We call it biosphere farming. And we drastically reduce the water and space, which every indoor farm does. But also, we don't use any chemical fertilizers. Of course, no pesticides either. And this picture is a quick sort of sneak peek in our farm today. It's in Zurich. It's about 600 square meters. And we grow microgreens. So you were asking probably yourself, how do we do that? The core of that is our biotechnology, and it sort of is based on the principles of aquaponics. So we have many different types of water animals, such as fish, crabs, even mussels and other stuff, and we feed them with organic products. They generate their waste, and this waste is actually the perfect food for our beneficial bacteria. Our bacteria, they eat and digest that and sort of turn it into nutrients for our plants. The plants sort of take up the nutrients, grow by that naturally, and sort of clean the water for the fish again. So it's a win-win system for both animals such as fish or mussels, but also for the plants. Here is another peek into our biosphere in Zurich today. So you see we have really a mass variety of different animals, but also plants. And sort of the idea behind it was that we don't just produce food in the most efficient way, but we also try to make it as organic or as diverse as possible. And that's sort of why we say we sort of combine indoor vertical farming with the principles of permaculture. And the beauty is that the whole CO2 for the production of fertilizers is neglected because it's already in our system. In fact, our system in the core is CO2 positive. CO2 negative. And the only CO2 emission that we're actually using now is for the input factors, such as seed or substrate or other stuff. This is the current portfolio. So we sell to both retail and gastronomy. On one side, you have the different microgreen mixes that we sell to Coop and Migros in Switzerland. And on the other side, the different microgreens for the gastronomy, about 15, now we have around 20 varieties that we sell to the wholesalers in Switzerland. We also do amazing pesto, like our friends from Planet Farms, and other sauces such as mayonnaise or mustards. And we just launched a new series of spreads that you can put on our bread. Exactly. That was the short intro from my side. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Come and join me. And Ramin, if you'd like to come back up, that would be great. Thanks very much. So do send your questions up. I will try and take as many as possible. Just tell me about, Dennis, about net zero and carbon negative and CO2 negative and carbon positive, or CO2 positive. Which is which? So you generate your own CO2, so you don't need to buy CO2.
No.
Okay. Are you carbon neutral, or do you meet the criteria of net zero?
So at the moment today, we don't meet the criteria of net zero.
Okay.
But that's the goal until 2030.
Right.
In essence, what we do is we sort of minimize the CO2 usage in our facility, but also from the whole input factors that we have. And normally, I mean, in vertical farming, what we all do is we sort of produce locally. And only by that you reduce the biggest part of normal CO2 production in other spaces, because when you sort of have to import greens or other products from around the world, that's actually most of the times is the biggest factor of CO2 they use. But in our system, the system itself actually produces CO2 as the plants produce CO2. But the goal is to sort of actually be CO2 negative or at least neutral.
Right.
Exactly.
So you're not going to be able to develop. I'm sorry, I'm asking in complete ignorance as an economist and not as a technical person. So the CO2 that you generate, you're trying to reduce, but could you sell it to some other user?
In theory, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just puzzled because this debate. What contribution to society can we make? We can reduce our impact, or we can use things so intelligently that we can give improvements to other people. I mean, are you researching that, Ramin? Are you doing that sort of study? I think just push that forward. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think there are parts of the institute that are looking at it, and we have hydrogen, for example. We are working on a farm somewhere around Aberdeen, which is looking at using hydrogen to kind of source every activity that they have on farm, and that can be going for the net zero. But of course, I think there is that market, the carbon market, is a very new thing, and there's a lot of just planting trees basically for offsetting that carbon emission that different companies have. And of course, we can also tap into that, and that's the mentality at the institute, that we can be a hybrid kind of sitting in between and using the vertical farming setting to kind of be the nursery, and also you can make trees more robust using vertical farming and then move it to the outdoor field production.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned hydrogen. Can we get poll number 10 up? And because you mentioned hydrogen, I want to get Dixon to talk about hydrogen for a second, because I think he believes that hydrogen is another energy source that we should be paying more attention to.
Thank you. Of all the elements, all 92.
Is that microphone? Can we get, I thought I turned that on. So
you did. It's on?
Yeah, it's on now.
It's on? So hydrogen turns out to be my favorite element because it's the progenitor to all the other elements. So when you combine hydrogen with anything else, particularly oxygen, you get a lot of energy released as a result of the combination of those two, and you end up with heat. The heat then makes steam. The steam then drives a turbine, and the turbine generates electricity. If you take a bus in Frankfurt, you will discover the results of that. They're all hydrogen powered. If you take a train in Germany, they're all hydrogen powered. And they didn't hesitate to adopt that because it's a non-polluting source. And then someone last night at just hanging around said that someone objected to the fact that the product of hydrogen and oxygen coming together, of course, is water. And they said, well, what are we going to do with all that water? And the answer is, of course, you're going to use it in the farm, or you're going to recycle it by electrolysis to take apart the oxygen and the hydrogen so you can put it all back together again, using solar, geothermal, and all kinds of other non-polluting renewable energy sources to do that. And I think that's part of the budget to establish the building of a vertical farm, as far as I'm concerned. If you don't have a zero energy built into the budget of the getting the loan from the bank to make your buildings and to make your vertical farms work, then you've got an energy problem.
Is any existing vertical farm using hydrogen as an energy source?
I don't know if they're using hydrogen, but I know that if you go to Iceland, they've just established a vertical farm in Iceland. They have so much geothermal energy, they don't know what to do with it. And in fact, they're kind of afraid of it. If you go around the world, you can find an energy source that's renewable, that fits the ecology of the situation, like Australia. Australia is one gigantic solar farm waiting to happen. And so why don't they do that? And the answer is, why doesn't anybody do it? Because you have to convince the people that are funding you that it's in their best interest to set up a renewable, non-polluting energy source in order to generate the energy that you need to manufacture your product. The farmer doesn't worry about that outdoors because, of course, they have the sun, right, which is a fusion reaction. The point is that they also burn a lot of fossil fuels, just plowing and planting and seeding and weeding. So if you look at the energy budget for an outdoor farmer, it far exceeds that of the indoor farmer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I've got the poll number 10 up, and just like to see what you think about satisfying sustainability concerns. The industry has had some conversations about this, and we got the poll results. That's good. So data transparency is something that people are advocating. Greenhouse comparison, being more efficient, having a global standard, not so low on green label, but obviously numbers building. So what do you think, if I can ask you, Dennis, first, is this the best way of satisfying any media, consumer, retailer sustainability concerns?
Actually, we also really like the greenhouse comparison, and also our numbers. And when we talk about what we do in our technology, we normally compare it to greenhouse comparison, because greenhouses are like the state of the art the last 20 years. And if you talk to consumers somewhere in a grocery store or at home, you really understand what a greenhouse is, and then you can really show the comparison, and that's why I really like it.
So that's a good benchmark, a good reference point. What do you think, Ramin?
I think at least at the Institute we are doing a lot of LCA studies, so I'm seconding that data transparency on energy use. And I think the greenhouses are coming on board, so I don't want to compare it to that so that we are being off-putting to that industry. So I think it makes sense for vertical farms to do that, but I think it's just doing a lot of LCA studies and using more renewables. And going back to that hydrogen project that we are working on, it's good to use solar and wind power. And in that project, we are looking at creating this diffused renewable sources and storage as hydrogen, so that diffused energy source becomes readily available for the farm.
Okay, thank you. If we can have poll number 9, I've got some audience questions while we're considering that. So the first question is, can you keep the balance in the biosphere after harvest? Dennis. Can you keep the balance in the biosphere after the harvest? So you've got your biosphere. When you've taken the plants out, does that ruin everything, or how do you manage it?
Yes, we can. We can keep the balance, because what you're actually taking out, if you take out the crops or the greens, is 92% water. So the only thing you need to do is just add the water again so it fills up.
All the questions are for you, Dennis. What challenges do you see in your approach and system? What's the most difficult thing for you?
I would say the most difficult thing is that we use nature to produce our food. And nature is super intelligent, but to really try to understand it is the most crucial part. And now we produce leafy greens or microgreens, but we also want to go for tomatoes and other stuff, fruiting stuff.
Do you produce tomatoes?
I mean, we have produced some in our R&D center, but not on a large scale.
Okay. That's where you started. I just wondered, because we haven't really talked about tomatoes so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there, obviously, the really crucial part is how can you get all these mega and smaller nutrients in your system without having the chemical fertilizers in there. So that's actually the biggest challenge for us, because we have all the microorganisms, we have all the microbiome and the mini nutrients are there, but to get like enough magnesium and all of these other nutrients in there, the difficult part is how do you do it naturally within your system without the chemical fertilizers. And for that we set up a R&D sort of a project together with the university in Switzerland.
I've got more for you, Dennis, but Ramin, I'm going to ask you a question instead, which is speed breeding. Is speed of the essence? Can we, if we can get 20 crops instead of 14 or whatever the ratio may be, is there like with LED lighting, if you can get a 30% improvement, is there a speed breeding target we should be aiming for?
I think for the outdoor field production, the time is of the essence, because the climate change is changing so rapidly that you have to be more agile and contribute to that sector.
Outdoor, yes, but what about indoor? Total control.
I think it makes sense if the industry has a good speed of growth. You have to keep up with it in terms of seed
Are you doing projects on trying to improve the speed of vertical farming?
Not that I know of, but of course the speed breeding using glasshouse facilities has been around for a long time. It's just kind of adding those facilities that I mentioned and doing a holistic overview of the whole seed breeding. That's a new thing. And use of AI, of course.
Okay. Let's see what the poll result is. What's the most critical energy issue for vertical farming success? Cost, as opposed to renewable, grid access, energy from waste. I find that quite interesting. I mean, clearly cost is the most important, but I sort of thought that renewables might be, or grid access. I mean, there are lots of barriers to success for dealing with energy, and I think a lot of vertical farms have struggled with some of the others in addition to cost. What's your biggest energy issue, Dennis?
I also agree on the cost side, but it actually combines with the renewable, if you ask me. So if it's renewable, it's normally also...
So if you had to pick a choice, it would be cost, but then renewable also. Do you have any thoughts about energy?
Definitely, and we are working on different like light pulsing for cannabis so that you can save on energy. And there's another consortium named VFAS, which is looking at storing hydropower in different parts of Scotland. So I think that cost is kind of justifiable because of the energy crisis that we had in Europe. But of course, you have to go for renewable at the end. Otherwise, it's just not going to be environmentally friendly.
Yeah. I guess I ought to ask you, Ramin, about NAPIC and the Future Crop Breeding Consortium. Let's look at alt protein. You talked about algae and mushrooms. Is there a vertical farm opportunity? We're going to talk about it a bit tomorrow. But is there a vertical farm opportunity for alt protein? Is it dairy? Is it meat? Is it ingredients? You know, that's quite a big fund you've got. So £15 million topped up with another 23. That's a lot of money for public, investment.
Exactly, and that shows because we have people like Nestle, PepsiCo, and all of them are on board that we need to transform the whole protein sector. And of course, we can, as an institute, we can work on kind of pumping up the protein content on some of the staple crops because we are very strong in potato.
Fortification as well.
Can be part of it, yeah. But of course, you have a lot of mushroom farms, vertically farmed mushroom farms and algae around the world. So that's going to be also as biofeedstock for that sector.
And the crop breeding consortium, which you talked about, the Future Crop Breeding Consortium, which you talked about, berries being the main thing. Is berries the next big development from your point of view for vertical farms?
Of course, if you can make that, for example, for raspberries, which we have a lot of varieties at the Institute, it's not fit for purpose for vertical farms. So you have to make it fit for purpose, changing the structure or being more adaptable to indoor farming. Of course, strawberries is a bit easier, but of course we are not limiting to berries. We are also working with cannabis because it's a high value crop. It makes sense to work on it to begin with. But of course we are crop agnostic, so that's why I'm putting out the survey out so that we are looking for surveying the industry and see what is out there and what is needed.
I'm going to put poll number 8 as the last poll of the session, if I may, up for you. And I've got 2 questions for Dennis to come from the audience. Are you profitable, or is this not the purpose? Which is a bit of a pointed question, but you may answer it in your own way.
Okay, so the core of our production is profitable, but not all the overhead and R&D. So I guess
so operating profitability, but not return on investment profitability.
Yes, and also not the whole company. But I would say, of course, everyone wants to be profitable at some point. So the profitability is sort of important to show to your shareholders and your investors that you are able to do it. But for us, it's not something that we need to fix in the next 6 months or next year.
Of course.
Yeah.
And another question, can an aquaponic system reach a product price of a field-grown crop price?
That's a good question. I think also there it's similar with other vertical farms. If you use hydroponic or aquaponic, at the end, it really matters on the scalability that you have. So
do you think aquaponics is bound to be a small-scale activity, or do you think it can also be a mass-scale, mainstream?
It can be mass scale. There are some.
So it is
versions.
scalable.
100%. It's actually as scalable as hydroponics.
Yeah.
And the cost structure is very similar. So you don't really have a lot of additional costs to do the aquaponics in terms of maintenance and so on. Because also that there's a lot of automation and thing going on in the sector.
Just going to let you vote on that. So the last thing of this particular session, and then we'll break. What food production share will vertical farming have globally by 2030? Up to 1%, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 10, 10% plus. So one thing we established this morning was that although the turnover figure for the vertical farming environment is quite big, actual vertical farming produce is quite small. Now I remember this time last year, we still had some pretty big numbers which were at the top end of all this for vertical farming opportunity by 2030. And I'm just wondering where you all feel as of the moment, you know, just what sort of growth we can expect. So proportion of. So let's see what you think. So up to 2%, 1 to 2 is so fairly modest, but actually there's some quite ambitious goals there. Ramin, you've been researching in the sector for quite a while. Where do you think we're going to up? You know, by 2050, do you think that vertical farming is going to be, you know, a 20% contribution to overall food industry output, or do you think this is realistic on the way?
I think this is realistic because on the tonnage and also on commodities, that's why we are going for that hybrid mentality of contributing to conventional farming. But of course, for high value crops and nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals, it makes sense to use vertical farming. But of course, we are a bit far off from going for that 10-20% of the tonnage at least. Of course, on the value side, yeah, we can talk about that. But on just production, on tonnage of these crops, yeah, I think if we can reach maybe 3-4%, that's a very ambitious target.
It's very big, isn't it? What do you think? Do you think where do you see vertical farming on its journey?
It's a good question. It's like a genie ball where you sort of look in it. So I see huge potential. Obviously, I think the last few years were not easy for the whole sector, but those who survived and probably with the upcoming, hopefully more fruitful years in terms of financing and opportunities, we will prevail and then also really start to adapt in also scalability and all of that. So I think somewhere between 1 or 2% is ambitious but possible.
Okay, I mean, I think it's perhaps a good note to end on, realism but opportunity, and a realization that a small share is actually a big task. So thank you very much to Ramin and Dennis. That was really, really interesting discussion. Thank you. We break now and we come back at 4 o'clock, and the reason why we do that is that we expect that Nick Green will be here, and then we'll just have a little extra for the session at the end of the day and finish at 5 as planned. So we now break. Please be back at 4. Thank you. Thank you.
Tell you. I'm going to sit back down again. You see this guy over here? Daniel Music. You should have asked him the question about the hydrogen fuel cells. He's an energy expert.
Well, I didn't know that.
No, I should have told you. But I have to tell you an anecdote that relates to your last question. Have you ever seen the movie My Cousin Vinny?
No, I know of it, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, so there's a scene in My Cousin Vinny
Hello? Wait, hello?
Now it's not good anymore.
Oh, finish.
Go ahead. Test, test.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Good.
Not sure.
please? That would be great.
Yes, let's see, 10 minutes, yes.
And I'm delighted to say that our missing speaker has got through passport control. Will be able to join us at the end of the session. So we're dealing with hybrid systems now, and we begin with the Business Development Manager for China's Agri-Garden on creating multifunctional vertical farm and greenhouse spaces. Laurie Liu. Laurie.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to meet you all here today in Frankfurt. My name is Laurie Liu. I'm working for a Chinese company called Agri-Garden. So I'm very glad to share with you today in the following presentation about the projects we have been doing in China, and it's in the projects in vertical farming and greenhouse in China, across China. And before I start my project cases, I would like to draw background here and why we started and why we are doing the projects we are doing right now like this and creating multifunctional spaces. So China has made big changes and has seen a lot of, China has made big changes for the last 30 years. One of the drive factor behind it, it's urbanization. And we know when I was, so in 1987, the people who live in the cities is only around 16–17%. And in the year of 2020, the number of people who live in the cities is 60%. So that means people from small places, small villages move to the big cities. Such a big movement creates a lot of stress and a lot of challenges in the society. In the big cities, people live in the jungle, we call it concrete jungle, concrete walls, and a lot of this, so it creates disconnect with nature, water problem, food quality. And Agri-Garden see the opportunities 20 years ago. We start from smaller scale of demonstration projects, like small greenhouses with indoor gardens, and we try to bridge nature with the cities again. And right now we are doing a larger scale, more influence in projects recent years. So we are a company doing turnkey solutions from design to construct to operate. So we do the whole turnkey solutions together with our partners globally. Most of them are Dutch. I think you saw the name. So in my following project, the 7 cases I'm going to share with you, they are covering from the north of China to the south to the middle. There are 7 cases. The first project is close to Beijing. It's called Hengshui project. We designed it and completed last year. It lasted 4 years. It took us 4 years to complete it, also because of COVID. Normally it can be quicker. So we create a space together. Actually, the design is done together between Chinese landscape architect and a Dutch Rotterdam-based agricultural architect. We try to create a landmark for the city so that we can attract more visitors, citizens to experience the space and to see what is possible in the future farming. And the whole area covered about 23 hectares, including some open field farming and greenhouses. You see 4 pieces of greenhouses and 1 vertical farming close to the lake. In this project, the vertical farming building close to the lake, we have designed different unit of functions. They are not made for food, like only for the produce, but they are used for example, restaurant, young plant production, commercial. We also leave certain space for the investor. They can rent out the space. We design a beautiful space that they can rent a different space to different business in other industries. And we also create a nature academy where we teach children about future farming. So different function. This is how it's completed after completion of the project. This is the facade of the farming, of the vertical farming. This is some photos I took early this year indoor with the reception, with the indoor growing like a greenhouse and vertical farming buildings. I took certain photos. So the second project I'm going to share is located in Beijing. It's also a very attractive project. And it's AgriGardens Beijing headquarters. We create in the city center of Beijing 5 hectares in total with 3 pieces of buildings. 3 pieces of buildings with a horti-inno center where we bring industries together with a trial area with different growing crops, including mushrooms. Here is the vertical farming as a reception. Here is a retailer center. So the horti-inno center building, we bring our partners from the world, and they can demonstrate their products, their components permanently in this space. They have their booth, and we host once in a while horti salons, conferences. Of course, we also rent out the space. I will show you. This is the little garden door. Sometimes I have meetings with my colleagues here. It's really beautiful made. And we use the space, we rent out the space for companies in Beijing, for other, for example, this is TikTok team coming here for their dinner company gathering. Women come here for flower courses, cooking courses. We rent the space out. And this is some of the indoor space I take. The children come here to pick up the plants and pack it when they go home. So the whole horti-inno center, we separated the space into 12 spaces, 12 units, different capacity of hosting. So from 4 people up to 200 people, we host different conferences and there. Yeah. The third project I'm going to share is in the middle of China, in Chengdu. It's Panda's hometown, and Chengdu City has 22 million people live there. We create this smaller scale of projects that we could teach, so it's like a cooking course focused project. We create and we produce we create the project to teach citizens, true families to come here to learn about cooking. And the number, like the space number 8 is, so people stay, so we have the course here. And the other spaces from young plant production to leafy vegetables, tomato growing, so. The whole chain. This is how the the leafy vegetable looks like, the vertical farming side. So the fourth project, it's also a very strategic project for us. It's close to Shanghai, and this city, maybe it's not as famous as Shanghai, but it has a very strong foundation for manufacturer base. And we create this production only focused. This is a project only focused on production vegetables. And in the future, we will going to create, together with our partners from Netherlands, also we create some factories for AgriGarden that we can localize certain components of greenhouses and vertical farming that's produced in China. So this is about 2 hectares right now. So the next 2 following projects, number 5 and number 6, it's a smaller scale focus on education. We create vertical farming and a smaller scale of greenhouse that because we also set up we create our education programs for, not for university, but for pupils, for middle school students. We teach them, we invite the students coming here to study about future farming, vertical farming. So these 2 projects actually making profits because the family in China, in Asia, we have a strong culture. Let's say we would like, the family would like to pay for the tickets that their children come here to learn about farming. So they are actually doing well. So the last project is also very, for myself personally, it's very exciting to see. It's going to be implemented, hopefully, end of this year. We have done the design. It's a project located in Shanghai, and Shanghai has 25 million people, citizens live there, and there's a high demand of fresh, high-quality vegetables and strawberries, and people are willing to pay for their vegetables if it's high quality, and it has a very strategic location because it's close to all the metro, so number 1 to metro stations, and it's close to a robotic park. This is the only one in Shanghai. As a robotic park, we can create some synergies between the industries. And important thing is it's close to 2 kilometers away. It's the Chinese biggest factory for steel production. And we can use the heat and CO2 coming from that factory. So this is how the whole layout will look like. We will be focusing on strawberry production because in Shanghai, people like strawberries, and we are going to focus on strawberry varieties and young plant production to growing them. So this is the whole construction plan. I'm not going into details. The vertical farming I will share next. So the vertical farming in Shanghai, a little bit similar layout like the other projects, but an important function will be we will have our Shanghai Agri-Garden office, and we will create a space for our partners come here, have their offices working together, and we will have also a horti salon like similar like Beijing. And here is the training center for future farmers. We will have a training center to teach farmers how to do the mountain farming. And we have also a fully automated AR. It's only demonstration here. It's not focused on production. But we are doing a fully automated AI-driven farm together with a Dutch partner of us there to show what is possible. And here to the right, we designed a space together with some landscape architect to create green lifestyle spaces that people from Shanghai coming here, they can experience the green space out of the concrete cities. And this is real photos we took in Beijing. This is the Beijing reception hall. So this is how the space number 1 looks like. This is the fully automated AI farm in the corner, number 2. This is the conferences room, some eco space for sharing office, and a vertical farm here, rooftop farm, sky farm. And this is the lifestyle green spaces for retailers, for retailing ideas. So before I close my presentation after the 7 cases, I would like to emphasize the one important factor within all these projects I shared. Since almost more than 10 years, we have a whole team actually design and create different education tools and programs that we can teach next generation about farming. And it's called education, Agri-Garden Edu. And we either bring the children coming to the projects, so spaces we design for the children, or we bring our education tools to school, and we build smaller scale of school farms, like on their rooftop or their school corners, some certain farms to teach them about mountain farming. So we create those ideas and seeds in the next generation so they can face the challenges in the future. We have attracted 90,000 students coming to the Beijing pellet farm already, about 1,000 schools and children coming here to learn it. So some photos to share with you that they are very happy to visit the green spaces and farming in the future. So thank you for your attention, and if you would like to get to know more about projects, you can contact me.
Totally fascinating, Laurie. My goodness. That's a very, very impressive program. Come back at the end and we'll talk about it in the panel, so thank you very much. Second, we have a champion for transforming urban landscapes as the co-founder and chief executive of Origin Greener Cities in Mexico. She's aiming to harness hybrid for maximum sustainability, Jessica Gomez.
So, how are we going to feed a growing global population while preserving our natural resources? Hello everyone, my name is Jessica Gomez, and as the CEO of Origin Greener Cities, I have the chance to push the boundaries of how we produce food today by pioneering projects in Mexico with a focus on vertical farming and indoor farming. So, agriculture has always been about adapting and evolving. Farming remains about working with nature, and humanity is constantly innovating in tools to make food production more efficient and more cost-effective. So, one thing that I think is fundamental to make hybrid projects successful is multidisciplinary teams. Building sustainable and scalable vertical farms isn't something that happens in isolation. It requires the expertise of a multidisciplinary team. So at Origin, we have brought together agronomists, plant experts, biotechnologists, mechatronic and industrial engineers, as well as designers. So it's the mix of these skills from understanding the plant biology to the mechanic of the vertical system. So the need for hybrid models in agriculture. We all are facing global challenges such as climate change, urbanization, soil degradation, water scarcity, and a growing population that traditional farming alone can meet the needs. Actually, the World Resources Institute, estimates that for 2025, there will be 10 billion people to feed. So this is where hybrid projects came into play by combining innovative technologies such as vertical farming that allows us to grow crops year-round, to produce more food per square foot, optimizing grow conditions, and I mean, these hybrid projects have an impact in profitability and sustainability. In controlled environments, we can fine-tune every element, from light and humidity to nutrient delivery, making the process more efficient and cost-effective. So I'm gonna tell you about my system, that is BPOT. It's vertical plant optimization technology. We designed BPOT, we produce and manufacture BPOT. It's a modular and scalable system that works like a Lego, and we designed it so that it can be adapted to different spaces from different scales, from little hydroponic kits for homes to controlled environments rooms to warehouse or greenhouses. So this is BPOT. We always have water, but it doesn't stay because we have a recircle irrigation system. How it works is that we have the container with water nutrients, and then it has a pump that it would take the irrigation system to the top, and then it will go down as gravity and it will recircle. So this allow me to have little bubbles here and makes a little bit of oxygen per plant per BPOT. So this is the mechanic. It's pretty easy to install and to adapt. We have also some accessories that help me with the irrigation system. And this allows me so that BPOT can be installed to structures or to walls. Also, BPOT, it is made of recycled plastics that if the life ends, it could reuse it to make a new one. And I mean, we also helps with reducing the waste of water, almost 90% in comparison of traditional farming. And we have some projects here. This is in a hotel, in a boutique hotel in Tulum. Has someone here has been at Cancun in Mexico? Great. Well, at Tulum, okay. So Cancun is a city, and Tulum is like a little town that is also a beach, but it's very difficult to take fresh produce or fresh lettuce to Tulum. Also, the weather is difficult because it's very hot, and the water it's also very thick. So this hotel reached us to put BPOT and to put Origin as a sustainable strategy, and also they wanted to produce their food for the restaurant and also make their own brand and sell the lettuces and the leafy greens at Tulum. So this is a hall. The installation is in a hall. This is it. It has natural light and also LED lighting. The lamps can move so that we can have more. It will be more easy to do the maintenance, and also for stages you can move the LED light. This is when we just finished the installation, and this is with the green leafy greens. So that you can see it's installed in the walls. The lamps are moved, and we also can put BPOT in structures so that we can have walls of double production. And here it's the project that we are right now installing in Guadalajara. This is a wall. There are 2 walls of 4-meter tall, and it's 10-meter long. This will be the first wall and the biggest wall in Mexico for vertical farming. I mean, in Mexico is very new. It's a market that is very new, and we are few. We are pioneering, as I said, these projects, and these will be soon very green with a lot of lettuces. The interesting thing is here that the clients are 2 guys who wanted to make a business, and they want to sell bags of lettuce mix. So what I like about vertical farming, indoor farming, automation, and having technology integrated is that people without expertise in agronomy can use this kind of technology. Of course, we made them like a little bit of training, and we have a plant expert that help us with advisor. We have some collaborations with Hort Americas. I don't know if you know Hort Americas. There's a lady who has opened Hort Americas Mexico, and she's a weather advisor and help us with all of that. She's also advisor at greenhouses, and she help us with everything about lead lighting and controlled environments. Thank you. If you have another question, please reach me. I'm happy to talk to you.
Thank you. That's kind. And we'll do a panel just afterwards, okay? So we've got one more presentation, and then we'll have the panel after that. Thank you. Great. So our third presentation in this session is a low-cost startup from Nepal, the founder and chief executive officer of Muta Agro, with hybrid hope for low-income regions. So Kushal Gurung is going to give a recorded presentation, and then he's going to join us online at the end for the panel discussion. So we'll go over to the recorded presentation, I believe. Is that right?
Hello everyone. Namaste from Nepal. I am Kushal Gurung. Today I am going to share about our low-tech hydroponics vertical farming business in Nepal called Muta Agro, which I believe can be replicated in other low-income regions too. First, let me quickly walk through the thesis behind this idea. Not sure how many of you have been to Kathmandu, the capital city of Nepal. Kathmandu lies in a valley which also includes other cities, and the valley has around 5 million population in total. Once a fertile land, but with rapid urbanization, the valley has now turned into some sort of a concrete jungle. Land price has skyrocketed over the roof. It is not feasible anymore to do commercial farming inside the valley. Furthermore, water scarcity has also become a major problem. Nevertheless, ironically, during the monsoon seasons, we sometimes get too much of water. Most of our farmers still rely on seasonal rainfall-based irrigation. However, with the climate change, our seasonal pattern has become somewhat erratic. We are experiencing more extreme weather conditions, such as too much of rain in one day or a prolonged drought spell. Hence, we can no longer rely on our traditional way of farming. We need to look for an alternative that is more climate resilient. Likewise, there is an increasing trend of excessive use of pesticides in Nepal, which can have detrimental effect in our health. Hence, we have come with a solution, which is hydroponics-based vertical farming inside a polyhouse. Polyhouse is quite common in Nepal, and unlike a sophisticated greenhouse system, it is much cheaper. Whereas hydroponics is still a new thing in Nepal, but with so many DIY videos in the internet, it is a no-brainer. We can learn the technology easily. Meanwhile, vertical farming, which is also quite a new thing to Nepal, does need some more hands-on experience, mainly to figure out the best height and length of the vertical farming system. And this is usually determined by the height of our polyhouse and the pipe's length. Based on this hybrid method, we have built our Mutta Agro farm in Nepal that has been in operation since March 2023. At our farm, we have used a polyhouse of 224 square meter size. Inside the polyhouse, we have 20 units of hydroponics vertical towers. Each tower is 12 feet tall, 20 feet long, and 3 feet wide in dimension. And each tower is a 6-story vertical hydroponic system based in nutrient film technology that contains around 1,400 planters. Altogether, we have more than 24,000 planters inside the polyhouse. To maintain the rotation of transplantation, growth, and harvest for a continuous steady production, we are only harvesting around 20 kg of produce daily. Leafy greens have seasonal price in Nepal, but since we can grow consistently at our farm, we have been keeping our selling price fixed throughout the year. And this is a game changer in Nepal. As we are catering the local market, we harvest and deliver our produces within the 12 hours of order from our client. Also, we don't use any pesticides, hence our leafy greens taste much better with fresher aroma. In the polyhouse, we have used natural climate control system, hence both our capex and opex are low. There is a top vent with insect net on both front and back side of the polyhouse for natural ventilation. All 4 walls of polyhouse are made of insect net with UV plastic curtain, which can be opened during summer and closed during winter to control the temperature. The annual average temperature in Kathmandu Valley is around 18 degrees centigrade, and many leafy greens thrive in such cooler climate. Hence, Kathmandu is very ideal for growing salad crops. We also have green shade nets on the ceiling of our polyhouse to prevent direct sunlight hitting the plants. These shade nets can be manually opened and closed like curtain. The water holding drums are kept in semi-dug holes that provide natural insulation against temperature fluctuation, which helps in preserving water quality and also helps in controlling algal growth. Now let's compare the cost between 2 projects in Nepal, where one is a high-tech greenhouse farm with HVAC that has a single layer hydroponic system, and another one is a low-tech polyhouse farm with a 4-story hydroponic system. Both farms have similar capacity, around 720 planters each. However, the cost of the greenhouse farm was around $60,000 US, whereas the polyhouse farm cost only around $3,000 US, with the latter having a lot smaller footprint and a lower OPEX. You can see why we chose polyhouse hydroponics vertical farm for our business. At our farm, we are mainly growing leafy greens as it can fetch a premium price. Our major produces are different type of lettuces like red lettuce, green lettuce and iceberg lettuce. Then we grow kale, Swiss chard, rocket and celery. Though we sell these produces individually depending on order from our clients, we do have one standard product that is a mixed salad packet, which we sell through retail stores and supermarkets. We also grow and sell basil, both fresh and dried. Besides selling produces, we also offer other related services, such as we design and build hydroponic systems. We organize training workshops, offer guided tours. We also provide internship for students. Likewise, we also sell liquid nutrients that we make in-house. This gentleman in the picture is the current US ambassador to Nepal, who can be seen observing a polyhouse hydroponics vertical farming system that we had installed for one of our clients in Nepal. Finally, we started this venture as an attempt to build an affordable, user-friendly, climate-resilient agriculture solution. And this is just a beginning. We will continuously learn and improvise our technology, expand our product line, and adjust our business model accordingly. Thank you very much for listening. Have a good day. Namaste.
That's great. Thank you. Laurie and Jessica, if you'd like to come up and join me, that would be kind. Kushal, have we got you online? Laurie and Jessica?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
But you can't see us, apparently. Is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
I can see.
Well, it's very nice. We can see you, and please come on up and join us. That's great. And if you can put poll number 11 up on the screen, I'll tell you what that says, Kushal, because in some ways, some people think that hybrid is the obvious solution to the future of vertical farming, and I think for others it's not so certain. So the poll I've got up there is, to what extent will hybrid systems prevail? One is that field farms will have a vertical part of them. The second is that greenhouses will have a vertical part of them. The third is that field, if you'd like to fill that out, field and greenhouses will have vertical. And the fourth is that vertical will stay separate. So what I'm trying to find out, and these may be the wrong questions or the wrong answers, is to discover what you think is the future of hybrid systems. And I'd like to discuss that with you. And Kushal, you may have a view, because Kushal, you really, it seems to me that you have a vertical greenhouse.
Yes, I think the distinction between greenhouse and polyhouse, I would say like it will be a bit unfair to greenhouse if I call my polyhouse a greenhouse. Greenhouse is usually like more fancy, something more solid with a glass wall, and then you have HVAC. But it's if in terms of European standard, if you're talking about it's not indoor, then yes.
Yeah, thank you. And Laurie, you have an incredibly sophisticated infrastructure. If I can have my sorry, now I have that back. That would be great. Thank you. You have a very sophisticated. What do you think is the answer to this question? How you have greenhouses and you have vertical? Is there a relationship between the two, or are they just part of a whole infrastructure of food production?
I only could refer to the when we create and design the projects in the overall from greenhouse to vertical farming to open field, we integrate everything together. Okay, I think now we are moving to use the vertical farming to climate chamber to just produce all the young plants for the greenhouse around it. And then
So you're not using vertical to produce for the greenhouse or vertical to produce for field operation?
We use the vertical way to produce the young
right, so with
plants
propagation.
to the greenhouse.
Yes, okay.
Every project we do always have a climate chamber, vertical farming to create, to produce for the greenhouse.
Okay, so it's a two-stage process.
It's always two-stage.
And are you using it for leafy greens or for other crops, or are you looking at trees and things like that?
Right now, not yet trees, and focus on leafy vegetables right now.
Green vegetables?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at what stage are you moving the growth from the vertical to the greenhouse? After?
That's planting. Just a seedling, like.
Yeah, so 3 days or?
I don't know the days.
Okay, okay, yeah. So 3 weeks. So yeah, tell us more, Jessica.
So we also do the rack systems. We design them too, and we put them like the seedling is around 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depends on the variety, and then we transplant to our system to be pot, and it will be there like around 6 weeks.
Okay, so I'm going to see what the poll result is, and then we'll. So 40%, Kushal, say that field and greenhouses will have vertical. So in other words, that vertical will go pretty widespread. A third say that greenhouses will have vertical. A quarter say that vertical will stay separate, though that's going up slightly. And the smallest percentage say that field farms will have vertical. So for you, Kushal, it seems that you want to enhance nature, but it has to be affordable, and you can get a bit more out of a little capital expenditure by enhancing with a polyhouse, a polytunnel, and that is the extent of the capital cost that you can afford for your market.
Exactly. I think when we say sustainability, then probably the financial sustainability is the most important thing. Without profit, or if the revenue is not more than your expenses, then there is no business, then it will not survive. So based on that, unless there is a premium product, the price that the client is willing to pay, which with the current leafy greens, I don't see. But if we move on to more sophisticated product like saffron or other thing that will fetch premium price, then we might have to, then there is about the efficiencies. And so the cost justifies the efficiency, then we'll probably get into more HVAC and something more with lights. But with current demand in Nepal, this is perfect. And as I mentioned, like in Kathmandu, the climate is almost year-round cool, so it's very ideal.
So do you get a good return? Do you get more productivity, which pays for the capital cost, and so it pays its way, and it's perfect for the current Nepal economic environment?
Yes. Like our biggest challenge is because we try not to use any pesticides. So, and it's not strictly climate controlled. So there is that, sometimes we get that pest attack, especially the tiny ones like aphid and thrips. But we use more human resources to use like more manual way to eradicate them. But we are also trying to learn other low-cost innovative solutions that can actually make the efficiency higher rather than going into indoor. So at the moment, yes, we are profitable.
Jessica, can I ask you about the economics? Are you going to high-end production, high value, sort of chill distribution, premium, or are you going into the mainstream? Where are you in relation to the Mexican economy and acceptance in the Mexican market?
It's a good question because when you search for a market of vertical and indoor farming in Mexico, it's nothing. It's futuristic. So we're really opening the market, and I mean, I don't want to say this, but there's people who doesn't know what's hydroponic. So
and actually, that's still the case in lots of countries.
And right now, our clients are universities. I mean, I know that we are strong in agriculture, in traditional agriculture. We have greenhouses with high technology, but we don't have vertical farmings or indoor farming. I mean, there are few of them, and our clients right now are hotels, restaurants, universities.
Okay. So it's the people who see the future first, and have the means to pay for quality, and are you getting a return on that, or is it just really hard work and a real investment by you?
No, I mean, because some of here are asking me if I have a greenhouse. I don't have a greenhouse. I have a showroom, and I mean, my projects that I have there are like also my showrooms, but I mean.
So you're really in the communications phase, pre-investment, pre-commerce.
Everything.
Okay. And Laurie, you have amazing scale.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a government project to project good growing and food production to the community, or is this a commercial return, and is it sort of investment in an infrastructure which will pervade China and be the future?
I don't want to see that in a very fixed answer. I think I see the development, how we went to right now to the Shanghai, let's say to the last projects. I think we went, of course, most of the projects we do is state invested.
Yes.
And every city have an agriculture investment plan, and we help the government to set up the whole plan. And actually in the beginning, for example, the first 10 years, there was never a request of, okay, you have to make how many years you have to make profits, ROI, all this focus. And right now, for the recent 5 years, when we step into a project of the state investment, we cannot leave the projects until we make operation together with the local government. Yeah. We have to join the company and make the project really in a long-term success. And before, we only stopped at construction, so design, construct. Now, every project, if you want to do the construction, to make the profits, you have to go into the operation and make sure that by different ways, for example, you can invite a smaller. So you have to think about different business models, supermarket. You have to help them to set it in.
And in terms of lessons, are you finding that the hybrid model is the one that, if you started again tomorrow, would you definitely go hybrid?
Do you mean the vertical farming plus greenhouse?
Yes.
This is the only way we are doing now, and I don't see that other.
Which means that you're happy with the model.
Yes, I think right now when we propose all these plans from vertical farming plus greenhouses, from young plants production to greenhouse to open field, the whole thing, and the investors are very convinced.
We can only learn from you then. I mean, it's fascinating, and I'm just really glad to have the three models that you've all presented to understand different solutions for different geographies, different economics, different stages of development, but also different ways of doing things which we can learn from. So Laurie, thank you. Jessica, thank you. And Kushal, thank you. Thank you very much, all three. Very kind. And I believe Nick is in the room. Thank you. Well, that is fantastic. So we can complete the day with Let Us Grow from the UK, who published a handbook recently with a comprehensive section on sourcing and saving energy. So I invited their Chief Commercial Officer to tell us more about that. Nick Green is now here with us. Nick Green, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for bearing with me in my travel nightmare today. I promise I'm not going to keep you for at least an hour. However, this wouldn't be a conference on vertical farming if we didn't talk about addressed energy. I'd be happy to bear with me a minute. This wouldn't be a conference on vertical farming if we didn't talk about energy, but I'm hoping to put a different angle on the subject and demonstrate that it doesn't have to be all negative. I'll be happy to take any questions at the end. Quick bit about me then. My name is Nick Green, and I work as Head of Commercial at Lettuce Grow. I've worked in the European fresh produce space for nearly 25 years, having cut my teeth working in procurement and sourcing at Floret. One thing I'm not is an energy expert, but the point is that volatility in costs is not a new thing to any industry, and the key is to rise to the challenge, source the most effectively, and use the most efficiently. Thankfully, at Lettuce Grow, I'm surrounded by a team of engineers and energy experts, and the founding principle of the business was to reduce the waste and carbon footprint of fresh produce. We're really focused on delivering aeroponics on a commercial scale and deliver these systems to partners across the CEA space, be that in greenhouses, vertical farms, or container farms. And we've made a name for ourselves in the UK, Europe, and further afield as a highly collaborative innovation partner for growers and farm builders alike. Energy price volatility will undoubtedly have a huge impact on a sector that has really price-sensitive customers, thin margins, and where energy makes up a large proportion of production costs, with some vertical farm companies reporting this as up to 60%. At the same time, if you're powering your indoor farm with electricity derived from fossil fuels, then you will also have the carbon footprint to account for, no matter what the monetary cost. The energy crisis of the last couple of years was a bit of a wake-up call to some in the industry, certainly those less aware of the sensitivity of indoor farming to energy prices. We've seen lots of casualties since then, but the survivors tend to be those that saw it coming and built resilience into their operations. We have seen some great opportunities for positive change that won't just help our industry thrive in the medium term, but also could support the renewable energy transition too. Addressing energy is not just important to protect against economic shocks. The type of energy used to power a controlled environment farm is pivotal for the sustainability profile. Let's take our drop and grow container farm as an example. To explain what this means, here are 3 different scenarios using aeroponic container farms to supply produce either being powered by the grid, solar, or wind. The first figure shows that importing food from the whole of Europe and beyond has less impact than using UK grid-powered aeroponic containers. I must stress that this data is from 2021, and as the UK grid gets cleaner or greener each year, the circle will get smaller. The second shows that using solar-powered aeroponic containers can result in a lower carbon footprint than importing from North Africa and Southern Europe. The final one shows that if purely wind-powered aeroponic containers are used, producing in this way is better than importing food from almost any part of mainland Europe. I'm not saying that container farms are the answer to everything, but you can see quite how much of an impact switching to a renewable energy source can have for any size vertical farm. The rising price of fossil fuels and their increased volatility has forced CEA growers to innovate and live up to their highest sustainable ideals. The energy crisis has not proved to be the end for CEA, quite the contrary. It could be looked back on as being the making of the industry. Here are some examples of CEA businesses taking an innovative approach to energy to improve their business models and environmental impact. Jones Food Company runs one of the largest vertical farms in Europe. Their Lincolnshire site is powered by 100% renewable solar energy, and their second site based in Lydney uses 100% renewable energy with wind, solar and battery in the mix. These clean grow methods allow JFC to set long-term power prices, avoiding the struggles that unpredictable fossil fuels can cause. JFC's use of renewable power also highlights to customers their focus on growing fresh and sustainable produce. DES is a standalone company established by 3 local commercial growers situated close together to supply heat and carbon dioxide to their greenhouses. Co-locating CHP has become the norm for many glasshouse growers to ensure that they have independence and contingency against volatile energy prices. The biomass plant supplies the base load heat, which is locally topped up by natural gas-fired combined heat and power system. And last but no means least, vertical farming company Rowgrow has partnered with a traditional grower GHD. This partnership opens doors to create a sustainable farming setup, allowing space for nature whilst feeding the locals of Kent fresh produce throughout the year. Their 2 containers are supplied by or powered by on-site solar panels and use water captured from rainwater harvesting. Combining a container farm with a traditional farm has allowed for the reallocation of land for rewilding projects without losing productivity. This is just the start of the journey for Rowgrow, who have ambitious plans to grow their business through further innovation. So, as with any commodity, you've essentially got two levers that you can pull to reduce operating costs and footprint. We can source effectively, just as we've seen in the previous slides, but we can also use it more efficiently. By that, I don't simply mean turning the lights off on a vertical farm. We could all do that and produce no lettuce or no produce, but that wouldn't have the desired effect. Any hike in price focuses the mind in getting as much as possible from the input, and with energy, it's just the same. If you're already running a vertical farm with an HVAC, lights, and all of the other power draw, then give or take, that power requirement is a constant no matter what your output. So if you can harness the additional yield through aeroponics without having to redesign or rebuild your entire facility, this has to be a good thing. You're getting easy access to more bang for your buck or euro. This is just one example of maximizing output for the same input. All of this and more has been summed up in the handy guide that we co-wrote with UK Urban AgTech and District Eating. When I say we, this was a team effort that tapped into the expertise across Let Us Grow and our partners. It gives some really useful insights covering the themes that we've touched upon today, from sourcing through to effective use. Rather than go back over this now, because it's coming to the end of the day, I'd encourage you to download the download the guide using the QR code on this slide. Thank you very much, everyone. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nick. I've got a couple of questions. Sourcing energy, saving energy. Where do you think the industry is in its efficiency between those two challenges?
I think there's more that can be done. I think everyone would admit there's more that can be done on both of them. I think there's always the strive to use it more efficiently, and sourcing will always be a challenge. Do you see immense efficiency already improved, or do you see immense efficiency to improve in the future? I mean, how far are we in that process? Are we helping ourselves as much as we could? I'm going to sit on the fence and say that I think different businesses will be further along that journey. It would be unfair of me to comment on the entire industry, so I think certain businesses will be further along. And I guess those that have suffered a bigger spike of late will have probably focused the mind more. But
is there anyone who you think is an amazing example of good practice?
Well, we've seen a few.
So the ones that you mentioned.
But there's others as well. I mean, they're just three that we've cherry-picked. But
right, okay.
I'm pretty sure that there are others as well.
I can take a quick question from anybody if there is one from anybody, because we are actually good on time. So just ask one. Would you say that a vertical farm should locate according to availability of cheap, consistent, reliable energy?
I think it certainly has to be a consideration, but you've then got to marry that up or mortgage that against where your customer base is. So, as an example, if you were going to locate on the northeast coast of Scotland, because that is where there's an abundance of wind, your customer base isn't that close to there. So it is a factor, but there are other factors to consider when locating.
Okay, so is there a perfect proximity for a major operation to a certain number of population? So would you say that the optimum vertical farm operation is 10,000 meters squared and within 50 kilometers of 10 million people?
There will be that optimum size or that optimum mix, depending on the crop that you're growing, the customers that you're trying to serve, what your energy source is. So there's no right answer. There's no one fixed answer. It will depend on a number of variables. And in fact, that's quite key. There is no one off-the-shelf solution for using CEA for supplying produce in the UK, Europe, or further afield. And I think that's a common theme that's been, I've certainly heard.
I've encouraged a couple of questions. The first is, grid access now is the biggest issue to do more private wire renewables. Any solutions, please? Grid access. So because somebody can't get access to the grid, are you finding that? How do you overcome that?
I have to profess to not being an expert in that question, so I can't really answer it. But I have heard that grid access is an issue, yes.
Okay. I mean, is the grid a distraction? Should we just create our own with energy from waste, energy from... I mean, the Laurie's example of proximity to a steel plant excess heat seems to be a perfect solution for an abundance of energy close by, and if you're in a big conurbation, you've got a real answer there.
I know that there are people looking at that, and so long as it's a good source of constant energy, then yes, it should definitely be looked at.
Do you think that it's fair to ask private company to research energy efficiency at their own cost versus academics? So, I mean, you're doing a lot of research, but you're partnering an academic environment. Is that the perfect way to get the research done effectively?
As with any research, I think a partnership between academia and industry is very advantageous.
Yeah. Last question. You do a lot of work with containers. Is there a sort of container solution which makes containers particularly energy efficient? Or do you just plug them into the local grid?
So we're actually moving away from containers slightly, but I think containers by definition will have less of a power draw, so they're less dependent on a huge amount of energy being available. But even so, you need to be considering where you're plugging that in and what you're doing with it.
Nick, thank you very much. That's really good to have you. I'm sorry about the rather rapid fire end of the day. Thank you. Right, we don't finish for the day, we finish for the daytime. Please be back at 6:30. Outside there's a networking drinks reception. It's sponsored by Trade and Invest Wales, and there's an extra incentive because which you'll be able to sample, and there will also be a prize draw courtesy of the Welsh Government. So that should give you extra enjoyment for the evening. And then at 7:30, we have the industry dinner in this room. The room will have been revamped for it. And then we have the Vertical Farming World Awards at 9:30. Look forward to seeing you later from 6:30. Thank you very much.